post. Pug jumped down from his horse and looked over Thomas's saddle, making Thomas move his legs so he could examine under the saddle flap, then asked, "Who saddled this horse for you?" "Rolf. Why?" "I thought so. He's paying you back for threatening him about that sword, or because we're friends. He doesn't dare threaten me any more now that I'm a squire, but he thinks nothing of knotting your stirrup leathers. A couple of hours riding like this and you'd be standing at meals for a month, if you didn't get pitched on your head and killed. Here, get down, I'll show you." Thomas dismounted, halfway between a leap and a fall. Pug showed him the knots. "They would have rubbed the inside of your thighs raw by the end of the day, and they're not long enough." Pug took out the knots and adjusted the leathers to the proper length. "It's going to feel very strange for a while, but you've got to keep your heels down. I'll remind you until you're sick of hearing it, but it'll keep you out of trouble when you do it without thought. And don't try to grip with your knees. That's wrong, and it'll make your legs so sore you'll hardly be able to walk tomorrow." He went on with a few basic instructions and inspected the cinch, which was loose. He tried tightening it, and the horse sucked air. Pug struck the gelding a blow in the side, and the animal exhaled sharply. Pug quickly pulled the cinch strap and said, "Sometime today you most likely would have found yourself listing to one side, a most discomforting position." "That Rolf!" Thomas turned toward the stable. "I'll thrash him within an inch of death." Pug grabbed his friend's arm. "Wait, we don't have time for brawling." Thomas stood with his fists clenched, then relaxed with a relieved sigh. "Oh, I'm in no condition for fighting anyway." He turned to see Pug inspecting the horse. Pug shook his head, then winced. "Me too." He finished inspecting the saddle and bridle, and the horse shied. Pug gentled the horse. "Rolf's also given you a temperamental mount. This fellow would have probably thrown you before noon and be halfway back to the stable before you hit the ground. With sore legs and shortened stirrup leathers, you never would have stood a chance. I'll trade with you." Thomas looked relieved and struggled into the saddle of the other horse. Pug readjusted the stirrups for both riders. "We can swap our travel rolls when we take our noon meal." Pug then soothed the high-strung warhorse and climbed nimbly into the saddle. Feeling surer hands at the reins and a firm leg on either side, the gelding quieted. "Ho, Martin!" shouted Thomas as the Duke's huntmaster walked into view. "Are you travelling with us?" A wry grin split the face of the hunter, who was wearing his heavy green cloak over his forester's leathers. "For a short while, Thomas, I'm to lead some trackers around the boundaries of Criddy. I'll be heading due eastward when we come to the south branch of the river. 2 of my trackers were on their way an hour ago, breaking trail for the Duke." "What do you think of this Chirani business, Martin?" Pug asked. The still youthful huntmaster's face clouded. "If elves are given to worry, there is something to worry over." He turned toward the front of the assembling line. "Excuse me, I must instruct my men." He left the boys sitting alone. Pug asked Thomas, "How's your head this morning?" Thomas made a face, about 2 sizes smaller than when I awoke. His face brightened a bit. "Still, the excitement seems to have stopped the banging inside. I almost feel good." Pug gazed at the keep. Memories of his encounter last night kept tugging at his mind, and suddenly he regretted the need to travel with the Duke. Thomas noticed his friend's pensive mood and said, "Why so glum? Aren't you excited about going?" "Oh, it's nothing. I'm just thinking." Thomas studied Pug for a moment. "I think I understand." With a deep sigh, he sat back in the saddle, and his horse stamped and nickered. "I, for one, am glad to be leaving. I think Neela has tumbled to that little matter we spoke of yesterday." Pug laughed. "That will teach you to be mindful of who you escort into pantries." Thomas smiled sheepishly. The doors to the keep opened, and the Duke and Aratha came out, accompanied by Culgan, Tully, Liam, and Roland. Carline followed with Lady Marna behind. The Duke and his companions made their way to the head of the column, but Carline hurried down to where Pug and Thomas sat. As she passed, guardsmen saluted her, but she paid them no heed. She reached Pug's side, and when he bowed politely, she said, "Oh, get off that stupid horse." Pug climbed down, and Carline threw her arms around his neck, holding him closely for a moment. "Take care and stay well," she said. "Don't let anything happen to you." She pulled away, then kissed him briefly. "And come home." Holding back tears, she hurried to the head of the line, where her father and brother waited to say goodbye. Thomas let out a theatrical whoop and laughed while Pug remounted. The soldiers nearby attempted to restrain their own amusement. "It seems the princess has made plans for you, my lord," Thomas jibed. He ducked as Pug stirred to give him a backhanded cuff. The motion caused his horse to start forward, and suddenly Thomas was fighting to bring his horse back into line. The horse seemed determined to go in any direction except the one Thomas wished. Now it was Pug's turn to laugh. He finally moved his own horse alongside Thomas's and herded the fractious mare back into line. She flattened her ears and turned to nip at Pug's horse, and the short boy said, "We both have accounts to settle with Rolf. He gave us 2 horses that don't like each other, too. We'll trade your mount off with one of the soldiers." With relief, Thomas half dismounted, half fell to the ground, and Pug directed the exchange with a soldier down the line. The exchange was made, and as Thomas returned to his place, Roland came down to where they stood and offered them both his hand. "You two watch yourselves now. There's plenty of trouble waiting out there without your looking for it." They acknowledged they would, and Roland said to Pug, "I'll keep an eye on things for you." Pug noticed his wry smile, glanced back to where Carline stood with her father, and said, "No doubt," then added, "Roland, whatever happens, good luck to you too." Roland said, "Thank you. I'll take that as it's meant." To Thomas he said, "And things are certainly going to be dull without you around." Thomas said, "Given what's going on, dull would be welcome." Roland said, "As long as it's not too dull, right? Take good care. You're a bothersome pair, but I'd hate to lose you." Thomas laughed as Roland walked off with a friendly wave. Watching the squire go up to the Duke's party, and seeing Carline standing next to her father, Pug turned to Thomas. "That decides it. I am glad to be going. I need a rest." Sergeant Gardan came riding back with orders to move the column, and they set off. The Duke and Arthur rode in the van, with Culgan and Gardan behind. Martin Longbow and his trackers set off at a run beside the Duke's horse. 20 pair of mounted guards followed, with Thomas and Pug nestled between them and the baggage train at the rear, with its 5 pair of guards. Slowly at first, then with increasing speed, they moved through the gates of the castle and down the south road. They had been riding for 3 days, the last 2 through dense woodlands. Martin Longbow and his men had turned east that morning as they crossed the southern branch of the River Criddy, called River Boundary. It marked the border between Criddy and the barony of Carse, one of Lord Barrick's vassal provinces. The sudden snows of early winter had come, and draped the autumn landscape in white. Many of the denizens of the forest had been caught unaware by the sudden winter, rabbits, whose coats were still more brown than white, and ducks and geese, who scampered across half-frozen ponds, resting as they migrated south. The snow fell in flurries of heavy, wet flakes, melting slightly during the day to refreeze at night, making a thin crust of ice. As the horses' and mules' hooves cracked through the ice, the crunching of leaves underneath could be heard in the still winter air. In the afternoon, Culgan observed a flight of fire drakes circling in the distance, barely visible through the trees. The colourful beasts, red, gold, green and blue in colour, raced over the treetops and dipped out of sight, then reappeared as they spiralled upward, with cries and small bursts of flame. Culgan reined in as the train passed and waited for Pug and Thomas to overtake him. When they were alongside, he pointed out the display, saying,
"It has the appearance of a mating flight. See, the more aggressively the males act, the more responsive the females. Oh, I wish we had more time to study this more closely."
Pug followed the creatures with his eyes as they rode through a clearing, then, somewhat startled, said, "Culgan, isn't that Phantus there, hovering near the edge?" Kulgan's eyes widened.
By the gods, I think it is.
Pug asked, "Shall I call him?" The magician chuckled.
Given the attention he's receiving from those females, I think it would do little good.
They lost sight of the congregation of drakes as they rode after the Duke's train. Kulgan said,
Unlike most creatures, drakes mate at first snow. The females will lay eggs in nests, then sleep the winter, warming them with their bodies. In the spring, the young hatch and are cared for by their mothers. Phantus will most likely spend the next few days fathering a clutch of young. Then he'll be back at the keep, annoying Megar and the kitchen staff for the rest of the winter.
Thomas and Pug laughed. Thomas's father made a great show of considering the playful drake a plague from the gods visited upon his well-ordered kitchen. But, on several occasions, both boys had spied Megar lavishing some of the choicest dinner scraps upon the beast. In the 15 months since Pug had become Kulgan's apprentice, Phantus had become a winged, scaled house pet to most of the Duke's staff, though a few, like the princess, found Phantus's dragon-like appearance disquieting. They continued to move east by south as quickly as the terrain would permit. The Duke was concerned about reaching the South Pass before the snows made it impassable, cutting them off from the east until spring. Kulgan's weather sense had allowed they had a fair chance of making it before any big storm struck. Soon they came to the edge of the deepest part of the great southern forests, the Green Heart. Deep within the glades, at prearranged locations, 2 troops of guards from the keep at Kars were waiting for them with fresh horses. Duke Boric had sent pigeons south with instructions for Baron Bellamy, who sent a reply the same way that horses would be waiting. The remounts and guards would be hurrying to the meeting places from the Jonril garrison, maintained by Bellamy and Talbot of Toulane, near the edge of the great forests. By changing mounts, the Duke would save 3, perhaps 4 days of travel to Borden. Longbow's trackers had left clear blazes for the Duke to follow, and they were due to reach the first meeting place later that day. Pug turned to Thomas. The taller boy was sitting his horse somewhat better, though he still flapped his arms like a chicken trying to fly when they were forced to a fast trot. Gardan came riding back down the line to where the boys rode before the baggage guards.
"Be wary!" he shouted. "From here to the Great Towers is the darkest part of the Green Heart. Even the elves pass through here quickly and in numbers."
The sergeant of the Duke's guard turned his horse and galloped back to the head of the line. They travelled the balance of the day, every eye searching the forest for signs of trouble. Thomas and Pug made light conversation, with Thomas remarking on the chance of a good fight. Both boys' banter sounded hollow to the soldiers around them, who sat silent and vigilant. They reached the place of meeting just before sundown. It was a clearing of considerable size, with several tree stumps grown over with ground cover that peeked through the snow, showing that the trees had been harvested long ago. The fresh horses stood in a picket, each tied to a long line, while 6 guards stood careful watch around them. When the Duke's party had ridden up, they had weapons ready. They lowered their weapons when they saw the familiar banner of Criddy. These were men of Kars, who wore the scarlet tabard of Baron Bellamy, quartered by a gold cross, a golden griffin rampant over their hearts. The shield of each man bore the same device. The sergeant of the 6 guards saluted. "Well met, my lord." Boric acknowledged the salute. "The horses?" he asked simply. "They're fit, lord, and restless from waiting, as are the men." Boric dismounted. Another soldier of Kars took his horse's reins. "Trouble?" "None, my lord, but this place is suited for other than honest men. All last night we stood watchers by twos and felt the crawl of eyes upon us." The sergeant was a scarred veteran who had fought goblins and bandits in his day. He was not the type to give in to flights of imagination, and the Duke acknowledged this. "Double the watch this night. You will escort the horses back to your garrison tomorrow. I would rather have them rested a day, but this is a poor place." Prince Aretha came forward. "I have also felt eyes upon us for the last few hours, father." Boric turned to the sergeant.
It may be that we have been shadowed by a band of brigands seeking to judge our mission. I will send 2 men back with you, for 50 men or 48 is of little difference, but 8 is a far better number than 6.
If the sergeant felt any relief at this, he did not show it, simply saying, "I thank my lord." Boric dismissed the man, and with Aratha walked toward the centre of the camp, where a large fire was burning. The soldiers were erecting rude shelters against the night wind, as they had each night of the journey. Boric saw 2 mules with the horses, and noted that bales of hay had been brought along. Aratha followed his gaze. "Bellamy is a prudent man. He serves your grace well." Culgan, Garden, and the boys approached the 2 nobles, who stood warming themselves before the fire. Darkness was descending quickly. Even at noon there was little light in the snow-shrouded forest. Boric looked around and shivered from more than the cold. "This is an ill-omened place. We will do well to be away as soon as possible." They ate a quick meal and turned in. Pug and Thomas lay close, starting at every strange sound, until fatigue lulled them to sleep. The Duke's company passed deep into the forest, through glades so thick that often the trackers had had to change their course, doubling back to find another way for the horses, marking the trail as they went. Much of this forest was dark and twisted, with choking underbrush that impeded travel. Pug said to Thomas, "I doubt the sun ever shines here." He spoke in soft tones. Thomas slowly nodded, his eyes watching the trees. Since leaving the men from Cast 3 days ago, they had felt more tension each passing day. The noises of the forest had lessened as they moved deeper into the trees, until they now rode in silence. It was as if the animals and birds themselves shunned this part of the forest. Pug knew it was only because there were few animals that hadn't migrated south or gone into hibernation, but that knowledge didn't lessen his and Thomas's dread. Thomas slowed down. "I feel something terrible's about to happen." Pug said, "You've been saying that for 2 days now." After a minute he added, "I hope we don't have to fight. I don't know how to use this sword, in spite of what you tried to show me." "Here," said Thomas, holding something out. Pug took it and found a small pouch, inside of which was a collection of small, smooth rocks and a sling. "I thought you might feel better with a sling. I brought one too." They rode for another hour, then stopped to rest the horses and eat a cold meal. It was mid-morning, and Gardan inspected each horse, ensuring it was fit. No soldier was given a chance to overlook the slightest possible injury or illness. Should a horse falter, its rider would have to double up with another, and those 2 would have to return as best they could, for the Duke could not wait for such a delay. This far from any safe haven, it was something no one wished to think about or discuss aloud. They were due to meet the 2nd detachment of horses at mid-afternoon. The breakneck pace of the first 4 days had given way to a careful walk, for to rush through the trees would be dangerous. At the rate they were progressing, they would be on time. Still, the Duke was chafing at the slow pace. On and on they rode, at times having to stop while guards drew swords and cut at the brush before them, their sword blows echoing through the stillness of the forest as they followed the narrow path left by the trackers. Pug was lost in thoughts of Carline when, later, a shout erupted from the front of the column, out of sight of the boys. Suddenly, the horsemen near Pug and Thomas were charging forward, oblivious to the thicket around them, dodging low-hanging branches by instinct. Pug and Thomas spurred their horses after the others, and soon their senses recorded a blur of brown and white as snow-spotted trees seemed to fly past. They stayed low, close to the necks of their mounts, avoiding most tree branches while they struggled to stay aboard. Pug looked over his shoulder and saw Thomas falling behind. Branches and twigs caught at Pug's cloak as he crashed through the forest into a clearing. The sounds of battle assaulted his ears, and the boy saw fighting in progress. The remount horses were trying to pull up their stakes, while fighting exploded around them. Pug could only vaguely make out the form of combatants, dark, shrouded shapes slashing upward with swords at the horsemen. A figure broke away and came running toward him, avoiding the blow of a guard a few yards ahead of Pug. The strange warrior grinned wickedly at Pug, seeing only the boy before him. Raising his sword for a blow, the fighter screamed and clawed at his face as blood ran between his fingers. Thomas had reined in behind Pug and, with a yell, let fly with another stone. "I thought you'd get yourself into trouble," he shouted. He spurred his horse forward and rode over the fallen figure. Pug sat rooted for a moment, then spurred his own horse. Pulling out his sling, he let fly at a couple of targets, but couldn't be sure if the stone struck. Suddenly, Pug was in a place of calm in the fighting. On all sides he could see figures in dark grey cloaks and leather armour pouring out from the forest. They looked like elves, save their hair was darker, and they shouted in a language unpleasant to Pug's ears. Arrows flew from the trees, emptying saddles of Criddy horsemen. Lying about were bodies of both attackers and soldiers. Pug saw the lifeless bodies of a dozen men of Carse, as well as Longbow's 2 lead trackers tied to stakes in lifelike poses around the campfire. Scarlet bloodstains spotted the white snow beside them. The ruse had worked, for the Duke had ridden straight into the clearing, and now the trap was sprung. Lord Borwick's voice rang out over the fray. "To me! To me! We are surrounded!" Pug looked about for Thomas as he frantically kicked his mount toward the Duke and his gathering men. Arrows filled the air, and the screams of the dying echoed in the glade. Borwick shouted, "This way!" and the survivors followed him. They crashed into the forest, riding over attacking bowmen. Shouts followed them while they galloped away from the ambush, keeping low over the necks of their mounts, avoiding arrows and low-hanging branches. Pug frantically pulled his horse aside, avoiding a large tree. He looked about, but could not see Thomas. Fixing his gaze upon the back of another horseman, Pug determined to concentrate on one thing only, not losing sight of the man's back. Strange, loud cries could be heard from behind, and other voices answered from one side. Pug's mouth was dry, and his hands sweating in the heavy gloves he wore. They sped through the forest, shouts and cries echoing around them. Pug lost track of the distance covered, but he thought it surely a mile or more. Still the voices shouted in the forest, calling to the others the course of the Duke's flight. Suddenly Pug was crashing through the thick underbrush, forcing his lathered, panting horse up a small but steep rise. All around him was a gloom of grey and greens, broken only by patches of white. Atop the rise, the Duke waited, his sword drawn, as others pulled up around him. Arthur sat by his father, his face covered with perspiration in spite of the cold. Panting horses and exhausted guards gathered around. Pug was relieved to see Thomas beside Culgan and Gardan. When the last rider approached, Lord Borwick said, "How many?" Gardan surveyed the survivors and said, "We've lost 18 men, have 6 wounded, and all the mules and baggage were taken." Borwick nodded. "Rest the horses a moment. They'll come." Arthur said, "Are we to stand, father?" Borwick shook his head. "There are too many of them. At least 100 struck the clearing." He spat. "We rode into that ambush like a rabbit into a snare." He glanced about. "We've lost nearly half our company." Pug asked a soldier sitting beside him, "Who were they?" The soldier looked at Pug. "The Brotherhood of the Dark Path, Squire. Make a holy visit every one of the bastards with piles," he answered, invoking the vengeance god. The soldier indicated a circle around them with his hand. "Small bands of them travel through the Green Heart, though they mostly live in the mountains east of here and way up in the Northlands. That was more than I'd have bargained was around. Curse the luck." Voices shouted from behind, and the Duke said, "They come! Ride!" The survivors wheeled and rode off, again racing through the trees ahead of their pursuers. Time became suspended for Pug as he negotiated the dangerous course through the dense forest. Twice men nearby screamed, whether from striking branches or from arrows Pug didn't know.
Again they came to a clearing, and the Duke signalled a halt. Gardan said, "Your Grace, the horses can't endure much more of this." Boric struck his saddle horn in frustration, his face dark with anger. "Damn them! And where are we?" Pug looked about. He had no idea where they stood in relationship to the original site of attack, and, from the looks on the faces around him, no one else did either. Aretha said, "We must strike eastward, father, and make for the mountains." Boric nodded. "But which way lies east?" The tall trees and overcast sky with its diffused sunlight conspired to deny them any point of reference. Kargan said,
"One moment, Your Grace,"
and closed his eyes. Again, shouts of pursuit echoed through the trees. As Kargan opened his eyes and pointed,
"That way. There lies the east."
Without question or comment, the Duke spurred his horse in the indicated direction, motioning for the others to follow. Pug felt a strong urge to be near someone familiar, and tried to rejoin Thomas, but couldn't make his way through the press of riders. He swallowed hard, and admitted to himself he was badly scared. The grim faces of the nearby soldiers told him he was not alone in that feeling. More time passed as they raced through the dark corridors of the Green Hart. Every advance along the escape route was accompanied by the echoing cries of Dark Brothers as they alerted others of the fugitives' route. Occasionally, Pug would spy a shape loping along in the distance, quickly lost in the darkness of the trees as it ran a parallel course. The accompanying runners did not seek to hinder them, but always they were near. Once more the Duke ordered a halt. Turning to Gardan, he said, "Skirmishers! Find out how close they follow. We must have rest." Gardan indicated 3 men, who quickly leapt from their horses and ran back along the route of their retreat. A single clash of steel and a strangled cry heralded their encounter with the closest Dark Brother tracker. "Damn them," said the Duke. "They're herding us in a circle, seeking to bring us back into their main strength. Already we're moving more north than east." Pug took the opportunity to move next to Thomas. The horses were panting and shivering as perspiration steamed off them in the cold. Thomas managed a feeble smile but said nothing. Men moved quickly among the horses, checking for injury. In a few minutes, the skirmishers returned at a run. Panting, one said, "Lord, they're close behind. 50, 60 at least." "How long?" The man stood with perspiration pouring down his face as he answered, 5 minutes, my lord." With grim humour he said, "The 2 we killed will make them pause, but no more time than that." Boric said to the company, "We rest a moment, then we ride." Aretha said, "A moment or an hour, what does it matter? The horses are done. We should stand before more brothers come to the call." Boric shook his head. "I must get through to Erland. He must know of the coming of the Tsurani." An arrow, quickly followed by a second, flew from the nearby trees, and another rider fell. Boric shouted, "Ride!" They cantered the exhausted horses deeper into the woods, then slowed to a walk while they kept watch for the coming attack. The Duke used hand signals to deploy the line of soldiers so they might swing to either flank and charge on command. Horses blew foam as their nostrils distended, and Pug knew they were close to dropping. "Why don't they attack?" whispered Thomas. "I don't know," answered Pug. "They just harry us from the sides and behind." The Duke
raised his hand, and the column halted. No sounds of pursuit could be heard. He turned and spoke in a low tone.
"They may have lost us. Pass the word to inspect your mounts."
An arrow sped past his head, missing him by inches. "Forward!" he shouted, and they began a ragged trot along the path they had been following. Gardan shouted,
"My lord, it seems they wish us to keep moving."
In a harsh whisper, Boric swore, then asked,
"Culgan, which way lies east?"
The magician closed his eyes again, and Pug knew he was tiring himself with this particular spell. Not difficult if one was standing calmly. It had to be fatiguing him under these conditions. Culgan's eyes opened, and he pointed to the right. The column was heading northward. Arthur said, "Again they slowly turn us farther back into their main strength." Raising his voice, Boric said,
"Only fools or children would keep to this route. On my command, wheel to the right and charge."
He waited as every man readied his weapons and made silent prayers to their gods that the horses could withstand one more gallop. Then the Duke shouted, "Now!" As a body, the column wheeled to the right, and riders spurred their flagging mounts. Arrows came pouring from the trees, and men and horses screamed. Pug ducked under a branch, desperately holding on to the reins while he fumbled with sword and shield. He felt the shield slipping and, as he struggled with it, sensed his horse slowing. He couldn't exercise the needed control over the animal and manage the weapons at the same time. Pug reined in, risking a momentary stop to put his equipment right. A noise made him look to the right. Standing less than 5 yards away was a bowman of the Brotherhood of the Dark Path. Pug stayed, rooted for a moment, as did the bowman. Pug was struck by his resemblance to the elf prince Caelin. There was little to distinguish the two races, nearly the same in height and build, save hair and eyes. The creature's bowstring had snapped, and he stood with dark eyes fixed upon Pug, while calmly setting about restringing his bow. Pug's astonishment at finding the Dark Brother standing so close to him momentarily caused him to forget the reason he had halted. He sat numbly, watching the bowman preparing his weapon, entranced by the dark elf's coolly efficient manner. Then he was pulling an arrow from his quiver in a fluid motion and fitting the shaft to the bowstring. Sudden alarm made Pug act. His staggering horse answered his frantic kicks and was off again. He didn't see the bowman's arrow, but heard and felt it speed past his ear. Then he was back to a gallop. The bowman lost behind as Pug overtook the Duke's company. Noise from ahead made Pug urge his horse on, though the poor animal was giving every indication it was moving as fast as possible. Pug wove through the forest, the gloom making it difficult to negotiate. Abruptly, he was behind a rider wearing the Duke's colours, and then passing the man, as Pug's horse proved fresher for carrying a lighter rider. The terrain became more hilly, and Pug wondered if they were entering the foothills of the Grey Towers. A horse's scream caused Pug to glance behind. He saw the soldier he had passed thrown as his mount collapsed, foaming blood spurting from the animal's nose. Pug and another rider halted, and the soldier turned back, riding over to where the first man stood. He extended his hand to offer the fallen man a double ride. The fallen soldier just shook his head as he struck the standing horse on the rump, sending it ahead again. Pug knew the second man's horse could barely carry one rider, never two. The fallen rider pulled his sword and put down the injured horse, then turned to wait for the pursuing Dark Brothers. Pug found his eyes tearing as he contemplated the man's courage. The other soldier shouted something over his shoulder that was lost to the boy. Then suddenly he was riding by. He shouted, "Move, squire!" Pug put heels to the sides of his horse, and the animal picked up a staggering trot. The fleeing column continued on its stumbling, exhausted flight, Pug moving up through the company of riders to a place near the Duke. After a few minutes, Lord Boric signalled for them to slow. They entered another clearing. Boric surveyed his company. A look of helpless rage crossed his face, to be replaced by surprise. He held his hand aloft, and the riders stopped their milling about. Shouts sounded in the forest, but from some distance away. Arthur, eyes wide with wonder, said, "Have we lost them?" Slowly the Duke nodded, his attention focused on the distant shouts.
"For the moment. When we broke through the archers, we must have slipped behind their pursuit. They'll discover that fact shortly and double back. We have 10-15 minutes at best." He looked over his ragged company. "If only we could find a place to hide." Kalgan moved his staggering horse alongside the Duke.
"My lord, I might have a solution, though it is risky and might prove fatal."
Boric said, "No more fatal than waiting for them to come for us. What is your plan?"
"I have an amulet which can control weather. I had planned to save it against possible storms at sea, for its use is limited. I may be able to mask our whereabouts with it. Let every man gather his horse at the far end of the clearing near the outcropping of rock. Have them silence the animals."
Boric ordered it done, and the animals were moved to the opposite end of the clearing. Reassuring hands gentled exhausted and excited horses, quieting the mounts after their long flight. They had gathered at the highest end of a narrow clearing, their backs to an outcropping of granite that rose overhead like a grey fist. On three sides the ground sloped away gently. Kalgan began to walk along the perimeter of the compact company. He chanted in a low voice, waving the amulet in an intricate pattern. Slowly, the grey afternoon light faded, and a mist began to gather around him. At first only light wisps appeared nearby. Then other, more substantial patches of moisture formed, becoming light fog. Soon the air between the Duke's company and the tree line grew hazy. Kalgan moved more quickly, and the fog deepened, filling the clearing with whiteness, moving outward from the magician into the trees on all sides. Within a few minutes it was impossible to see beyond a few yards. On and on paced Kalgan, sending thicker blankets of haze to obscure the already grey light in the trees. The clearing slowly became darker as the gloomy fog deepened with every incantation made by the magician. Then Kalgan stopped and turned to the Duke, whispering,
"All must remain quiet. Should the dark elves wander blindly into the fog, the sloping terrain will, I hope, guide them past on one side or the other as they come around the rocks. But let no man move. Any sound will defeat us." Each man nodded, understanding the danger coming fast. They would stand in the centre of this deep fog in the hope that the Dark Brothers would walk past, putting the Duke and his men once more behind them. It was an all-or-nothing gambit, for should they win free, there was a good chance they would be far removed from this spot when the Brotherhood once more backtracked. Pug looked at Thomas and whispered, "It's a good thing it's rocky here, else we'd leave some pretty tracks." Thomas nodded, too frightened to speak. A nearby guard motioned for Pug to be silent, and the young squire nodded. Gardan and several guards with the Duke and Arthur took up position near the front of the company, weapons ready should the ploy fail. Shouts grew louder as the Dark Brotherhood returned along their trail. Kalgan stood near the Duke, enchanting quietly, gathering more mist around him, then sending it forth. Pug knew the mist would be expanding rapidly, shrouding a continuously larger area as long as Kalgan continued to incant. Every extra minute would encompass more of the Green Heart in fog, making it increasingly more difficult for the attackers to find them. Pug felt wetness on his cheek and looked up. Snow was beginning to fall. With apprehension he looked to the mist to see if the newly arriving snow was affecting it. He watched a tense minute, then silently sighed with relief, for, if anything, the snow was adding to the masking effects of the fog. A soft footfall could be heard nearby. Pug froze, as did every man near him.
A voice rang out in the Brotherhood's strange language. Pug felt an itch between his shoulders but refused to move, fighting to ignore the nagging sensation on his back. He glanced sideways at Thomas. Thomas stood stock still, his hand on his horse's muzzle, looking like a statue in the haze. Like every other remaining horse, Thomas's mount knew the hand upon his face was a command for quiet. Another voice rang out in the mist, and Pug nearly jumped. It sounded as if the caller were standing directly in front of him. Again the answering call came, sounding farther away. Gardan stood directly before Pug, who saw the sergeant's back twitch. Gardan slowly knelt, silently laying his sword and shield on the ground. He rose up, still moving slowly, pulling his belt knife. Then suddenly he stepped into the mist, his movements as quick and fluid as a cat disappearing into the night. There was a faint sound, and Gardan reappeared. Before him struggled the form of a dark brother, one of Gardan's huge black hands clamped tightly over the creature's mouth. The other arm was choking its throat. Pug could see the sergeant couldn't risk letting go for the brief instant needed to plunge the knife in its back. Gardan gritted his teeth in pain as the creature raked the sergeant's aim with claw-like nails. Its eyes bulged as it fought to breathe. Gardan stood, rooted to the spot, holding the dark brother off the ground by main force as it struggled to get free. The creature's face turned red, then purple, as Gardan choked the life from it. Blood from the creature's raking nails flowed freely down Gardan's arm, but the powerful soldier barely moved at all. Then the dark brother went limp, and Gardan gave it a final throat-crushing jerk of his arm and let the creature slide silently to the ground. Gardan's eyes were wide with exertion, and he panted quietly as he regained his breath. Slowly he turned, knelt, and replaced his knife. Recovering his sword and shield, he stood, resuming his watch in the mist. Pug felt nothing but awe and admiration for the sergeant. But like the others, he could only silently watch. Time passed, and the voices grew more faint as they sounded their angry inquiries to one another, seeking the fugitive's hiding place. The voices moved off, and then, like a long sigh of relief heaved by all in the clearing, it was silent. The Duke whispered, "They are past. Lead the horses. We go east." Pug looked about in the gloom. Ahead, Duke Boric and Prince Arthur led the way. Gardan stayed beside Culgan, who was still exhausted from his magical undertaking. Thomas walked silently beside his friend. Of the 50 guardsmen who had set out with the Duke from Criddy, 13 remained. Only 6 horses had survived the day. As they had faltered, the others had been quickly put down by silent, tight-lipped riders. They trudged upward, climbing higher into the foothills. The sun had set, but the Duke ordered them onward, fearful of the return of their pursuers. The men stepped cautiously forward, tentative in the rough terrain at night. The darkness was punctuated by softly uttered oaths as men lost their footing on the icy rocks time and again. Pug plodded along, his body numb with fatigue and cold. The day had seemed an eternity, and he could not remember when he had last stopped or eaten. Once he had been handed a water-skin by a soldier, but the lone drink was a dim memory. He grabbed a handful of snow and put it in his mouth, but the melting iciness gave him little relief. The snow was falling more heavily, or at least it seemed so to Pug. He couldn't see it fall, but it struck his face with more frequency and force. It was bitterly cold, and he shivered inside his cloak. Like a booming call, the Duke's whisper sounded in the murk. "Stop! I doubt they are wandering about in the dark. We'll rest here." Arthur's whisper could be heard from somewhere ahead. "The falling snow should cover our tracks by morning." Pug dropped to his knees and pulled his cloak about himself. Thomas's voice sounded nearby. "Pug?" Softly he answered, "Here." Thomas dropped heavily beside him. "I think," he said, between panting breaths, "I'll never move again." Pug could only nod. The Duke's voice came from a short distance away. "No fires." Gardan answered,
"It's a bitter night for a cold camp, your grace."
Boric said,
"Agreed. But if those sons of hell are nearby, a fire would bring them howling down upon us. Huddle together for warmth so no one will freeze. Post guards and tell the others to sleep. When dawn breaks, I want to put as much distance between ourselves and them as possible."
Pug felt bodies begin to press around him and didn't mind the discomfort for the warmth. Soon he drifted off into a fitful doze, starting awake often during the night. Then, suddenly, it was dawn. 3 more horses died during the night, their frozen bodies lying uncovered in the snow. Pug came to his feet feeling light-headed and stiff. He shivered uncontrollably as he stamped his feet, trying to stir some life into his chilled, aching body. Thomas stirred, then awoke with a start, looking to see what was occurring. He climbed awkwardly to his feet, then joined Pug in stamping feet and swinging arms. "I've never been so cold in my life," he said, through chattering teeth. Pug looked around. They were in a hollow between large outcrops of granite, still bare and grey in patches, which rose up behind them 30 feet into the air, joining a ridge above. The ground sloped away along the path of their march, and Pug noticed the trees were thinner here. "Come along," he said to Thomas, as he began to scramble up the rocks.
"Damn!"
sounded from behind, and Pug and Thomas looked back to see Gardan kneeling over the still form of a guard. The sergeant looked at the Duke and said,
"Died in the night, your grace."
He shook his head as he added,
"He took a wound and never spoke of it."
Pug counted. Besides himself, Thomas, Kulgan, the Duke and his son, there were now just 12 soldiers. Thomas looked up at Pug, who had climbed ahead, and said,
"Where are we going?"
Pug noticed he whispered. He inclined his head upward and said, "To see what's over there." Thomas nodded, and they continued their climb. Stiff fingers protested against the need to grip hard rock, but soon Pug found himself warm again as exertion heated his body. He reached up and gripped the edge of the ridge above. He pulled himself up and over and waited for Thomas. Thomas came over the ridge, panting for breath, looked past Pug, and said, "Oh, glory!" Rising up majestically before them were the tall peaks of the grey towers. The sun rose behind, casting rose and golden highlights on the north faces of the mountains, while the western faces were still veiled in indigo darkness. The sky was clear, the snowfall over. Everywhere they looked, the scenery was draped in white. Pug waved toward Gardan. The sergeant walked up to the base of the rocks, climbed a short way, and said,
"What is it?"
Pug said,
"The great towers, no more than 5 miles away."
Gardan waved for the boys to return, and they scrambled down, falling the last few feet to land with a thump. With their destination in sight, they felt revived. They came to where Gardan stood in conference with the Duke, Aratha, and Kulgan. Boric spoke softly, his words carrying clearly in the crisp morning air.
"Take whatever is left on the dead animals and divide it among the men. Bring the remaining horses, but no one rides. No use covering the animals, for we'll make broad tracks anyway."
Gardan saluted and began circulating among the soldiers. They stood about in pairs or singly, eyes watching for signs of possible pursuit. Boric said to Kulgan,
"Have you any idea where the South Pass lies?"
"I will try to use my magic sight, my lord."
Kulgan concentrated, and Pug watched closely, for seeing with the mind's eye was another of the feats that had eluded him in his studies. It was akin to using the crystal, but less pictorial, more an impression of where something was in relation to the spellcaster. After a few minutes of silence, Kulgan said,
"I cannot tell, sire. If I had been there before, then perhaps, but I get no impression of where the pass may lie."
Boric nodded.
"I wish Longbow were here. He knows the landmarks of the area."
He turned to the east, as if seeing the grey towers through the intervening ridge.
"One mountain looks much like another to me."
Aratha said, "Father, to the north?" Boric smiled a little at Aratha's logic.
"Yes. If the pass lies northward, we still might chance across it before it's impassable. Once across the mountains, the weather will prove milder in the east. At least, that is the rule this time of year. We should be able to walk to Borden. If we are already north of the pass, then we will eventually reach the dwarfs. They will shelter us and perhaps know another route to the east."
He inspected his exhausted company.
"With 3 horses and snow melted for drinking water, we should last another week."
He looked around, studying the sky.
"If the weather holds."
Kulgan said,
"We should be free of bad weather in 2, perhaps 3 days. Farther into the future I cannot judge."
A distant shout echoed over the trees, from deep within the forest below. Instantly everyone was still. Boric looked to Gardan.
"Sergeant, how far away do you judge them?"
Gardan listened.
"It's hard to say, my lord. 1 mile, 2, maybe more. Sound carries oddly in the forest, more so when it's this cold."
Boric nodded. "Gather the men. We leave now." Pug's fingertips bled through his torn gloves. At every opportunity during the day, the Duke had kept the men travelling over rock to prevent Dark Brotherhood trackers from following. Every hour guards had been sent back to cut false trails over their own, pulling blankets taken from the dead horses behind, obscuring the tracks as best they could. They stood at the edge of a clearing, a circle of bare rock surrounded on all sides by scattered pines and aspens. The trees had grown progressively thinner as they moved up into the mountains, staying on the rougher, higher terrain rather than risk being followed. Since dawn, they had moved northeast, following a ridge of rugged hills towards the grey towers. But, to Pug's dismay, the mountains seemed no closer. The sun stood high overhead, but Pug felt little of its warmth, for a cold wind blew down from the heights of the grey towers. Pug heard Kulgan's voice some distance behind.
"As long as the wind is from the northeast, we'll have no snow, as any moisture will have fallen on the peaks. Should the wind shift and come from the west or northwest from off the endless sea, we'll have more snow."
Kulgan panted as he scrambled along the rocks, balancing on the slippery surface. "Kulgan, must we have lessons too?" Several men laughed, and momentarily the grim tension of the last 2 days lessened. They reached a large flat before another upward rise, and the Duke ordered a halt.
"Build a fire and slaughter an animal. We'll wait here for the last rear guard."
Gardan quickly sent men to gather wood in the trees, and one was given 2 of the horses to lead away. The high-strung mounts were footsore, tired, and unfed, and, in spite of their training, Gardan wanted them removed from the smell of blood. The chosen horse screamed, then was suddenly silent, and when the fires were ready, the soldiers placed spits over the flames. Soon the aroma of roasting meat filled the air. In spite of his anticipated distaste, Pug found his mouth watering at the smell. In a while he was handed a stick with a large piece of roasted liver on it, which he wolfed down. Nearby, Thomas was doing equal justice to a portion of sizzling haunch. When they were done eating, the still hot meat left over was wrapped with strips from horse blankets and torn tabards, then divided among the men. Pug and Thomas sat by Kulgan as men broke camp, putting out fires, covering signs of passing, and readying for the resumption of the march. Gardan came to the Duke.
My lord, the rear guard is overdue.
Boric nodded.
I know. They should have returned a half-hour ago.
He peered down the hillside toward the huge forest, mist-shrouded in the distance.
We'll wait 5 more minutes, then we will go.
They waited in silence, but the guards didn't return. Finally, Gardan gave the order.
All right, lads. Off we go.
The men formed up behind the Duke and Kulgan, and the boys fell in at the rear. Pug counted. There were only 10 soldiers left. 2 days later, the howling winds came, icy knives ripping at exposed flesh. Cloaks were gathered around each figure, tramping slowly northward, leaning into the wind. Rags had been torn and tied around boots in a feeble attempt to hold off frostbite. Pug tried vainly to keep his eyelashes free of ice, but the harsh wind made his eyes tear, and the drops quickly froze, blurring his vision. Pug heard Kulgan's voice above the wind.
My lord, a storm comes. We must find shelter or perish.
The Duke nodded and waved 2 men ahead to seek shelter. The 2 set off at a stumbling run, moving only slightly faster than the others, but valiantly putting their remaining meagre strength into the task. Clouds began to roll in from the northwest, and the skies darkened.
"How much time, Kulgan?"
shouted the Duke over the shrieking wind. The magician waved his hand above his head as the wind blew his hair and beard back from his face, exposing his high forehead.
An hour at most.
The Duke nodded again and exhorted his men to move along. A sad sound, a neighing cry, pierced the wind, and a soldier called out that the last horse was down. Boric stopped and with a curse ordered it slaughtered as quickly as possible. Soldiers butchered the animal, steaming hunks of meat being cut away to chill in the snow where they were cast before they could be wrapped. When they were done, the meat was divided among the men.
"If we can find shelter, we will build a fire and cook the meat," the Duke shouted.
Silently, Pug added that if they couldn't find shelter, they'd have little use for the meat. They resumed their march. A short time later, the 2 guards returned with the news of a cave less than a quarter-mile distant. The Duke ordered them to show the way. Snow began to fall, whipped by the driving wind. The sky was now dark, limiting visibility to only a few hundred feet. Pug felt lightheaded and had to struggle to pull his feet from the resisting snow. Both hands were numb, and he wondered if he was frostbitten. Thomas looked slightly better, being somewhat hardier by nature, but he was also too exhausted to speak. He just plodded along beside his friend. Suddenly, Pug was lying face down in the snow, feeling surprisingly warm and sleepy. Thomas knelt beside the fallen magician's apprentice. He shook Pug, and the nearly unconscious boy groaned.
"Get up!" Thomas shouted. "It's only a little way farther."
Pug struggled upright, aided by Thomas and one of the soldiers. When he was standing, Thomas indicated to the soldier he could take care of his friend. The soldier nodded, but stayed near. Thomas loosened one of the many strips of blanket tied around him for warmth, knotted one end to Pug's belt, and half-guided, half-pulled the smaller boy along. The boys followed the guard who had helped them around an outcropping of rock and found themselves at the mouth of a cave. They staggered forward a few steps into the sheltering darkness, then fell to the stone floor. In contrast to the biting wind outside, the cave seemed warm, and they lapsed into an exhausted sleep. Pug awoke to the smell of cooking horse meat. He roused himself and saw it was dark outside beyond the fire. Piles of branches and deadwood were heaped nearby, and men were carefully feeding the fire. Others stood by, roasting pieces of meat. Pug flexed his fingers and found them painfully sore, but as he peeled off his tattered gloves, he saw no signs of frostbite. He nudged Thomas awake, and the other boy raised himself up on his elbows, blinking at the firelight. Gardan stood on the other side of the fire, speaking with a guard. The Duke sat nearby, in quiet conversation with his son and Kulgan. Beyond Gardan and the guard, Pug could see only blackness. He couldn't remember what time of day it had been when they found the cave, but he and Thomas must have slept for hours. Colgan saw them stirring and came over.
"How do you feel?"
he asked, a look of concern on his face. The boys indicated they felt all right, considering the circumstances. Pug and Thomas doffed their boots at Colgan's orders, and he was pleased to report they had suffered no frostbite, though one of the soldiers, he said, hadn't been as lucky. "How long were we asleep?" asked Pug.
"Throughout last night, and all this day,"
said the magician with a sigh. Then Pug noticed signs that a lot of work had been done. Besides the brush being cut, he and Thomas had been covered by some of the blankets. A pair of snared rabbits hung near the cave mouth, with a row of freshly filled water skins stacked near the fire. "You could have woken us," Pug said, a note of worry in his voice. Colgan shook his head.
"The Duke wouldn't have moved until the storm had passed, and that was only a few hours ago. In any event, you and Thomas weren't the only tired ones here. I doubt even the hard..."
We've all been there. A speeding ticket. And not just any speeding ticket. A speeding ticket while on a trip abroad. And that comes with all kinds of problems, like late penalties and foreign language barriers, or government websites that only accept obscure ways of payment. It's time for a revolution. With PayTicket, your foreign parking ticket problems are a thing of the past. Simply input your information, such as name, email, and country of residence. Take a quick photo of your ticket, plug in your credit card details, and click Send. And PayTicket will take care of the rest. No matter what kind of traffic or parking violation you may have to pay, PayTicket makes it easier. Simple, fast, hassle-free. That's PayTicket.
That's all right. No, this is true.
Stunning video templates. Each video maker is carefully designed to look professional. Our video makers are super easy to use and let anyone with an internet connection create high quality videos in seconds. Edit logos, mockups, videos, and design templates with just a few clicks. Each template is carefully made by design experts, so your work will always look great. Get started with the best video maker at Plazy.net.
Sweet Evil by Wendy Higgins. Performed by Aaron Mallon. Prologue. Convent of Our Mother Mary, Los Angeles. Nearly 16 years ago. The newborn wailed as the midwife wrapped her in a receiving blanket and quickly handed her to Sister Ruth. Even stooped with age, the oldest nun at the convent exuded a regal air as she shushed the tiny bundle, attempting to shield her from the sight of her mother's last breaths. In the corner of the sterile room, a large man with a smooth-shaved head and goatee stood watching. Darkness fell over his face as the young midwife tried to resuscitate the woman on the bed. Sweat ran down the midwife's temples as she continued chest compressions. She shook her head and spoke in a panicked murmur. "Where's the doctor? He should be here by now." The midwife didn't see the soft shimmer of mist rise from the patient's chest, then linger in the air above her body, but the man in the corner did. His eyes widened as another vapor, even stronger than the first, arose from the woman's lifeless form. It took shape, a winged being of blinding purity. Sister Ruth gasped in wonder, then shifted the baby from her shoulder and cradled her upward to let her face show. The larger spirit swooped down and covered the infant girl in a kiss as soft as a breeze. It moved next to the man in the corner, who choked out a single sob, reaching for her. A tear escaped before he reined in his emotion. The spirit remained in front of him for one moment longer, before gathering the weaker spirit into her arms and floating away, as if on a wisp of wind. "I'm sorry. I don't know what happened." The midwife's voice and hands shook as she pulled the sheet up over the woman's small body. She crossed herself and closed her eyes. "You did all you could," Sister Ruth said with gentleness. "It was her time." The silent, fearsome man looked away from the bed and fixed his hard eyes on the baby. Sister Ruth hesitated before angling the child outward for him to see. The newborn let out a whimper, and her dark eyes opened wide. For the briefest moment, his features softened. Their shared gaze was severed as the door banged open and the midwife screamed. Police rushed in, filling the small space. Sister Ruth backed against the wall and held the baby close. "Dear God above," she whispered. The man in the corner appeared unfazed as cops surrounded him. "Jonathan LeGray?" asked the officer in front. "Also known as John Gray?" "That's me," he responded in a raspy, gruff voice, lifting his frown-lined face into a wicked smile of defiance and danger. He did not fight when they surged forward with handcuffs, reading him his rights. "You're under arrest for trafficking illegal drugs across state and international borders." As they pulled Jonathan LeGray from the room, citing a list of crimes, he turned again to look at the baby girl, giving her a tight, ironic grin. "Just say no to drugs, will you, kid?" With that, he was yanked from sight, and the baby's wail rose again. Pleasure is the bait of sin. Plato. Chapter 1. Lies and Lust. I tugged the jean skirt down and tried not to fidget with the straps of the tank top as we stood in line for the show. My shoulders and arms felt naked. The outfit had been picked out for me by Jay's older sister as an early 16th birthday present, and Jay got us tickets to see a few local bands play, including his latest band infatuation, Lascivious. Their name alone was a strike against them, but I wore a smile on my face for Jay's sake. He was my best friend, after all, my only friend. People at school assumed something was going on with Jay and me, but they were wrong. I didn't like him like that, and there was no question he didn't like me in that way either. I knew his feelings. I could literally see them and feel them if I allowed myself. Jay was in his element now, tapping his fingers against his hips. He radiated excitement that I could see around his body as a blinding yellow-orange hue. I let myself soak in his good mood. He ran a hand over his thick, short-cropped blonde hair, then pinched the square tuft of hair under his bottom lip. He was stout and short for a guy, but still a good bit taller than me. A loud song with a thumping beat rang from Jay's pocket. He gave me a goofy grin and began to bop his head back and forth to the rhythm. Oh no, not the crazy booty dance. Please don't, I begged. Jay broke into his funky ringtone dance, shoulders bouncing and hips moving from side to side. People around us stepped away, surprised, then began to laugh and cheer him on. I pressed my fingers against my lips to hide an embarrassed smile. Just as the ringtone was about to end, he gave a little bow, straightened up, and answered the call. "Sup," he said. "Dude, we're still in line. Where you at?" It must have been Gregory. "Did you bring our CDs?" "All right, sweet. See you in there." He shoved the phone into his pocket. I rubbed my bare arms. It had been a gorgeous spring day in Atlanta, but the air temperature dropped when the sun disappeared behind the tall buildings. We lived an hour north in the small town of Cartersville. It was strange to be in the city, especially at night. Streetlights came to life above us, and the crowd grew louder with the arrival of dusk. "Don't look now," Jay leaned over to whisper, "but the dude at 3 o'clock is checking you out." I immediately looked, and Jay grunted. How funny. The guy really was looking at me, albeit with bloodshot eyes. He gave me a nod, and I had to suppress a ridiculously girly giggle as I turned back around. I busied myself playing with a strand of my dirty blonde hair. "You should talk to him," Jay said. "No way. Why not?" "He's high," I whispered. "You don't know that." But I did. The colors of someone's emotions blurred when their bodies were under the influence. That guy's were fuzzy at best. Seeing emotions as colors was an extension of my ability to sense others' feelings, their auras. I'd had the gift since infancy. The color spectrum was complicated, as were emotions, with shades of a color meaning different things. To simplify, positive feelings were always colors ranging from bright to pastel. Negative feelings were shades of black, with a few exceptions. Envy was green, pride was purple, and lust was red. That was a popular one. The colors mesmerized me, the way they shifted and changed, sometimes slow and sometimes in rapid succession. I tried not to read people constantly or to stare. It seemed like an invasion of privacy. Nobody knew what I could do, not even Jay or my adoptive mother, Patty. The line for the club moved slowly. I adjusted my skirt again and looked down to evaluate the decency of its length. "It's fine, Anna." At least my legs had a little muscle these days, instead of looking like a pair of toothpicks. Although I'd been pegged with nicknames like Twiggy and Sticks growing up, I didn't obsess about my figure, or lack of one. Padded bras were a helpful invention, and I was satisfied with the 2 small indentations in my sides that passed for a waist. Running had become my new pastime 5 weeks ago, after I'd read how my body is the temple of my soul. Healthy temple. Check. As we moved up a few more steps, Jay rubbed his palms together. "You know," he said, "I could probably get us drinks when we get inside." "No drinks," I immediately answered, my heart quickening its pace. "Fine, I know. No drinks, no drugs, no nothing." He imitated me, fluttering his eyes, then nudged me with his elbow to show he was only kidding, as if he could be mean anyway. But he knew I had an abnormal aversion to substances. Even now, his comment about drugs and alcohol caused an uncomfortable, almost physical reaction within me. It felt like an urgent, greedy pushing and pulling. I took a deep breath to calm down. We finally made our way to the front of the line, where a young bouncer snapped an underage wristband on me and gave me an appraising look, eyes scanning my waist-length hair before raising the velvet rope. I rushed under it, with Jay on my heels. "For real, Anna, Don't let me stand in the way of all these dudes tonight. Jay laughed behind me, raising his voice as we entered the already packed room, music thumping. I knew I should have put my hair up before we came, but Jay's sister Jana had insisted on my keeping it down. I pulled my hair over my shoulder and wound it into a rope with my finger, looking around at the tightly packed crowd and wincing slightly at the noise and blasts of emotion. They only think they like me because they don't know me, I said. Jay shook his head. I hate when you say things like that. Like what? That I'm especially special? I was trying to make a joke, using the term us Southerners fondly call people who weren't right, but anger burst gray from Jay's chest, surprising me, then fizzled away. Don't talk about yourself that way. You're just shy. I was weird, and we both knew it, but I didn't like to upset him, and it felt ridiculous having a serious conversation at the top of our lungs. Jay pulled his phone from his pocket and looked at the screen as it vibrated in his hand. He grinned and handed it to me. Patty. Hello? I stuck a finger in my other ear so I could hear. I'm just checking to see if you made it safely, honey. Wow, it's really loud there. Yeah, it is. I had to shout. Everything is fine. I'll be home by 11. It was my first time going to something like this, ever. Jay had begged Patty for permission himself, and by some miracle, got her to agree. But she was not happy about it. All day she'd been as nervous as a cat at the vet. You stay right next to Jay, and if any strangers try to talk to you... I know, Patty. Don't worry, okay? Nobody's trying to talk to me. It was hard to reassure her while I was shouting and being jostled. The DJ was announcing that Lascivious would hit the stage in 5. I gotta go, I told her. The band's about to come on. I'll be safe, I promise. All right, honey. Maybe you can call me on your way home? It was not a suggestion. Okay, love you, bye. I hung up before she started talking about self-defense moves or some other crazy thing. I'd barely made it out of our apartment earlier that night because of her list of warnings. Part of me thought she might be paranoid enough to follow us to the club. Come on. I grabbed Jay's hand and pulled him into the crowd. It was an eclectic mix. Everything from punks to goths to preps. I worked us all the way to the front corner of the stage, annoying a few people with my slight pushiness, but I was careful to apologize. I figured I owed Jay a front row seat after upsetting him. The wooden stage was battered, like every other surface in the building. The club was small and boxy, but the ceilings were high. Cramming people inside and breaking every fire code in Georgia added to the atmosphere. We squeezed in just as the DJ told everyone to give it up for Lascivious. The band was greeted by a roar of cheers, and I recognized the first song as one Jay played for us on our way to school sometimes. Despite my usual tendency to be ultra-reserved, I found myself caught up in the music, jumping up and down and singing along at the top of my lungs. Jay was right there with me, doing the same. I couldn't believe it. This was fun. I bounced with the crowd, allowing myself to be caught up in the surrounding exhilaration. Dude! Jay shouted in my direction as the first song ended. They are awesome! The second song started, and it was slower. I calmed down a little and looked at the band. The lead singer oozed with pride. His dark purple aura all but drowned out his tight shirt and snug jeans. His spiked hair was styled in a stiff lean to one side. He held the microphone like a lover. The tempo sped up into a frenzy of drum beats as they hit the chorus, bringing my eyes to the drums as the wild crowd began jumping again. I noticed several things about the drummer all at once. He was focused on the task at hand, keeping perfect rhythm. Instead of a swirl of transparent colors around his torso, there was a small, concentrated starburst of bright red at his sternum. But otherwise, his aura was blank. Huh. That was strange. But before I could contemplate it too much, my eyes landed on his face. Wowza. He was smoking hot, as in H-O-T-T, hot. I'd never understood until that moment why girls insisted on adding an extra T. This guy was extra T-worthy. I examined the drummer, determined to find a flaw. Brown hair, an interesting haircut, short around the sides and back, but longer on top, hanging loose and angling across his forehead. His eyes were narrow, and his eyebrows were a bit thick and... Oh, who was I kidding? I could pick him apart, but even the shifty slant of his eyes made him more alluring to me. There was an intensity in the way he played, like he was unleashing his passion into the music, and nothing else mattered. He was feeling it, lost in it, and he was good. A light sheen of sweat shone on his arms and face, dampening and darkening the hair at his temples. Never before had I felt such instant physical attraction. The power of it was jarring. I'd noticed when guys had nice features, sure, but I was usually distracted by their emotions. Now, with the drummer's absence of an aura, I was able to watch the muscles in his biceps and forearms flex as he slammed the drumsticks down in a whirlwind of precise movement. The beat was intoxicating, bumping each nerve ending inside of me. His whole body moved fluidly, jumping with the force of the beat, his face focused and sure. I looked again at the red starburst on his chest. It was unlike anything I'd ever seen. I doubted he felt lustful at that moment, with his utter concentration on the music. It was weird. The song came to an end with one last crash of the cymbals. Then he twirled the drumsticks in his fingers before tucking them under his arm. Jay was cheering, along with the rest of the crowd. I stood there in absolute awe. "Are you having fun?" Jay asked. "Yeah, definitely," I said, still watching the drummer as he swiped the straight brown locks from his eyes and looked down at two girls screaming out to him from the other end of the stage. He gave them the cutest, nonchalant half-smile I'd ever seen. My heart sputtered. The girls screamed and jumped up and down, mega cleavage threatening to bounce right out of their low-cut shirts. The drummer's red starburst widened a notch, and I felt an unpleasant snarling, ripping feeling in my gut. Another new sensation. I wanted him to look away from them. Jealousy? Good grief. "It's not right, man," Jay said, following my stare. "Some guys have all the luck." "What?" I finally broke my trance to look at Jay. "That guy, the drummer, get this. He's a killer musician. He gets tons of chicks. His dad's loaded, and as if that wasn't enough, he's got a friggin' English accent." I had to smile at Jay's mix of envy and admiration. "What's his name?" I hollered as the third song started. "Cotton Row. Oh, and that's another thing. A cool name. Bastard." "How do you spell it?" I asked. Jay spelled it for me. "It's A-I, like Thai food," he explained. Kai, like Thai, only yummier. Gah, who was this girl invading my brain? The name Cotton Row sounded familiar. I'd never seen him before, but I'd heard of him. "How old are they?" I asked, nodding toward the band. "Juniors," Jay shouted close to my ear. Okay, I was impressed. They were only a year older than us, and they had major talent. According to Jay, these guys were the next big thing. They'd recorded a small-time record that was being shopped to labels in L.A., and they'd be touring regionally this summer. Jay was such a fanboy. An aggravated scuffle broke out behind us. I turned and saw Gregory's round face and a mop of curly brown hair above a too-large Hawaiian shirt shoving through the crowd. He was Jay's musical partner in crime. They had written a few songs together and were pretty much addicted to music. The problem was that neither of them could sing. At all.
"'Bout time, G."
Jay and Gregory did that male grab hands and bang chests together thing in the cramped space. Then Gregory and I nodded at each other. I was surprised and a little grossed out to see a flutter of red across his aura as he looked down at my legs, but it passed quickly as he turned his attention back to Jay.
"Dude, you ain't gonna believe this,"
Gregory said in his thick Georgian drawl.
"I was just talking to Doug, one of the bouncers, and he can get us backstage."
My heart danced an involuntary jig all over my insides.
"No freaking way," said Jay. "Where's the CDs?"
Gregory held up 2 CDs of their compositions and lyrics. They were good songs, but I cringed at the thought of their being given to lascivious. The band probably got that kind of thing from fans all the time. I didn't like to think of Jay and Gregory's hard work tossed aside, as if they were some desperate posers, but the 2 of them were shrouded in such happy yellow auras that I could do nothing except be supportive. As the current song ended, I watched Kaiden shush the cymbals with his fingers, then tuck the drumsticks under his arm and swish his damp hair from his eyes again. When he leaned down to pick up a water bottle, our eyes met. My breath stuck right where it was in my lungs, and the loud voices around me turned to static white noise. The drummer's lustful starburst throbbed for one gorgeous moment, and then his forehead creased, and his gaze tightened. His eyes searched all around me before coming back to my face. He broke eye contact and took a swig of his water, tossing it back to the floor in time for the next song. The brief encounter left me unnerved. "I'm going to the bathroom," I told Jay, turning to go without waiting for a response. I noticed that the crowd moved much easier when one was moving away from the stage. The air in the girls' bathroom was stagnant with smells of urine and vomit. Only one of the 3 stalls was unclogged, but that didn't seem to stop girls from using them anyway. I decided I could hold it. I reapplied my lip gloss at the mirror and was about to leave when I overheard 2 girls who had crammed themselves into one of the tiny stalls.
"I want Kaiden Rowe."
"I know, right? You should throw him your number. I want Michael, though. He can do to me what he does to that microphone." They squeezed out of the stall, giggling, and I recognized their voluptuous chests as the ones that had been in front of the stage. Both of their auras were faded. I adjusted my hair clips. Jay's sister Jana had wrangled my massive thin strands into well-organized disarray, which I was successfully ruining. I had let her dab a little makeup on my face, but she'd freaked out when I asked her to cover up the pesky freckle at the end of my upper lip. "Are you crazy? Don't ever cover your beauty mark." Why did people call it that? A freckle was not beautiful. It was a small, dark attention grabber. I hated the way everyone's eyes went to it when they talked to me. I snapped the last clip in place and scooted over so the girls could wash their hands. They shared the faucet and complained about no soap, then moved on to primping. I looked at them, so comfortable together, and wondered what it would be like to have a female friend. I was about to leave when something in their conversation stopped me.
"The bartender said Kaiden's dad is one of the head honchos at PP in New York City."
My stomach lurched. PP stood for Pristine Publications, a popular worldwide corporation that included pornographic magazines, videos, and I could only imagine what else. "No way," her friend said.
"Yes way. Hey, we should try to get backstage."
She got excited and somehow lost her balance, stepping on my foot and grasping my shoulder. I reached out to steady her.
"Oh, sorry,"
she said, leaning against me. When she seemed to have her balance, I let go of her. Out of nowhere, there was a murky tugging within me, an urge to open my mouth and say something that I knew was neither true nor nice. "I heard that guy Kaiden has gonorrhea." And there it was, out of my mouth. My heart pounded. I knew most people lied on some level, sometimes on a daily basis, but for whatever reason, I'd never been prone to tiny fibs. I didn't tell people I was fine if I wasn't. Nobody had ever asked me whether something made their butt look big, so I suppose I'd never been truly tested. All I knew was, until that moment, I had never purposely deceived anyone. The look of shock on their faces mirrored the shock I felt at myself. "Ew, are you serious?" asked the girl who had called dibs on him. I couldn't respond. "Okay, that's nasty," said the other girl. There was an awkward pause. I didn't really know what gonorrhea was, except that it was an STD. What in the world was wrong with me? I flinched when Kaiden's girl reached out and touched my hair. "Hey, oh my God, you have the softest hair. It looks like honey." Her emotional colors were so muddled from alcohol that I couldn't get a good reading, but it felt like she was sincere. Guilt soured my stomach. "Thanks," I said, feeling terrible. I couldn't leave that ugly lie sitting out there like that. I didn't really hear that about Kaiden." They both looked at me with confusion, and I swallowed, forcing myself to continue. "He doesn't have gonorrhea. I mean, not that I know of." "Why would you make that up?" The friend was more sober, and she was looking at me with deserved contempt. The drunken girl still looked confused. I contemplated playing it off like I'd been joking, but that would also be a lie, and who jokes about STDs anyway? "I don't know," I whispered. I'm sorry." I backed up and slipped out of there as fast as I could. It was a good thing, too, because Lascivious's last song was ending, and all the girls were wobbling toward the bathroom now. It was time for the bands to switch. I wrung my hands and bit my lower lip, looking for Jay as the crowd surged around me. I wanted to go home. "Anna!" Jay waved to me, and I had to chase him through the crowd toward a door where a gigantic man stood frowning, arms crossed over his chest in the classic bouncer pose. I just lied. It was all I could think about. Terrible feelings slithered around in the pit of my belly. Gregory held out a laminated card, which the bouncer glanced at before opening the door. I grabbed Jay's arm. "Wait, Jay, maybe I should just stay out here." He turned to me. "No way. Patty'll kill me if I leave you. It's all good. Come on." He pulled me through the door. We made our way around crew members who were hurriedly hauling around stage equipment. Music and raucous voices spilled from a room at the end of the hall. "Are we really doing this?" I asked, and was my voice really all high-pitched and shaky? I needed to scream. "Chill, Anna. It's fine. Be cool," Jay said. A wall of cigarette smoke and alcohol fumes hit us as we entered the warm room. I put my hands on my hips and tried to be inconspicuous as I checked for sweat marks on my tank top. When I saw small dampened spots had formed, I snapped my arms back to my sides. "Be cool," Jay had said. Like that could ever happen. It took only a few seconds of scanning the room to find him, standing in a back corner with 3 long-legged beauties who were obviously aware of the latest fashions. A ribbon of red aura wove around and between them. One of the girls pulled a cigarette from a pack. Like a magician, Kaiden whipped out a matchbook and flicked it open to light a match with one thumb. How did he do that? Jay gave my hand a tug, but I pulled away. "No, you guys go ahead. I'll wait here." I wanted to stay near the door. My stomach wasn't right. "You sure?" "Yeah, I'm fine. I'll be right here. Good luck, or break a leg, or something." As Jay and Gregory turned and headed into the crowd, my traitorous eyes returned to the corner and found another pair of eyes staring darkly back. I dropped my gaze for 3 full seconds, and then lifted my eyes again, hesitant. The drummer was still staring at me, oblivious to the 3 girls trying to win back his attention. He put up one finger at the girls and said something that looked like, "Excuse me." Oh my goodness, was he? Oh no, yes, he was walking this way. My nerves shot into high alert. I looked around, but nobody else was near. When I looked back up, there he was, standing right in front of me. Good gracious, he was sexy. A word that had not existed in my personal vocabulary until that moment. This guy was sexy like it was his job or something. He looked straight into my eyes, which threw me off guard, because nobody ever looked me in the eye like that. Maybe Patty and Jay, but they didn't hold my stare like he was doing now. He didn't look away, and I found that I couldn't take my gaze off those blue eyes.
"Who are you?"
he asked in a blunt, almost confrontational way. I blinked. It was the strangest greeting I'd ever received. "I'm Anna?"
"Right, Anna.
How very nice." I tried to focus on his words and not his luxuriously accented voice, which made everything sound lovely. He leaned in closer.
"But who are you?"
What did that mean? Did I need to have some sort of title or social standing to enter his presence? "I just came with my friend Jay." Oh, I hated when I got nervous and started talking in questions. I pointed in the general direction of the guys, but he didn't take his eyes off me. I began rambling. "They just wrote some songs, Jay and Gregory, that they wanted you to hear. Your band, I mean. They're really good." His eyes roamed all around my body, stopping to evaluate my sad, meager chest. I crossed my arms. When his gaze landed on that stupid freckle above my lip, I was hit by the scent of oranges and limes and something earthy, like the forest floor. It was pleasant in a masculine way.
"Uh-huh."
He was closer to my face now, growling in that deep voice, but looking into my eyes again.
"Very cute. And where is your angel?"
My what? Was that some kind of British slang for boyfriend? I didn't know how to answer without continuing to sound pitiful. He lifted his dark eyebrows, waiting. "If you mean Jay, he's over there talking to some man in a suit, but he's not my boyfriend or my angel or whatever." My face flushed with heat, and I tightened my arms over my chest. I'd never met anyone with an accent like his, and I was ashamed of the effect it had on me. He was obviously rude, and yet I wanted him to keep talking to me. It didn't make any sense. His stance softened, and he took a step back, seeming confused, although I still couldn't read his emotions. Why didn't he show any colors? He didn't seem drunk or high, and that red thing, what was that? It was hard not to stare at it. He finally looked over at Jay, who was deep in conversation with the manager-type man.
"Not your boyfriend, eh?"
He was smirking at me now. I looked away, refusing to answer.
"Are you certain he doesn't fancy you?"
Kaiden asked. I looked at him again. His smirk was now a naughty smile. "Yes," I assured him with confidence. "I am."
"How do you know?"
I couldn't very well tell him that the only time Jay's color had shown mild attraction to me was when I accidentally flashed him one day as I was taking off my sweatshirt and my undershirt got pulled up too high. And even then, it lasted only a few seconds before our embarrassment set in. "I just know, okay?" He put his hands up in mock surrender and let out an easy laugh.
"I'm terribly sorry, Anna. I've forgotten my manners. I thought you were someone else."
He stuck out his hand.
"I'm Kaiden Rowe."
I peeled one arm away from my tight self-embrace to take his hand. Every inch of my skin broke out in goosebumps, and my face suddenly burned hot. I was glad for the dimmed lighting. I wasn't one of those people who blushed pink in the cheeks. I blushed crimson in the whole face, and my neck became splotchy. Not cute. The rush of blood always made me dizzy. I should have pulled my hand away then, but he continued to hold it, and his large palm and long fingers felt so nice. He chuckled deeply and let his hand slide away from mine until we were no longer touching. He noticed as my arms crossed over my chest again, and then he lifted his chin and sniffed the air. Ah.
I really look forward to getting mine every month.
Okay.
I just started mine.
Dude, me too. We're synced.
You still get it, Grandma?
Sure do.
It's so heavy. I cried. It's happening again.
I'd invite you up, but I just got my book of the month.
Book of the month. Choose from 5 new books and get your favorite delivered to you monthly.
Stunning video templates. Each video maker is carefully designed to look professional. Our video makers are super easy to use and let anyone with an internet connection create high quality videos in seconds. Edit logos, mockups, videos, and design templates with just a few clicks. Each template is carefully made by design experts, so your work will always look great. Get started with the best video maker at Plazy.net.
Smells good. There's nothing like American hot dogs. I think I'll have one later. Okay, random. I sniffed. I don't smell anything, I said. Really? Lean toward the door some. Breathe a bit. Deeper. I did as he said. Nothing. Determined, I did something that was rare for me. I reached my sense of smell out farther. There was no scent of hot dogs in the entire club, only stale alcohol and hot bleach water for the mops. I pushed it out farther. Nothing at the restaurant next door. Farther. My nose burned and I was getting lightheaded. Farther. And there it was. I smelled the nearest hot dog at a small street vendor nearly a mile away. My olfactory sense snapped quickly back, and I found him watching me with expectancy. What was he playing at? He couldn't have smelled that. Why would he pretend? I shook my head and tried to keep my face neutral. He smiled. I suppose I was mistaken then. Gosh, his eyes were gorgeous. The color of tropical honeymoon waters ringed in dark sapphire and enclosed by thick lashes. What? Honeymoon waters? Get a grip. A wispy, perfumed girl walked up and stood between Kaiden and me, placing her back firmly in my face. I had to step backward. We're getting lonely over there. Her hands moved over his chest and up to rest on his shoulders. Red jumped out from her when she touched him, and he brought his hand up to squeeze her bony hip. I turned away, not listening to his whispered response, which appeared to appease her. She gave me an icy glance before walking back to the corner. Maybe I'll see you around, Anna. I'll be certain to give your boyfriend Jay's songs a listen. And with that, he was gone. He's not my... I sputtered at his retreating back. I'd been looking in the wrong place earlier when I searched for a flaw in Kaiden. It was not in his face. It was in his personality. Confidence was good, but overconfidence was not. I looked around, feeling stupid and alone. Thankfully, I had to stand solitary for only one long moment before Jay came back, feeling over-the-moon happy. I let his emotion drench me. What were you and Kaiden Rowe talking about? Jay asked me. Man, y'all looked like you were going to rip each other's clothes off. I gasped and smacked his arm, but he didn't flinch. We did not. My eyes darted over to Kaiden for a fraction of a second, and though he was too far away to have heard, the wink he sent me brought another flush to my skin. So? Jay said. You gonna tell me or not? What was he saying to you? What in the world could I tell Jay that wouldn't leave him as thoroughly confused as I felt? I glanced over at Kaiden again and caught him watching me for one last second before turning his back to us. Nothing, really. I hedged. It was weird. I'll tell you about it later. I need to call Patty and tell her we're on our way. Then I want to hear about you. Who was that man you were talking to? What did he say? I guess Gregory is staying? The distraction tactic easily got me off the hook as we left the club. Jay always drove. After I called Patty, he gave me a breakdown of the entire conversation with Lascivious's business manager. We dissected every word for all hopeful meaning, coming to the conclusion that the band's manager was extremely impressed with the talent and ambition of Jay and Gregory, and that they would definitely obtain rock star status by the end of the year. It was usually fun to dream big with Jay. But though I played along, tonight my mind was elsewhere. Using my extended senses to find that stupid hot dog smell had put my thoughts in a jumble. A mile from my apartment, I allowed my eyes to search and then linger on a dark abandoned house as we passed it. I stared at the boarded-up windows singed black and the roof half caved by devouring flames from long ago. If I let myself remember, I could probably still smell it and taste it like a mouthful of ash. I was awoken at 2 a.m. a week before my 9th birthday with a powerful smell of smoke burning my nose. Our home was on fire.
I got down just as I'd been taught and crawled through the darkness to Patty's room, feeling like I might hyperventilate. "Wake up," I said. "There's smoke." Patty jumped from her bed in a panic, running into the hall, and then she just stood there as I coughed and choked. She rushed through each room and even went outside to peek at the nearby complexes. "There's no fire in the apartments, honey. Must have been a bad dream. Climb in bed with me tonight, and I'll take care of you." It had been a bad dream, but not in the way she meant. For the family a mile away whose burning home I could smell as if it were our own, it had been a real-life nightmare. It had been a long, painful night for me as well, the night my 5 senses began to enhance. "Dreaming of Kyden Row, huh?" I looked up. We were parked in front of my building. "No," I muttered. I was not thinking about him. Jay laughed, and I backhanded his big arm once again. I sighed, imagining how he would react if I told him that I had the nose of an Uberhound and eyes like binoculars. He was totally cool with my being eccentric, but he didn't know the extent of it. "Thanks for taking me tonight," I said. "I had fun." "For real? I knew you'd like it. So I'll pick you up for school on Monday?" "Yeah, see you then." I climbed out and headed up the steps, feeling resentful toward that Kyden kid for making me open my memory to things that were better off boarded up. Chapter 2. Good Girl Syndrome. Patty was frying eggs in our small apartment when I came in from my jog on Monday morning. I leaned over the counter to watch. She used her wrist to push a strawberry blonde curl from her face. When the strand fell again, I reached over and wrapped it behind her ear. A translucent pale yellow emotion swirled around her chest, wafting warmly toward me. She flipped the egg, tisking when the yolk broke. Watching her at the stove, I wished she were my real mother, so I could have inherited some of her genetics. I'd love to share her thick curls and soft voluptuousness. Of course, she'd waited up for me to get home Saturday night, then hounded me for details, pretending to be excited for me when I could see she was overflowing with anxiety. I gave her the G-rated version, leaving out the bits about lying to people and having strange encounters with a boy. She'd bitten her lip as I spoke and searched my face, but then accepted my story and relaxed. Patty handed me a plate and shooed me off with a wave of the spatula. I sat at our round dining table, pushing aside a pile of unpaid bills and photo proofs from her freelance photography jobs. "What are you up to today?" I asked her. "The Dispatch hired me to shoot a press conference with the governor this morning. I should be home around 4. Noticing the time, I scarfed down my breakfast and hurried to get ready. 15 minutes later, I kissed Patty, preparing to dash out the door, but she cut my cheek with a gentle hand to still me. "I love you, sweet girl." Light pink love fluttered around her body. "Love you too," I said. She patted my cheek, and I left. Jay always picked me up for school at exactly 7:10. He was prompt. I liked that. "Sup?" he said when I climbed in the car. His eyes were still puffy from his having just rolled out of bed. "Morning, sunshine," I said. It took 2 hard pulls on the creaky car door before it finally slammed shut. I twisted my wet hair and hung it over my shoulder. It would dry straight, and I'd pull it back. We usually drove to school in silence because Jay wasn't a morning person, but we hadn't had a chance to talk since he brought me home Saturday night. "I always wondered what your type was, but I never imagined it would be a hardcore rocker." Here we go. I had been hoping he'd be too sleepy for this conversation. "He's not my type. If I had a type, it would be nice, not some hot-headed, egocentric male slut." "Did you just call him a male slut?" Jay laughed. "Dang, that's like the worst language I've ever heard you use." I glowered at him, feeling ashamed, and he laughed even harder. "Oh, hey, I've got a joke for you."
What do you call someone who hangs out with musicians? He raised his eyebrows, and I shrugged. I don't know. What? A drummer. I shook my head while he cracked up at his joke for another minute before hounding me again about Khaden. All right, so you talked about my CDs. You had some cultural confusion with some of his lingo. Then you talked about hot dogs? That can't be everything. You looked seriously intense. That's because he was intense, even though we weren't really talking about anything. He made me nervous. You thought he was hot, didn't you? I stared out of my window at the passing trees and houses. We were almost to school. I knew it! He smacked the steering wheel, loving every second of my discomfort. This is so weird. Anna Witt has a crush. Fine, yes, he was hot, but it doesn't matter because there's something about him I don't like. I can't explain it. He's scary. He's not the boy next door, if that's what you mean. Just don't get the good girl syndrome. What's that? You know, when a good girl falls for a bad boy and hopes the boy will fall in love and magically want to change his ways. But the only one who ends up changing is the girl. Like Jamie Moore, remember? Jamie Moore. That's where I'd heard Khaden's name before. She was a junior at our school. We parked in our usual spot at Cass High School. See you at lunch, Jay said. He had his eye on a girl named Kayla, who was climbing out of her car 3 spots down. Yeah, see you then. I walked to school while he lagged behind to say hi to her. Jamie Moore was on my mind all day. I sat with Jay at lunch, but my eyes kept going to Jamie, sitting with her same group of friends, but sort of an outcast now. She sat on the end, keeping to herself as the others played and flirted. Being unsociable and fashion backward had never been issues for Jamie Moore. She was a year older than me, beautiful, and a genuinely nice person. Her primary color used to be the sunshine yellow of happiness. At the beginning of the school year, she'd been a cheerleader and president of the drama club. In the fall, I heard she was dating some guy in a band from a high school in Atlanta. Khaden Rowe. Her colors began to change then. Yellow to red, red to gray, gray to black. She was full of anger, then self-loathing, and most recently, depression. Gossip flew about pictures of Jamie taken on her boyfriend's cell phone and their eventual breakup. She was soon kicked off the cheerleading squad for failing grades. Next came stories of her partying, moving from one guy to another, but never being happy. For the first time, she wasn't given the starring role in the winter play. My heart contracted tightly as I looked at her again, sitting there at the end of the long lunch table. She still dressed trendy and took time to style her hair, which was probably why she was welcome to continue sitting with the others. But her smile and her sunshine yellow were gone, replaced by a dull gray haze. The bell rang, and I watched her shuffle out of the cafeteria. No, I did not want to see Khaden again. Of that, I was now certain. I made my way through the crowded halls, barely cringing anymore at the onslaught of emotion from the people surrounding me. It had been difficult adjusting to a big school, after spending the first 8 years in a small private school, but I was used to it now. It was almost the end of the school year, 2 more weeks to go. The Georgia heat had set in, bringing with it tank tops and flip-flops, as well as shorts and skirts that kept no secrets. I shied away from showing too much skin, partly because of my own modesty, and partly because I felt kind of bad for boys. Unlike other girls, I had to see firsthand that most boys were having a hard enough time concentrating on anything besides their overpowering hormones. Jay mussed my hair as I passed him in the hall, never pausing in his conversation with one of the guys from band class. I smiled, smoothing my hair back down. I slipped into my Spanish class and immediately started the classwork written on the board. Once finished, I peeked over at Scott McAllister, who sat next to me. He was dozing off on top of unfinished verb conjugations. Scott was an all-state wrestler, a cutie with big brown eyes and a baby face.
He'd always been courteous to me, even flirtatious at times, but I didn't take it to heart, seeing how he flirted with lots of girls. The class finished early, and we were told to work on our final project. Senora Martinez? I raised my hand and she nodded. Are you gonna collect the homework? A collective groan rose up from the students, and the guy next to Scott muttered, "Shut up, stupid." I slunk down low in my seat, mortified by my own social faux pas. "Ah, sí," Senora Martinez said. "Gracias, Ana." "Why you gotta be so good all the time?" Scott whispered. I lifted my eyes and caught his teasing expression. He had no assignment to pass up when the teacher came around. My face was still warm by the time she finished collecting the worksheets. Veronica, who sat in front of me, turned and gave me a sympathetic look. She was one of the only other students who did the homework. Nobody worked on their projects after that. Well, I did, of course, compulsive rule follower that I was. The class erupted into the excited chatter of free time, and Senora Martinez turned to her computer, ignoring us. Even the teachers were ready to be done with this year. I opened my notebook. Veronica bent to put her stuff in her bag and caught sight of my sandals. "Cute shoes," she said to me. "Where'd you get them?" Oh, how I wished I felt okay about lying. I kept my eyes on my notebook when I answered, "Thanks. I think they were from a yard sale or flea market or something." "Oh." Veronica glanced at them again, with less appreciation this time, and we shared a polite smile. She had short, dark hair and a Grecian nose with a slight arch to it. When she caught me looking at her nose, I was stunned by the wave of dark self-loathing that came off her before she turned back around to face her friends. Of course, the feature she hated most about herself was the one I thought made her naturally seductive, in a way I could never dream of being. Scott turned in his desk toward me. "So, what are you doing next Friday, Shorty?" "Nada," I answered. "Huh?" His look of confusion made me smile. "Nada," I said again. "You know, it means nothing in Spanish." "Oh, yeah. See, you must be under the impression I pay attention in here or something. Anyway, you want to come to a party? Jean's folks have a lake house." My stomach jumped. "Wow, that's cool. I don't know, though." I leaned my elbow on the desk and pretended to study the graffiti etched into the wood. "Jay's invited, too. Come on, we've never partied together." I probably would have felt very uncomfortable if it had been anyone other than Scott giving me that dreamy look. I glanced at his emotions. Happy, hopeful, slightly lustful. I couldn't help but be flattered by his invitation and apparent interest. "I guess I can talk to Jay about it," I said, leaving out the fact that it was Patty I'd have to convince. "But you know that I don't really party, as in party. I couldn't even make eye contact after saying such a lame thing, but I didn't want him having any false expectations. "Yeah, I know," he said. "Why is that?" How could I explain it? I didn't have any nagging judgment toward my peers for drinking and partying. I knew it was innocent rebellion and self-exploration, but there was always a promise of dangerous excitement I strongly desired. Ironically, it was that desire that repelled me. "Are you scared?" he asked. "Kind of," I admitted. "I don't like the fact that it might make me do something I wouldn't normally do." "That's the fun of it. It makes you open and free." Open and free. I wondered if that was how Danny Lawrence had felt when he passed out on the lawn of a party last year, and the other drunk guys thought it would be funny to stand around peeing on him. Or the most terrible thing that happened over Christmas break, which nobody talked about at Cass. The senior girl who was high and drove off the road, killing her best friend in the passenger seat. Had she been feeling bold? Every time I saw her walking the halls in a black cloud of remorse, I wanted to cry for her. "I guess I'm just boring," I mumbled. I was ready to close down this conversation. I looked up at the clock, thankful to see the bell was about to ring.
Trust me, Anna. Scott leaned in. One drink in you, or one hit of X, and you'll feel anything but boring. Everything inside of me tightened. X. Ecstasy. The word bounced around in my head like a rubber ball, out of control and impossible to catch. My dark undercurrent stirred with craving, and my breathing quickened. I didn't like to acknowledge that darkness. It rose at any mention of drugs and alcohol. And to be honest, it was what had drawn me to Jay last year. I saw something similar in him, though not exactly the same. A dark strand ran under the surface of his emotions. It was always there, threatening, especially at the mention of alcohol. I didn't know what it meant, but I wanted us in it together. I thought I might be able to help him or protect him. A funny thought, considering he was a brawny guy. I looked at Scott, who grinned at me. Not a sinister grin, but an I want to experience something with you grin. Veronica must have caught wind of our hushed conversation, because she turned and gave a conspiratorial smile to the two of us. Are you going to the party, Anna? She asked. I don't know. Maybe. You should come. It's going to be crazy. Everyone will be there. I looked down and traced the wooden grooves in the desk with my pencil's eraser. Could I get away with changing the subject? So, I'm turning 16 on Wednesday. I'm getting my license. I am so jealous, Veronica said, smacking my desk. I've been 16 for 3 months already, and my dad still hasn't let me get mine. I'm pretty sure he hates me. Are you getting a car? No. Not even close. Everyone jumped up and grabbed their things as the bell rang, and the tension that held a vice-like grip on my neck finally relaxed its vicious fingers and released me. Chapter 3. Sweet 16 Surprise. I didn't feel any older when I woke up on Wednesday morning. Patty was out on our small balcony with her coffee and newspaper. She snapped to attention, and her face brightened when she saw me. Something misty hovered beside her like a ghost. I pressed my fingers to my eyes, but when I took them away, it was still there. It was about the same size as her, maybe longer, like a fuzzy white shadow. Had I developed another sight? Please, no. I'd learned to fear the acquisition of new abilities, like the choking horror of smoke from a mile away. Each came with some fresh disadvantage. Happy birthday, Patty said, standing and pulling me into a big hug, then cupping my face and gazing into my eyes. You feeling okay? My eye glided to the cloud thing, which moved around her, never changing its general appearance. What's wrong? She looked down at her shoulder where my eyes were and wiped down the length of her arm, right next to the cloud. Please don't tell me I have dandruff. She ran a hand through her waves, pulling her hair to the side to get a look at it. No, you don't. Nothing's wrong. Sorry. I'm still tired, just zoning out. She squeezed me again, kissing my head. I can't believe my little girl is 16. There's a card from Nana on the counter. Let me go make your hot chocolate. The shadow thing floated along next to her, following her into the apartment, as if attached. I sat down in a plastic chair, feeling jittery, while Patty made my cocoa. Most mornings were relaxing, sipping warm drinks on the balcony, but not today. The combination of the humid morning air and the weird vision made me feel claustrophobic. I couldn't believe I was seeing something else. Nothing strange had happened to me for more than 2 years. I thought it was over. I closed my eyes and laid my forehead on the table. Would it ever end? I sat up when Patty returned, setting my cocoa in front of me and sitting in the other plastic chair with her coffee. I sneaked another peek at the cloud when she wasn't looking. Are you sure you're okay? She asked me. Time to act normal. I cleared my throat. Yeah. So, there's a party next week for the end of the school year. I was wondering if I could maybe go with Jay, if it's okay.
I thought of Scott and hoped she'd say yes. Patty sniffed and twitched her nose. Will this person's parents be there? She asked in a tight tone. Would they? I don't know. Well, I'll need to talk to them first. If it's just a small get-together with parental supervision, then I'll consider it. Sheesh. Patty made it seem like I was prone to bad behavior or something. Me, the school's little Miss Goody-Goody. I didn't understand why she couldn't trust me. I must have been pouting, because she set the paper down and gave me a consoling pat on the arm. You still want to get your license after school today, hun? Yes, I answered, because that was what normal 16-year-olds did, and I would feign normalcy if it killed me. All right, and then dinner at La Tia's? Yes, I said, my mood lightening. Mexican food was our favorite. We went to the little rinky-dink restaurant for every birthday, and whenever Patty got an unexpected bonus, which wasn't very often. Newspapers and other agencies hired her sporadically, so her income had never been steady. We'd struggled during the years I attended private school, despite partial financial aid. I put my foot down after 8th grade, insisting on public school when I found a pile of late notices tucked between 2 cookbooks. Sounds good to me. I'll pick you up after school. I hate to run, but I have to get some stuff done this morning, since we'll be busy girls this afternoon. She kissed my cheek with a loud smack. You sure you're feeling okay? Yeah, I'm sure. Love you, I said. Love you too. I watched her go inside with the cloud trailing close behind. Birds were chattering to one another in a nearby tree, and the air smelled like wet grass. I pushed my hearing out to the birds, testing my ability. I concentrated, sending it in an invisible pencil-thin line, then bubbling it around them. The birds sounded as if they were perched on my shoulder. The heightening of my sense of smell and taste had come together the night of the fire, leaving a deadly flavor in my mouth. It had been like being stuck in a small, closed, unvented room with a smoking barbecue grill. I had no way of knowing I could control it at first. I thought I was dying or going insane. Every year or so, the nightmare would return as a new sense blossomed. My head wanted to explode when my hearing enhanced. Hundreds of voices and sounds within a mile radius shouted like blaring televisions with no volume control. I couldn't hear my own cries. My enhanced vision, the 5th and final sense, welcomed me into my preteens. At least I could close my eyes with that one. Mastering each sense had taken major practice, not to mention causing migraines, vomiting, and nosebleeds. Being able to hear and see and smell everything within a 1-mile radius was major sensory overload, and unfortunately, perfect health did not make me immune to pain. I'd been to the doctor only for annual checkups. Other than the migraines, I never got sick. Cuts and scrapes and bruises healed in a matter of hours, sometimes less. It wasn't like on television, though, where a superhero's gash closed and mended itself in seconds before your very eyes. I could watch it happening over the course of a couple of hours, like a flower tilting and opening to the morning sun, but who had time for that? I missed a lot of school during those days. The only advantage of having no friends before 9th grade was having nobody to explain myself to. At least I had Patty. She fostered me as an infant, adopting me as soon as the states of California and Georgia would allow. I was old enough to call her Pat-Pat by that point. I couldn't hide the physical side effects of everything I went through, but Patty nurtured me through it all with no questions. She brushed my long hair with care when my sense of touch developed. It felt like each tangle would mangle my scalp forever. It hurt to move my arms because of the sensitive skin and muscle. When a plague of migraines came and I couldn't keep food down, Patty somehow got her hands on serious prescription-strength painkillers that would supposedly knock out a grown man and have him sleeping for hours. After the first one, I felt a blessed sense of drowsy relief for about 20 minutes. Then, the blistering pain broke through again. Patty was horrified when she found out I'd taken 6 in one afternoon. The label warning said to take no more than 2 per day. After she took them away, I searched the house with a blind obsession all week, but never found them. Each physical sense got easier to rein in as I gained focus. Eventually, I was able to use my normal sensory levels at all times, unless I chose to strengthen them, which might have been fun if there were someone to share it with. Only there wasn't. The hazy little clouds were everywhere, following people. Every person had one. I stared at them outright all day, which I'm sure made me seem even weirder than usual. I watched Jay's move around him as I switched books at my locker. "What's up, birthday girl?" he asked, glancing around himself. "Do I got a spitball on me or something?" "No, nothing. Sorry." I forced my eyes to his face. "I'm getting my license today." "Sweet. Good thing Patty's car is a stick shift. That means you can drive mine, too." "Good thing." I agreed. Jay's car was a clunker. It made Patty's old sedan look mint. I slammed my locker, and we let ourselves be herded by the crowd to our classes. When Jay wasn't looking, I discreetly reached out to touch the white cloud in front of me, and my hand went through it. I turned to Jay. "Want to go to that end-of-the-year party next Friday?" I asked him. He bumped knuckles with the president of the drama club going the opposite direction. A girl from the dance team swung her locker closed and gave Jay a flirty look as we passed. He stared over his shoulder at her before returning to our conversation. "The one at Jean's? You really want to?" "Yeah, I think so," I said, "if Patty will let me." We were at my class now. Jay hitched his thumbs under the straps of his backpack on his shoulders. "Listen." He hesitated. "Just watch out for Scott, okay?" "Huh?" "Wait a sec," I said. "How can you get all excited about someone like Kaiden Rowe, but warn me about someone like Scott McAllister?" Jay looked down and scuffed the floor with the toe of his tennis shoe, making it squeak. "You don't hear him in the PE locker room when it's just the guys." "Oh." I pondered this. Does he say things about me? "No, not you. You think I'd let him do that?" He pulled his eyes away from me. "Look, never mind. Just forget I said anything." I wondered whether Jay was jealous of Scott, not over me, but just in general. Scott was popular, but then again, so was Jay, in a different way. I'd never sensed jealousy from Jay about anything. His color now was only a mild grayish-brown of worry. "I'll be careful," I promised. "And you'll be there, too, and I bet Kayla will go." All right, he said. "We'll go." He left me, running down the hall to his class before the tardy bell. His white cloud trailed close behind him. I slipped into my own class just in time, blinking at the room full of floating mists around my classmates. Those were going to take some getting used to. It was world history, and we were assigned group work. I had this class with Jean, so I decided to take advantage of the mild chaos of desks being moved and people shuffling places. "Hey, Jean," I whispered. He looked up and gave me a nod. He was short and muscular, like Scott, from wrestling.
เขาจะได้อะไรถ้าเขาทำแบบนี้ทุกวัน
เ
เขาจะไม่ได้อะไรเลย ไม่ได้รวยขึ้น ไม่ได้ออกทีวี ไม่มีใครรู้จัก ไม่ได้มีชื่อเสียงที่มากขึ้น เพราะสิ่งที่เขาได้ คือได้แค่ความรู้สึก ได้เห็นความสุข ได้เข้าใจ ได้ความรัก ได้ในสิ่งที่เงินซื้อไม่ได้ ได้โลกที่สวยงามกว่าเดิม ในชีวิตคุณ อะไรคือสิ่งที่คุณต้องการมากที่สุด
ไทยประกันชีวิตเชื่อในความดี
his reciting mouth filling with water. He popped back up, crying, "Help me, Gordy! Help me!" Then he was dragged under again. Looking into the clear water, I could see two bloated, naked corpses holding his ankles. One was Vern and the other was Teddy, and their open eyes were as blank and pupilless as the eyes of Greek statues. Their small prepubescent penises floated limply up from their distended bellies like albino strands of kelp. Chris's head broke water again. He held one hand up limply to me and voiced a screaming, womanish cry that rose and rose, ululating in the hot, sunny summer air. I looked wildly towards the beach, but nobody had heard. The lifeguard, his bronzed athletic body lolling attractively on the seat at the top of his whitewashed cruciform wooden tower, just went on smiling down at a girl in a red bathing suit. Chris's scream turned into a bubbling, water-choked gurgle as the corpses pulled him under again. And as they dragged him down to the black water, I could see his rippling, distorted eyes turned up to me in pleading agony. I could see his white, starfish hands held helplessly up to the sun-burnished roof of the water. But instead of diving down and trying to save him, I stroked madly for the shore, or at least to a place where the water would not be over my head. Before I could get there, before I could even get close, I felt a soft, rotted, implacable hand wrap itself around my calf and begin to pull. A scream built up in my chest, but before I could utter it, the dream washed away into a grainy facsimile of reality. It was Teddy with his hand on my leg. He was shaking me awake. It was my watch. Still half in the dreams, almost talking in my sleep, I asked him thickly, "You alive, Teddy?" "No, I'm dead, and you're a black nigger," he said crossly. It dispelled the last of the dream. I sat up by the campfire, and Teddy lay down. Chapter 20. The others slept heavily through the rest of the night. I was in and out, dozing, waking, dozing again. The night was far from silent. I heard the triumphant screech-squawk of a pouncing owl, the tiny cry of some small animal perhaps about to be eaten, a larger something blundering wildly through the undergrowth. Under all of this, a steady tone, were the crickets. There were no more screams. I dozed and woke, woke and dozed, and I suppose if I had been discovered standing such a slipshod watch in Ladeo, I probably would have been court-martialed and shot. I snapped more solidly out of my last doze and became aware that something was different. I took a moment or two to figure it out. Although the moon was down, I could see my hands resting on my jeans. My watch said 5:15. It was dawn. I stood, hearing my spine crackle, walked 24 feet away from the lumped-together bodies of my friends, and pissed into a clump of sumac. I was starting to shake the night willies. I could feel them sliding away. It was a fine feeling. I scrambled up the cinders to the railroad tracks and sat on one of the rails, idly chucking cinders between my feet, in no hurry to wake the others. At that precise moment, the new day felt too good to share. Morning came on apace. The noise of the crickets began to drop, and the shadows under the trees and bushes evaporated like puddles after a shower. The air had that peculiar lack of taste that presages the latest hot day in a famous series of hot days. Birds that had maybe cowered all night, just as we had done, now began to twitter self-importantly. A wren landed on top of the deadfall from which we had taken our firewood, preened itself, and then flew off. I don't know how long I sat there on that rail, watching the purple steal out of the sky as noiselessly as it had stolen in the evening before. Long enough for my butt to start complaining, anyway. I was about to get up when I looked to my right and saw a deer standing in the railroad bed not 10 yards from me. My heart went up into my throat so high that I think I could have put my hand in my mouth and touched it. My stomach and genitals filled with a hot, dry excitement. I didn't move. I couldn't have moved if I wanted to. Her eyes weren't brown, but a dark, dusty black, the kind of velvet you see backgrounding jewelry displays. Her small ears were scuffed suede. She looked serenely at me, head slightly lowered in what I took for curiosity. Seeing a kid with his hair in a sleep scarecrow of whorls and many-tined cowlicks, wearing jeans with cuffs and a brown khaki shirt with the elbows mended and the collar turned up in the hoodie tradition of the day. What I was seeing was some sort of gift, something given with a carelessness that was appalling. We looked at each other for a long time. I think it was a long time. Then she turned and walked off to the other side of the tracks, white bobtail flipping insouciantly. She found grass and began to crop. I couldn't believe it. She had begun to crop. She didn't look back at me, and didn't need to. I was frozen solid. Then the rail started to thrum under my ass, and bare seconds later the doe's head came up, cocked back towards Castle Rock. She stood there, her branch-black nose working on the air, coaxing it a little. Then she was gone in 3 gangling leaps, vanishing into the woods with no sound but one rotted branch, which broke with a sound like a track ref's starter gun. I sat there, looking mesmerized at the spot where she had been, until the actual sound of the freight came up through the stillness. Then I skidded back down the bank to where the others were sleeping. The freight's slow, loud passage woke them up, yawning and scratching. There was some funny, nervous talk about the case of the screaming ghost, as Chris called it, but not as much as you might imagine. In daylight it seemed more foolish than interesting, almost embarrassing, best forgotten. It was on the tip of my tongue to tell them about the deer, but I ended up not doing it. That was one thing I kept to myself. I've never spoken or written of it until just now, today, and I have to tell you that it seems a lesser thing written down, damn near inconsequential. But for me it was the best part of that trip, the cleanest part, and it was a moment I found myself returning to almost helplessly when there was trouble in my life. My first day in the bush in Vietnam, and this fellow walked into the clearing where we were with his hand over his nose, and when we took his hand away, there was no nose there, because it had been shot off. The time the doctor told us our youngest son might be hydrocephalic. He turned out just to have an oversized head, thank God. The long, crazy weeks before my mother died. I would find my thoughts turning back to that morning, the scuffed suede of her ears, the white flash of her tail. But 500 million red Chinese don't give a shit, right? The most important things are the hardest to say, because words diminish them. It's hard to make strangers care about the good things in your life. Chapter 21. The tracks now bent southwest and ran through tangles of second-growth fir and heavy underbrush. We got a breakfast of late blackberries from some of these bushes, but berries never fill you up. Your stomach just gives them a 30-minute option and then begins growling again. We went back to the tracks. It was about 8 o'clock by then, and took 5. Our mouths were a dark purple, and our naked torsos were scratched from the blackberry brambles. Vern wished glumly aloud for a couple of fried eggs with bacon on the side. That was the last day of the heat, and I think it was the worst of all. The early scud of clouds melted away, and by 9 o'clock the sky was a pale steel color that made you feel hotter just looking at it. The sweat rolled and ran from our chests and backs, leaving clean streaks through the accumulated soot and grime. Mosquitoes and black flies whirled and dipped around our heads in aggravating clouds. Knowing that we had 8, maybe 10 miles to go didn't make us feel any better. Yet the fascination of the thing drew us on and kept us walking faster than we had any business doing in that heat. We were all crazy to see that kid's body. I can't put it any more simply or honestly than that. Whether it was harmless or whether it turned out to have the power to murder sleep with 100 mangled dreams, we wanted to see it. I think that we had come to believe we deserved to see it. It was about 9:30 when Teddy and Chris spotted water up ahead. They shouted to Vern and me. We ran over to where they were standing. Chris was laughing, delighted. "Look there! Beavers did that!" He pointed. It was the work of beavers, all right. A large-bore culvert ran under the railroad embankment a little way ahead, and the beavers had sealed the right end with one of their neat and industrious little dams. Sticks and branches cemented together with leaves, twigs, and dried mud. Beavers are busy little fuckers, all right. Behind the dam was a clear and shining pool of water, brilliantly mirroring the sunlight. Beaver houses humped up and out of the water in several places. They looked like wooden igloos. A small creek trickled into the far end of the pool, and the trees which bordered it were gnawed a clean bone white to a height of almost 3 feet in places. "Railroad'll clean this shit out pretty soon," Chris said. "Why?" Vernon asked. "They can't have a pool here," Chris said. "It'd undercut their previous railroad line. That's why they put that culvert in there to start with. They'll shoot them some beavers and scare off the rest, and then knock out their dam. Then this'll go back to being a bog, like it probably was before." "I think that eats the meat," Teddy said. Chris shrugged. "Who cares about beavers? Not the Great Western and Southern Maine, that's for sure." "You think it's deep enough to swim in?" Vern asked, looking hungrily at the water. "One way to find out," Teddy said. "Who goes first?" I asked. "Me," Chris said. He went running down the bank, kicking off his sneakers and untying his shirt from around his waist with a jerk. He pushed his pants and undershorts down with a single shove of his thumbs. He balanced, first on one leg and then on the other, to get his socks. Then he made a shallow dive. He came up, shaking his head to get his wet hair out of his eyes. "It's fucking great!" he shouted. "How deep?" Teddy called back. He had never learned to swim. Chris stood up in the water, and his shoulders broke the surface. I saw something on one of them, a blackish-grayish something. I decided it was a piece of mud and dismissed it. If I had looked more closely, I could have saved myself a lot of nightmares later on. "Come on in, you chickens!" He turned and thrashed off across the pool in a clumsy breaststroke, turned over and thrashed back. By then we were all getting undressed. Vern was in next, then me. Hitting the water was fantastic, clean and cool. I swam across to Chris, loving the silky feel of having nothing on but water. I stood up and we grinned into each other's faces. "Boss!" We said it at exactly the same instant. "Fucking jerk-off," he said, splashed water in my face and swam off the other way. We goofed off in the water for almost half an hour before we realized that the pond was full of bloodsuckers. We dived, swam underwater, ducked each other. We never knew a thing. Then Vern swam into the shallower part, went under, and stood up on his hands. When his legs broke water in a shaky but triumphant V, I saw that they were covered with blackish-gray lumps, just like the ones I had seen on Chris's shoulder. They were slugs. Big ones. Chris's mouth dropped open, and I felt all the blood in my body go as cold as dry ice. Teddy screamed, his face going pale. Then all three of us were thrashing for the bank, going just as fast as we could. I knew more about freshwater slugs now than I did then, but the fact that they are mostly harmless has done nothing to allay the almost insane horror of them I've had ever since that day in the beaver pool. They carry a local anesthetic and an anticoagulant in their alien saliva, which means that the host never feels a thing when they attach themselves. If you don't happen to see them, they'll go on feeding until their swelled, loathsome bodies fall off you, sated, or until they actually burst. We pulled ourselves up on the bank, and Teddy went into a hysterical paroxysm as he looked down at himself. He was screaming as he picked the leeches off his naked body. Vern broke the water and looked at us, puzzled. "What the hell's wrong with leeches?" Teddy screamed, pulling two of them off his trembling thighs and throwing them just as far as he could. "Dirty motherfucking bloodsuckers!" His voice broke shrilly on the last word. "Oh, God! Oh, God! Oh, God! Oh, God!" Vern cried. He paddled across the pool and stumbled out. I was still cold. The heat of the day had not suspended. I kept telling myself to catch hold, not to get screaming, not to be a pussy. I picked half a dozen off my arms and several more off my chest. Chris turned his back to me. "Gordy, are there any more? Take them off if there are, please, Gordy." There were more, 5 or 6, running down his back like grotesque black buttons. I pulled their soft, boneless bodies off him. I brushed even more off my legs, then got Chris to do my back. I was starting to relax a little, and that was when I looked down at myself and saw the granddaddy of them all clinging to my testicles. Its body swelled to 4 times its normal size. Its blackish-gray skin had gone a bruised purplish red. That was when I began to lose control. Not outside, at least not in any big way, but inside where it counts. I brushed its slick, glutinous body with the back of my hand. It held on. I tried to do it again and couldn't bring myself to actually touch it. I turned to Chris, tried to speak, couldn't. I pointed instead. His cheeks, already ashy, went whiter still. "I can't get it off," I said through numb lips. Can you... But he backed away, shaking his head, his mouth twisted. "I can't, Gordy," he said, unable to take his eyes away. "I'm sorry, but I can't. No. Oh, no." He turned away, bowed, with one hand pressed to his midsection like the butler in a musical comedy, and was sick in a stand of juniper bushes. "You got to hold on to yourself," I thought, looking at the leech that hung off me like a crazy beard. Its body was still visibly swelling. "You got to hold on to yourself and get him. Be tough. It's the last one. The last one." I reached down again and picked it off, and it burst between my fingers. My own blood ran across my palm and inner wrist in a warm flood. I began to cry. Still crying, I walked back to my clothes and put them on. I wanted to stop crying, but I just didn't seem able to turn off the waterworks. Then the shakes set in, making it worse. Vern ran up to me, still naked. "They off, Gordy? They off me? They off me?" He twirled in front of me like an insane dancer on a carnival stage. "They off? Huh? They off me, Gordy?" His eyes kept going past me, as wide and white as the eyes of a plaster horse on a merry-go-round. I nodded that they were and just kept on crying. It seemed that crying was going to be my new career. I tucked my shirt in and then buttoned it all the way to the neck. I put on my socks and my sneakers. Little by little, the tears began to slow down. Finally, there was nothing left but a few hitches and moans, and then they stopped too. Chris walked over to me, wiping his mouth with a handful of elm leaves. His eyes were wide and mute and apologetic. When we were all dressed, we just stood there looking at each other for a moment, and then we began to climb the railroad embankment. I looked back once at the burst leech lying on top of the trampled-down bushes where we had danced and screamed and groaned them off. It looked deflated, but still ominous. 14 years later, I sold my first novel and made my first trip to New York. "It's going to be a 3-day celebration," my new editor told me over the phone. "People slinging bullshit will be summarily shot." But of course it was 3 days of unmitigated bullshit. I went away thinking the publishing house believed me to be the reincarnation of Thomas Wolfe. They saw me off with perhaps other things in mind, paperback sales in the millions, for instance. While I was there, I wanted to do all the standard out-of-towner things, see a stage show at Radio City Music Hall, go to the top of the Empire State Building. Fuck the World Trade Center. The building King Kong climbed in 1933 is always going to be the tallest one in the world for me. Visit Times Square by night. Keith, my editor, seemed more than pleased to show his city off. The last touristy thing we did was to take a ride on the Staten Island ferry, and while leaning on the rail, I happened to look down and see scores of used condoms floating on the mild swells, and I had a moment of almost total recall. Or perhaps it was an actual incidence of time travel. Either way, for 1 second I was literally in the past, pausing halfway up that embankment and looking back at the burst leech, dead, deflated, but still ominous. Keith must have seen something in my face, because he said, "Not very pretty, are they?" I only shook my head, wanting to tell him not to apologize, wanting to tell him that you didn't have to come to the Apple and ride the ferry to see used rubbers, wanting to say, the only reason anyone writes stories is so they can understand the past and get ready for some future mortality. That's why all the verbs in stories have ed endings. Keith, my good man, even the ones that sell millions of paperbacks, the only two useful art forms are religion and stories. I was pretty drunk that night, as you may have guessed. What I did tell him was, I was thinking of something else, that's all. The most important things are the hardest things to say. Chapter 22. We walked further down the tracks. I don't know just how far, and I was starting to think, well, okay, I'm going to be able to handle it. It's all over anyway. Just a bunch of leeches, what the fuck? I was still thinking it when waves of whiteness suddenly began to come over my sight, and I fell down. I must have fallen hard, but landing on the cross ties was like plunging into a warm and puffy feathery bed. Someone turned me over. The touch of hands was faint and unimportant. Their faces were disembodied balloons looking down at me from miles up. They looked the way the ref's face must look to a fighter who has been punched silly and is currently taking a 10-second rest on the canvas. Their words came in gentle oscillations, fading in and out. Him? Be all... If you think the sun... Gordy, are you... Then I must have said something that didn't make much sense, because they began to look really worried. We better take him back, man, Teddy said, and then the whiteness came over everything again. When it cleared, I seemed to be all right. Chris was squatting next to me, saying, Can you hear me, Gordy? You there, man? Yes, I said, and sat up. A swarm of black dots exploded in front of my eyes and then went away. I waited to see if they'd come back, and when they didn't, I stood up. You scared the cheesy old shit out of me, Gordy, he said. You want a drink of water? Yeah. He gave me his canteen, half full of water, and I let 3 warm gulps roll down my throat. Why'd you faint, Gordy? Vern asked anxiously. Made a bad mistake and looked at your face, I said. Teddy cackled. Fucking Gordy, you wet. You really okay? Vern persisted. Yeah, sure. It was bad there for a minute, thinking about those suckers. They nodded soberly. We took 5 in the shade and then went on walking, me and Vern on one side of the tracks again, Chris and Teddy on the other. We figured we must be getting close. Chapter 23. We weren't as close as we thought, and if we'd had the brains to spend 2 minutes looking at a road map, we would have seen why. We knew that Ray Brower's corpse had to be near the back Harlow Road, which dead-ends on the bank of the Royal River. Another trestle carries the GS and WM tracks across the Royal. So this is the way we figured. Once we got close to the Royal, we'd be getting close to the back Harlow Road, where Billy and Charlie had been parked when they saw the boy. And since the Royal was only 10 miles from the Castle River, we figured we had it made in the shade. But that was 10 miles as the crow flies, and the tracks didn't move on a straight line between the castle and the Royal. Instead, they made a very shallow loop to avoid a hilly, crumbling region called the Bluffs. Anyway, we could have seen that loop quite clearly if we had looked on a map and figured out that instead of 10 miles, we had about 16 to walk. Chris began to suspect the truth when noon had come and gone and the Royal still wasn't in sight. We stopped while he climbed a high pine tree and took a look around. He came down and gave us a simple enough report. It was going to be at least 4 in the afternoon before we got to the Royal, and we would only make it by then if we humped right along.
"Ah, shit!" Teddy cried. "So what are we going to do now?"
We looked into each other's tired, sweaty faces. We were hungry and out of temper. The big adventure had turned into a long slog, dirty and sometimes scary. We would have been missed back home by now, too, and if Milo Pressman hadn't already called the cops on us, the engineer of the train crossing the trestle might have done it. We had been planning to hitchhike back to Castle Rock, but 4 o'clock was just 3 hours from dark, and nobody gives 4 kids on a back-country road a lift after dark. I tried to summon up the cool image of my deer cropping at green morning grass, but even that seemed dusty and no good, no better than a stuffed trophy over the mantel in some guy's hunting lodge. The eyes sprayed to give them that phony, lifelike shine. Finally, Chris said, "It's still closer going ahead. Let's go." He turned and started to walk along the tracks in his dusty sneakers, head down, his shadow only a puddle at his feet. After a minute or so, the rest of us followed him, strung out in Indian file. Chapter 24. In the years between then and the writing of this memoir, I've thought remarkably little about those 2 days in September, at least consciously. The associations the memories bring to the surface are as unpleasant as week-old river corpses brought to the surface by cannon fire. As a result, I never really questioned our decision to walk down the tracks. Put another way, I've wondered sometimes about what we had decided to do, but never about how we did it. But now a much simpler scenario comes to mind. I'm confident that if the idea had come up, it would have been shot down. Walking down the tracks would have seemed neater, bosser, as we said then. But if the idea had come up and hadn't been shot down in flames, none of the things which occurred later would have happened. Maybe Chris and Teddy and Vern would even be alive today. No, they didn't die in the woods or on the railroad tracks. Nobody dies in this story except some bloodsuckers and Ray Brower, and if you want to be completely fair about it, he was dead before it even started. But it is true that of the 4 of us who flipped coins to see who would go down to the Florida market to get supplies, only the one who actually went is still alive. The Ancient Mariner at 34, with you, gentle reader, in the role of wedding guest. At this point, shouldn't you flip to the jacket photo to see if my eye holdeth you in its spell? If you sense a certain flipness on my part, you're right, but maybe I have cause. At an age when all 4 of us would be considered too young and immature to be president, 3 of us are dead. And if small events really do echo up larger and larger through time, yes, maybe if we had done the simple thing and simply hitched into Harlow, they would still be alive today. We could have hooked a ride all the way up Route 7 to the Shiloh Church, which stood at the intersection of the highway and the back Harlow Road, at least until 1967, when it was leveled by a fire attributed to a tramp's smoldering cigarette butt. With reasonable luck, we could have been beating the bushes in the area where Billy and Charlie parked their skag girlfriends before sundown of the previous day. But the idea wouldn't have lived. It wouldn't have been shot down with tightly buttressed arguments and debating society rhetoric, but with grunts and scowls and farts and raised middle fingers. The verbal part of the discussion would have been carried forward with such trenchant and sparkling contributions as, "Fuck no, that sucks," and that old reliable standby, "Did your mother ever have any kids that lived?" Unspoken, maybe it was too fundamental to be spoken, was the idea that this was a big thing. It wasn't screwing around with firecrackers or trying to look through the knothole in the back of the girls' privy at Harrison State Park. This was something on a par with getting laid for the first time, or going into the army, or buying your first bottle of legal liquor. Just bopping into that state store, if you can dig it, selecting a bottle of good scotch, showing the clerk your draft card and driver's license, then walking out with a grin on your face and that brown bag in your hand, member of a club with just a few more rights and privileges than our old treehouse with the tin roof. There's a high ritual to all fundamental events, the rites of passage, the magic corridor where the change happens, buying the condoms, standing before the minister, raising your hand and taking the oath, or, if you please, walking down the railroad tracks to meet a fellow your own age halfway, the same as I'd walk halfway up Grand Street to meet Chris if he was coming over to my house, or the way Teddy would walk halfway down Gate Street to meet me if I was going to his. It seemed right to do it this way, because the rite of passage is a magic corridor, and so we always provide an aisle. It's what you walk down when you get married, what they carry you down when you get buried. Our corridor was those twin rails, and we walked between them, just bopping along towards whatever this was supposed to mean. You don't hitchhike your way to a thing like that, maybe. And maybe we thought it was also right that it should have turned out to be harder than we expected. Events surrounding our hike had turned into what we had suspected it was all along, serious business. What we didn't know, as we walked around the bluffs, was that Billy Tessio, Charlie Hogan, Jack Mudgett, Norman Fuzzy Brackowitz, Vince Desjardins, Chris's older brother Eyeball, and Ace Merrill himself were all on their way to take a look at the body themselves. In a weird kind of way, Ray Brower had become famous, and our secret had turned into a regular road show. They were piling into Ace's chopped and channeled 52 Ford and Vince's pink 54 Studebaker even as we started out on the last leg of our trip. Billy and Charlie had managed to keep their enormous secret for just about 24 hours.
We've all been there. A speeding ticket. And not just any speeding ticket. A speeding ticket while on a trip abroad. And that comes with all kinds of problems, like late penalties and foreign language barriers, or government websites that only accept obscure ways of payment. It's time for a revolution. With PayTicket, your foreign parking ticket problems are a thing of the past. Simply input your information, such as name, email, and country of residence. Take a quick photo of your ticket, plug in your credit card details, and click Send. And PayTicket will take care of the rest. No matter what kind of traffic or parking violation you may have to pay, PayTicket makes it easier. Simple, fast, hassle-free. That's PayTicket.
That's all right. No, this is true.
Elvis!
Stunning video templates. Each video maker is carefully designed to look professional. Our video makers are super easy to use and let anyone with an internet connection create high-quality videos in seconds. Edit logos, mockups, videos, and design templates with just a few clicks. Each template is carefully made by design experts, so your work will always look great. Get started with the best video maker at Plazy.net.
Then Charlie spilled it to Ace while they were shooting pool, and Billy had spilled it to Jack Mudgett while they were fishing for steelies from the Boom Road Bridge. Both Ace and Jack had sworn solemnly on their mothers' names to keep the secret, and that was how everybody in their gang knew about it by noon. Guess you could tell what those assholes thought about their mothers. They all congregated down at the pool hall, and Fuzzy Brackowitz advanced a theory, which you've heard before, gentle reader, that they could all become heroes, not to mention instant radio and TV personalities, by discovering the body. All they had to do, Fuzzy maintained, was to take 2 cars with a lot of fishing gear in the trunks. After they found the body, their story would be 100%. "We was just planning to take a few pickerel out of the Royal River, officer. Look what we found." They were burning up the road from Castle Rock to the back Harlow area just as we started to finally get close. Chapter 25. Clouds began to build in the sky around 2 o'clock, but at first none of us took them seriously. It hadn't rained since the early days of July, so why should it rain now? But they kept building to the south of us, up and up and up, thunderheads in great pillars as purple as bruises, and they began to move slowly our way. I looked at them closely, checking for that membrane beneath that means it's already raining 20 miles away, or 50. But there was no rain yet. The clouds were still just building. Vern got a blister on his heel, and we stopped and rested while he packed the back of his left sneaker with moss stripped from the bark of an old oak tree.
"Is it gonna rain, Gordy?"
Teddy asked.
"I think so."
"Pisser," he said, and sighed.
"The pisser good end to a pisser good day."
I laughed, and he tipped me a wink. We started to walk again, a little more slowly now, out of respect for Vern's hurt foot. And in the hour between 2 and 3, the quality of the day's light began to change, and we knew for sure that rain was coming. It was just as hot as ever, and even more humid, but we knew. And the birds did. They seemed to appear from nowhere and swoop across the sky, chattering and crying shrilly to each other. And the light. From a steady, beating brightness, it seemed to evolve into something filtered, almost pearly. Our shadows, which had begun to grow long again, also grew fuzzy and ill-defined. The sun had begun to sail in and out through the thickening decks of clouds, and the southern sky had gone a copper shade. We watched the thunderheads lumber closer, fascinated by their size and their mute threat. Every now and then it seemed that a giant flashball had gone off inside one of them, turning their purplish, bruised color momentarily to a light gray. I saw a jagged fork of lightning lick down from the underside of the closest. It was bright enough to print a blue tattoo on my retinas. It was followed by a long, shaking blast of thunder. We did a little bitching about how we were going to get caught out in the rain, but only because it was the expected thing. Of course, we were all looking forward to it. It would be cold and refreshing, and leech-free. At a little past 3:30, we saw running water through a break in the trees.
"That's it!"
Chris yelled jubilantly.
"That's the Royal!"
We began to walk faster, taking our second wind. The storm was getting close now. The air began to stir, and it seemed that the temperature dropped 10 degrees in a space of seconds. I looked down and saw that my shadow had disappeared entirely. We were walking in pairs again, each two watching a side of the railroad embankment. My mouth was dry, throbbing with a sickish tension. The sun sailed behind another cloud bank, and this time it didn't come back out. For a moment, the bank's edges were embroidered with gold, like a cloud in an Old Testament Bible illustration, and then the wine-colored, dragging belly of the thunderhead blotted out all traces of the sun. The day became gloomy. The clouds were rapidly eating up the last of the blue. We could smell the river so clearly that we might have been horses, or perhaps it was the smell of rain impending in the air as well. There was an ocean above us, held in by a thin sack that might rupture and let down a flood at any second. I kept trying to look into the underbrush, but my eyes were continually drawn back to that turbulent, racing sky. In its deepening colors you could read whatever doom you liked: water, fire, wind, hail. The cool breeze became more insistent, hissing in the firs. A sudden, impossible bolt of lightning flashed down, seemingly from directly overhead, making me cry out and clap my hands to my eyes. God had taken my picture. A little kid with his shirt tied around his waist, duck bumps on his bare chest and cinders on his cheeks. I heard the rending fall of some big tree not 60 yards away. The crack of thunder which followed made me cringe. I wanted to be at home reading a good book in a safe place, like down in the potato cellar.
Jesus! Vern screamed in a high, fainting voice. Oh, my Jesus Christ! Look at that! I looked in the direction Vern was pointing and saw a blue-white fireball bowling its way up the left-hand rail of the GS and WM tracks, cracking and hissing for all the world like a scalded cat. It hurried past us as we turned to watch it go, dumbfounded, aware for the first time that such things could exist. 20 feet beyond us, it made a sudden pop and just disappeared, leaving a greasy smell of ozone behind. What am I doing here, anyway? Teddy muttered. What a pisser! Chris exclaimed happily, his face upturned. This is going to be a pisser like you wouldn't believe. But I was with Teddy. Looking up at that sky gave me a dismaying sense of vertigo. It was more like looking into some deeply mysterious marbled gorge. Another lightning bolt crashed down, making us duck. This time the ozone smell was hotter, more urgent. The following clap of thunder came with no perceptible pause at all. My ears were still ringing from it when Vern began to screech triumphantly, There! There he is! Right there! I see him! I can see Vern right this minute, if I want to. All I have to do is sit back for a minute and close my eyes. He's standing there on the left-hand rail like an explorer on the prow of his ship, one hand shielding his eyes from the silver stroke of lightning that has just come down, the other extended and pointing. We ran up beside him and looked. I was thinking to myself, Vern's imagination just ran away with him, that's all. The suckers, the heat, now this storm. His eyes are dealing wild cards, that's all. But that wasn't what it was, although there was a split second when I wanted it to be. In that split second I knew I never wanted to see a corpse, not even a run-over woodchuck. In the place where we were standing, early spring rains had washed part of the embankment away, leaving a gravelly, uncertain 4-foot drop-off. The railroad maintenance crews had either not yet gotten around to it in their yellow diesel-operated repair carts, or it had happened so recently it hadn't yet been reported. At the bottom of this washout was a marshy, mucky tangle of undergrowth that smelt bad, and sticking out of a wild clock spring of blackberry brambles was a single pale white hand. Did any of us breathe? I didn't. The breeze was now a wind, harsh and jerky, coming at us from no particular direction, jumping and whirling, slapping at our sweaty skins and open pores. I hardly noticed. I think part of my mind was waiting for Teddy to cry out, "Paratroops over the side," and I thought if he did that I might just go crazy. It would have been better to see the whole body, all at once, but instead there was only that limp, outstretched hand, horribly white, the fingers limply splayed like the hands of a drowned boy. It told us the truth of the whole matter. It explained every graveyard in the world. The image of that hand came back to me every time I heard or read of an atrocity. Somewhere, attached to that hand, was the rest of Ray Brower. Lightning flickered and stroked. Thunder ripped in behind each stroke as if a drag race had started over our heads. "Shit," Chris said. The sound, not quite a cuss word, not quite the country version of shit as it is pronounced around a slender stem of timothy grass when the baler breaks down. Instead, it was a long, tuneless syllable without meaning, a sigh that had just happened to pass through the vocal cords. Vern was licking his lips in a compulsive sort of way, as if he had tasted some obscure new delicacy, a Howard Johnson's 29th flavor. Tibetan sausage rolls, interstellar escargot, something so weird that it excited and revolted him at the same time. Teddy only stood and looked. The wind whipped his greasy, clotted hair first away from his ears and then back over them. His face was a total blank. I could tell you I saw something there, and perhaps I did, in hindsight, but not then. There were black ants trundling back and forth across the hand. A great whispering noise began to rise in the woods on either side of the tracks, as if the forest had just noticed we were there and was commenting on it. The rain had started. Dime-sized drops fell on my head and arms. They struck the embankment, turning the fill dark for a moment, and then the color changed back again as the greedy dry ground sucked the moisture up.
Those big drops fell for maybe 5 seconds, and then they stopped. I looked at Chris, and he blinked back at me. Then the storm came all at once, as if a shower chain had been pulled in the sky. The whispering sound changed to loud contention. It was as if we were being rebuked for our discovery, and it was frightening. Nobody tells you about the pathetic fallacy until you're in college, and even then I noticed that nobody but the total dorks completely believed it was a fallacy. Chris jumped over the side of the washout, his hair already soaked and clinging to his head. I followed. Vern and Teddy came close behind, but Chris and I were first to reach the body of Ray Brower. He was face down. Chris looked into my eyes, his face set and stern, an adult's face. I nodded slightly, as if he had spoken aloud. I think he was down here and relatively intact instead of up there between the rails and completely mangled because he was trying to get out of the way when the train hit him, knocking him head over heels. He had landed with his head pointed towards the tracks, arms over his head like a diver about to execute. He had landed in this boggy cup of land that was becoming a small swamp. His hair was a dark reddish color. The moisture in the air had made it curl slightly at the ends. There was blood in it, but not a great deal, not a gross-out amount. The ants were grosser. He was wearing a solid-colored dark green T-shirt and blue jeans. His feet were bare, and a few feet behind him, caught in tall blackberry brambles, I saw a pair of filthy, low-topped Keds. For a moment I was puzzled. Why was he here and his tennies there? Then I realized, and the realization was like a dirty punch below the belt. My wife, my kids, my friends, they all think that having an imagination like mine must be quite nice. Aside from making all this dough, I can have a little mind movie whenever things get dull. Mostly they're right. But every now and then it turns around and bites the shit out of you with these long teeth, teeth that have been filed to points like the teeth of a cannibal. You see things you just as soon not see, things that keep you awake until first light. I saw one of those things now, saw it with absolute clarity and certainty. He had been knocked spang out of his Keds. The train had knocked him out of his Keds, just as it had knocked the life out of his body. That finally rammed it all the way home for me. The kid was dead. The kid wasn't sick. The kid wasn't sleeping. The kid wasn't going to get up in the morning anymore, or get the runs from eating too many apples, or catch poison ivy, or wear out the eraser on the end of his Ticonderoga No. 2 during a hard math test. The kid was dead, stone dead. The kid was never going to go out bottling with his friends in the spring, gunny sack over his shoulder, to pick up the returnables the retreating snow uncovered. The kid wasn't going to wake up at 2:00 a.m. on the morning of the 1st of November this year, run to the bathroom and vomit up a big glurt of cheap Halloween candy. The kid wasn't going to pull a single girl's braid in homeroom. The kid wasn't going to give a bloody nose or get one. The kid was can't, don't, won't, never, shouldn't, wouldn't, couldn't. He was the side of the battery where the terminal says neg, the fuse you have to put a penny in, the wastebasket by the teacher's desk, which always smells of wood shavings from the sharpener and dead orange peels from lunch, the haunted house outside of town where the windows are crashed out, the no trespassing signs whipped away across the fields, the attic full of bats, the cellar full of worms. The kid was dead, mister, ma'am, young sir, little miss. I could go on all day and never get it right about the distance between his bare feet on the ground and his dirty Keds hanging in the bushes. It was 30+ inches. It was a googol of light years. The kid was disconnected from his Keds beyond all hope of reconciliation. He was dead. We turned him face up into the pouring rain, the lightning, the steady crack of thunder. There were ants and bugs all over his face and neck. They ran briskly in and out of the round collar of his T-shirt. His eyes were open, but terrifyingly out of sync. One was rolled back so far that we could see only a tiny arc of pupil. The other stared straight up into the storm. There was a dried froth of blood above his mouth and on his chin, from a bloody nose, I thought. and the right side of his face was lacerated and darkly bruised. Still, I thought, he didn't really look bad. I had once walked into a door my brother Dennis was shoving open, came off with bruises even worse than this kid's, plus the bloody nose, and still had 2 helpings of everything for supper after it happened. Teddy and Vern stood behind us, and if there had been any sight at all left in that one upward-staring eye, I suppose we would have looked to Ray Brower like pallbearers in a horror movie. A beetle came out of his mouth, trekked across his fuzzless cheek, stepped into a nettle, and was gone.
"Did you see that?" Teddy asked in a high, strange, fainting voice. "I bet he's fucking full of bugs. I bet his brains are—" "Shut up, Teddy," Chris said, and Teddy did, looking relieved. Lightning forked blue across the sky, making the boy's single eye light up. You could almost believe he was glad to be found, and found by boys his own age. His torso had swelled up, and there was a faint gassy odor about him, like the smell of old farts. I turned away, sure I was going to be sick, but my stomach was dry, hard, steady. I suddenly rammed 2 fingers down my throat, trying to make myself heave, needing to do it, as if I could sick it up and get rid of it. But my stomach only hitched a little and then was steady again. The roaring downpour and the accompanying thunder had completely covered the sound of cars approaching along the back Harlow Road, which lay bare yards beyond this boggy tangle. It likewise covered the crackle-crunch of the underbrush as they blundered through it from the dead end where they had parked. And the first we knew of them was Ace Merrill's voice, raised above the tumult of the storm, saying, "Well, what the fuck do you know about this?" Chapter 26. We all jumped like we'd been goosed, and Vern cried out. He admitted later that he thought for just a second that the voice had come from the dead boy. On the far side of the boggy patch where the woods took up again, masking the butt end of the road, Ace Merrill and Eyeball Chambers stood together, half obscured by a pouring gray curtain of rain. They were both wearing red nylon high school jackets, the kind you can buy in the office if you're a regular student, the same kind they give away free to varsity sports players. Their DA haircuts had been plastered back against their skulls, and a mixture of rainwater and Vitalis ran down their cheeks like ersatz tears. "Some bitch," Eyeball said. "That's my little brother." Chris was staring at Eyeball with his mouth open. His shirt, wet, limp, and dark, was still tied around his skinny middle. His pack, stained a darker green by the rain, was hanging against his naked shoulder blades. "You get away, Rich," he said in a trembling voice. "We found him. We got dibs." "Fuck your dibs. We're going to report him." "No, you're not," I said. I was suddenly furious with them, turning up this way at the last minute. If we'd thought about it, we'd have known something just like this was going to happen. But this was one time, somehow, that the older, bigger kids weren't going to steal it, to take something they wanted as if by divine right, as if their easy way was the right way, the only way. They had come in cars. I think that was what made me angriest. They had come in cars. "There's 4 of us, Eyeball. You just try." "Oh, we'll try. Don't worry," Eyeball said, and the trees shook behind him, and Ace, Charlie Hogan, and Vern's brother Billy stepped through them, cursing and wiping water out of their eyes. I felt a lead ball drop into my belly. It grew bigger as Jack Mudgett and Fuzzy Brackowitz stepped out behind Charlie and Billy. "Here we all are," Ace said, grinning. "So you just—" "Vern!" Billy Tessio cried in a terrible, accusing, "My justeth cometh, and that right early" voice. He made a pair of dripping fists. "You little son of a bitch! You was under the porch, cockknocker!" Vern flinched. Charlie Hogan waxed positively lyrical. "You little keyhole-peeping, cunt-licking bung-wipe! I ought to beat the living shit out of you!" "Yeah? Well, try it!" Teddy brayed suddenly. His eyes were crazily alight behind his rain-spotted glasses. "Come on, fight you for him! Come on, big men!" Billy and Charlie didn't need a second invitation. They started forward together, and Vern flinched again, no doubt visualizing the ghosts of beatings past and beatings yet to come. He flinched, but hung tough.
He was with his friends, and we had been through a lot, and we hadn't got here in a couple of cars. But Ace held Billy and Charlie back simply by touching each of them on the shoulder. "Now listen, you guys," Ace said. He spoke patiently, just as if we weren't all standing in a roaring rainstorm. "There's more of us than there are of you. We're bigger. We'll give you one chance to just blow away. I don't give a fuck where. Just make like a tree and leaf." Chris's brother giggled, and Fuzzy clapped Ace on the back in appreciation of his great wit, the Sid Caesar of the J.D. set. "'Cause we're taking him." Ace smiled gently, and you could imagine him smiling that same gentle smile just before breaking his cue over the head of some uneducated punk who had made the terrible mistake of lipping off while Ace was lining up a shot. "If you go, we'll take him. If you stay, we'll beat the piss out of you and still take him. Besides," he added, trying to gild the thuggery with a little righteousness, "Charlie and Billy found him, so it's their dibs anyway." "They was chicken," Teddy shot back. "Vern told us about it. They was fucking chicken right out of their fucking minds." He screwed his face up into a terrified, sniveling parody of Charlie Hogan. "I wish we never boosted that car. I wish we never went on no back Harlow Road to whack off a piece. Oh, Billy, what are we going to do? Oh, Billy, I think I just made a pile in my Fruit of the Looms. Oh, Billy." "That's it," Charlie said, starting forward again. His face was knotted with rage and sullen embarrassment. "Kid, whatever your name is, get ready to reach down your fucking throat the next time you need to pick your nose." I looked wildly down at Ray Brower. He stared calmly up into the rain, with his one eye below us but above it all. The thunder was still booming steadily, but the rain had begun to slack off. "What do you say, Gordy?" Ace asked. He was holding Charlie lightly by the arm, the way an accomplished trainer would restrain a vicious dog. "You must have at least some of your brother's sense. Tell these guys to back off. I'll let Charlie beat up the Four Eyes El Punko a little bit, and then we all go about our business. What do you say?" He was wrong to mention Denny. I had wanted to reason with him, to point out what Ace knew perfectly well, that we had every right to take Billy and Charlie's dibs, since Vern had heard them giving said dibs away. I wanted to tell him how Vern and I had almost gotten run down by a freight train on the trestle which spans the Castle River, about Milo Pressman and his fearless, if stupid, sidekick, Chopper the Wonder Dog, about the Bloodsuckers, too. I guess all I really wanted to tell him was, "Come on, Ace, fair is fair. You know that." But he had to bring Denny into it, and what I heard coming out of my mouth, instead of sweet reason, was my own death warrant. "Suck my fat one, you cheap dime-store hood!" Ace's mouth formed a perfect O of surprise. The expression was so unexpectedly prissy that under other circumstances it would have been a laugh riot, so to speak. All of the others, on both sides of the bog, stared at me, dumbfounded. Then Teddy screamed gleefully, "That's telling him, Gordy! Oh, boy! Too cool!" I stood numbly unable to believe it. It was like some crazed understudy had shot on stage at the crucial moment and declaimed lines that weren't even in the play. Telling a guy to suck was as bad as he could get without resorting to his mother. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw that Chris had unshouldered his knapsack and was digging into it frantically. But I didn't get it. Not then, anyway. "Okay," Ace said softly. "Let's take 'em. Don't hurt nobody but the LaChance kid. I'm gonna break both his fucking arms." I went dead cold. I didn't piss myself the way I had on the railroad trestle, but it must have been because I had nothing inside to let out. He meant it, you see. The years between then and now changed my mind about a lot of things, but not about that. When Ace said he was going to break both of my arms, he absolutely meant it. They started to walk towards us through the slackening rain. Jackie Mudgett took a DeMano switch knife out of his pocket and hit the chrome. 6 inches of steel flicked out, dove-gray in the afternoon half-light. Vern and Teddy dropped suddenly into fighting crouches on either side of me. Teddy did so eagerly, Vern with a desperate, cornered grimace on his face. The big kids advanced in a line, their feet splashing through the bog, which was now one big sludgy puddle because of the storm. The body of Ray Brower lay at our feet like a waterlogged barrel. I got ready to fight, and that was when Chris fired the pistol he had hawked out of his old man's dresser. Kabam! God, what a wonderful sound that was. Charlie Hogan jumped right up into the air. Ace Merrill, who had been staring straight at me, now jerked around and looked at Chris. His mouth made that O again. Eyeball looked absolutely astounded. "Hey, Chris, that's Daddy's," he said. "You're going to get the tar whaled out of you. That's nothing to what you'll get," Chris said. His face was horribly pale, and all the life in him seemed to have been sucked upward into his eyes. They blazed out of his face. "Gordy was right. You're nothing but a bunch of cheap hoods. Charlie and Billy didn't want their fucking dibs, and you all know it. We wouldn't have walked way the fuck out here if they said they did. They just went someplace and puked the story up and let Ace Merrill do their thinking for them." His voice rose to a scream. "But you ain't gonna get him! Do you hear me?" "Now listen," Ace said. "You better put that down before you take your foot off with it. You ain't got the sack to shoot a woodchuck." He began to walk forward again, smiling his gentle smile as he came. "You're just a sawed-off, pint-sized, pissy-ass little runt, and I'm going to make you eat that fucking gun. Ace, if you don't stand still, I'm going to shoot you. I swear to God." "You'll go to jail," Ace crooned, not even hesitating. He was still smiling. The others watched him with horrified fascination, much the same way as Teddy and Vern and I were looking at Chris. Ace Merrill was the hardest case for miles around, and I didn't think Chris could bluff him down. And what did that leave? Ace didn't think a 12-year-old punk would actually shoot him. I thought he was wrong. I thought Chris would shoot Ace before he let Ace take his father's pistol away from him. In those few seconds I was sure there was going to be bad trouble, the worst I'd ever known. Killing trouble, maybe. And all of it over who got dibs on a dead body. Chris said softly, with great regret, "Where do you want it, Ace? Arm or leg? I can't pick. You pick for me." And Ace stopped. Chapter 27. His face sagged, and I saw sudden terror on it. It was Chris's tone rather than his actual words, I think. The real regret that things were going to go from bad to worse. If it was a bluff, it's still the best I've ever seen. The other big kids were totally convinced. Their faces were squinched up as if someone had just touched a match to a cherry bomb with a short fuse. Ace slowly got control of himself. The muscles in his face tightened again, his lips pressed together, and he looked at Chris the way you'd look at a man who had made a serious business proposition, to merge with your company, or handle your line of credit, or shoot your balls off. It was a waiting, almost curious expression, one that made you know that the terror was either gone or tightly lidded. Ace had recomputed the odds on not getting shot and had decided that they weren't as much in his favor as he had thought. But he was still dangerous, maybe more than before. Since then, I've thought it was the rawest piece of brinkmanship I've ever seen. Neither of them was bluffing. They both meant business. "All right," Ace said softly, speaking to Chris. "But I know how you're going to come out of this, motherfuck." "No, you don't," Chris said. "You little prick," Eyeball said loudly. "You're going to wind up in traction for this." "Bite my bag," Chris told him. With an inarticulate sound of rage, Eyeball started forward, and Chris put a bullet into the water about 10 feet in front of him. It kicked up a splash. Eyeball jumped back, cursing. "Okay, now what?" Ace asked. "Now you guys get into your cars and bomb on back to Castle Rock. After that I don't care. But you ain't getting him." He touched Ray Brower lightly, almost reverently, with the toe of one sopping sneaker. "You dig me?" "But we'll get you," Ace said. He was starting to smile again. "Don't you know that?" "We'll get you hard," Ace said, smiling. "We'll hurt you. I can't believe you don't know that. We'll put you all in the fucking hospital with fucking ruptures. Sincerely."
Oh? Why don't you go home and fuck your mother some more? I hear she loves the way you do it. Ace's smile froze. I'll kill you for that. Nobody ranks my mother. I heard your mother fucks for bucks, Chris informed him. And as Ace began to pale, as his complexion began to approach Chris's own ghastly whiteness, he added, In fact, I heard she throws blowjobs for jukebox nickels. I heard... Then the storm came back, viciously, all at once. Only
She could have robbed me. Worse. But she seemed to need my help. She told me she lost her wallet, her phone, didn't even have enough money for coffee. A real damsel in distress. The man shrugs, seeming rueful. Miss Ogilvy is involved in an ongoing murder investigation, Mr. Addison. One that involves the death of an undercover narcotics officer and the attempted murder of a young man. She's associated with some very dangerous people, and now she's missing. In order to find her, we have to know everything she's been up to the last few days. Everyone she's talked to. Everyone she's been in contact with, so tell me what transpired between you two. The man seems reluctant. I could subpoena your statement, but that might get messy. And public. He sighs and sits forward, still keeping his voice lowered. I wasn't in the room with her very long, only an hour or so. I had to leave to come down here. You left her alone in your room? I felt bad for her. She had nowhere to go. That's what she said, anyway. Was she a prostitute? No money changed hands, if that's what you mean. She made that absolutely clear. He lifts his chin as if he's proud he didn't cheat on his wife with a hooker. Exactly what time did you last see her on Tuesday? About 10:30, I guess. I rushed back to the hotel room after my session was finished that day, about 6 or so. I even picked up flowers for her. He shakes his head. Stupid, I know. But she was gone when I got back. She left me this. He reaches in his jacket pocket and retrieves a small piece of hotel paper. Good unfolds it and reads, Dear Matt, I had to go. Thanks for everything. Love, Kathy, XO. She said her name was Kathy? Yeah. For a minute I thought maybe it's not the same person, but it's her, isn't it? Good doesn't respond. There's no mistaking this woman's face. Any phone calls since Tuesday? Any other contact? No, nothing. That's it. He glances back and forth. There's another pained smile at a colleague. If you don't mind, I really should be going. I've got a lot left to do today. Are you sure you didn't see her or talk to her yesterday? He nods, but swallows a large lump in his throat. Because we have reason to believe she called your cell at 4:20 yesterday afternoon. There was also a suspicious phone call coming from this hotel to the residence of Jason and Beth Montgomery last night. Who? I never even heard of them. Miss Ogilvy was their house guest this week. Oh, well, okay. Were you supposed to meet Miss Ogilvy last night, Mr. Addison? His lips tremble. His breathing is shallow. He closes his eyes and nods. She called me yesterday afternoon, he says. She said she needed a ride somewhere, but I couldn't get away. Where was she going? She didn't mention. We were supposed to meet in the lounge last night, but she stood me up. What did you do when she didn't show? I had a couple drinks. I tried calling that number. When I couldn't find her, I went back to my room by myself. Were you alone all night? Yes. No witnesses? How can there be witnesses? I said I was alone. His voice is rising again, and he catches himself, settling down. Without witnesses, that's not much of an alibi, Mr. Addison. More like a story that I should take your word for. Alibi? You think she was murdered? We're investigating the possibility. You don't think I killed her? He slaps his chest with one palm. I barely knew her. That doesn't exactly let you off the hook. His shoulders slump, but then he looks up. Room service. I ordered room service. The guy who brought the food would remember me. He'd be a witness, right? What time did you order? About 8:30, I guess. Good makes a note so he can confirm that. But I couldn't even eat. To tell you the truth, I've been feeling damn guilty about being with her ever since it happened. Now this? Talking to the police? Timing sucks, doesn't it? Having a missing woman on your hands? My hands? Good grins, but doesn't respond. That should be fine for now, Mr. Addison. Meantime, I think I better take this note. He motions with the folded chit. The man seems forlorn. Do you need it? Could be evidence. And just think, this way, your wife won't find it in your pocket when you get home.
Chapter 62. Beth. Friday morning. The alarm goes off, and Beth reaches over to turn it off, feeling anxious and drained at the same time. She lay awake all night, fighting bouts of nausea, bouts of tears, bouts of panic. Jay was restless too, shifting and fidgeting,
his legs working as if he were on a stationary bike. He didn't take a sleeping pill. It would have knocked him out for the meeting with Good. But he didn't talk to her either, so they lay in the quiet darkness, sometimes pretending to be asleep, other times not even bothering, just rustling and sighing and waiting for morning. The sheets were clean. She knew that. She'd changed the bedding herself, but her skin crawled to touch them, as if they'd been rotting in a landfill and were infested with maggots. This bed, her bed, their bed, screaming, panting. She tries to push the images from her mind. She gets out of bed, seeing her reflection in the mirror. The bones of her chest stick out like ripples in beach sand. She looks as if she's lost weight since yesterday. Did they eat dinner last night? No, they didn't. She can't even remember the last time she ate. She looks back at Jay, staring up from his pillow, not smiling. He just nods. His plan from last night runs through her head. I'm going to go for my run, as usual, and you're going to get ready for work, just like always. She looks away from him and goes into the bathroom. Everything had to be normal, he'd said. That was important. She has to make coffee now. She washes her hands, walks out of the bathroom, sees him sitting on the edge of the bed, as if he were trying to find the nerve to jump off a high cliff. Neither of them says anything. She goes to the kitchen to start the coffee maker, pours water, measures the coffee, turns on the switch. But she feels disconnected from her hands, the way she often felt on stage. Sometimes she could watch her hands on the keyboard, but they didn't really look like hands at all. Disjointed, nonsensical things. Staircases, snakes, coils of wire. But not hands, and especially not her hands. This is the way it is as she tries to make coffee. Her hands are something else, and they belong to someone else. She thinks of her husband's hands on her friend's body. She wants to forget it, but she can't. Guiltily, she realizes Jay's infidelity bothers her more than anything Cassie has done. She is used to forgiving Cass for things. She had to do it countless times back in college, but she can't forgive Jay. He was willing to sleep with her best friend inside of 3 days, in their bed. He's a worse person than she could ever have guessed. She hears him fussing about in the bathroom, getting ready for his run. She waits, as she always does, by the coffee maker for the first cup to drip out. She can't believe the way Jay fixated on that money, splattered with blood. He'd acted like some conniving, guilty villain. How had he changed so much since they met? She remembers seeing him at that party, laughing, taller than everyone, smiling, flooded with energy. When he spotted her, she felt electrified by him and flattered as he made his way through the room toward her. She felt an instant connection to him. It was his confidence. She was always so anxious herself. She was attracted to confident people. It was one of the reasons she loved Cass so much. She was drawn to the strength and energy of people who seemed at ease with themselves. She remembered seeing his Princeton school ring, his expensive watch, talking to him about his production company and his big plans for Hollywood. It helped that he was from a good family, a wealthy family. She could tell by the things he talked about, even the things he joked about. What, the Poconos not good enough for you? They started dating later that week and were engaged within 6 months. Beth thought, finally, everything was going to be okay. Like the heroines of her romance novels, she'd found her handsome prince. She could settle down, start a family, put the past behind her. Of course, it wasn't a happy ending at all. How wrong she'd been about everything, especially him. How stupid she'd been to trust him. She had hoped, for a short while, that things were going to get better when she got pregnant, but it was over now, and she won't feel it again. She's sure of it. Hope had a shelf life, turning rancid, becoming something else on a molecular level. Cynicism, depression, despair. but then she floods with anger again. God, he's selfish. Vain and shallow and selfish. How could he do this to her? And Cassie, too. Then again, she knew this was going to happen, didn't she? When she sat in footsies, deciding. She remembers the pressure in her chest. Don't say it. Don't say it. But she felt trapped. She'd always felt trapped by Cassie. She sees Jay come into the kitchen, pulling on a tank top. Everything normal, he repeats in a soft, dangerous voice. She doesn't respond. She watches him jog down the driveway and disappear. He seems taller than she remembers. Different. His energy is unfamiliar. She wonders when this started happening. How long ago had he stopped being her husband and become this stranger? Would she feel this way if Cassie hadn't shown up? Or had she been on a path all along, looking for an excuse to leave him? No, she screams at herself. She can't worry about those things now. She has to focus. There's too much to do, too much to think about. She has to stay calm. Jay's words run through her mind as she hurries down the hall, past the wedding pictures, carrying her coffee cup. We're going to do whatever they want, he'd said, pacing the living room, that crazed energy coursing through him. We're going to cooperate in any way they want. DNA, whatever. I know they can't do anything to me because I did not kill her. And I have no idea where she is. So as long as we stay on the same page, everything's gonna be okay. She tries to focus, tries to concentrate. She's just performing, just watching something, all her hands do what they were supposed to do next. But good God, she's nauseated, as if she's been rehearsing a performance for months and today is the big day. Every instinct in her body tells her to run the other way, but at one point it's too late. Gravity takes over and there's no going back. She has to perform. If she doesn't perform, she doesn't exist. The show must go on. You can do this, she tells herself. You're a lotus flower. You can survive anything. Just act normal. That's what Jay said. But it's a lot to ask of her, because whatever normal had once meant, it's something she can never be again.
Chapter 63. Good. Friday morning. Good is at the window overlooking the North Wilcox parking lot when the Montgomery cars pull in. After talking to Addison, he came back to the station and gave Dawes the details on the meeting, then went to wait at the window. He wanted to see them arrive, to observe how they interacted when they didn't know they were being watched. Even from a distance, and through bulletproof glass, he hears the throaty growl of the red Mustang as it pulls into the lot. The Navy Audi follows behind. Good is fascinated by how much of an extension a person's car is of themselves. Not just the color or the style, but the way someone handles a vehicle. The red Mustang, owned by a wannabe film producer, almost screeches at a 90-degree angle into a parking spot, decisively stopping on a dime. The Navy Audi, belonging to a music teacher, slows down, hesitates, then turns in slowly, nudging to a stutter of small stops, before finally settling in. The lot is busy on a Friday morning, so they can't park side by side. As soon as they get out of their cars, Good notices them look around and seek each other out. They meet halfway between the parking spots, even though it means a longer walk to the main doors. He narrows his eyes, straining to see their mouths moving, but their beige faces look still. He doesn't believe they say a word to each other as they take matching steps toward the entrance and out of view. But he noticed they came in separate cars. Could be force of habit, or it could be a sign of something amiss. Dawes comes up behind him. They here? 8 minutes early. Impressive. He knows Montgomery will be in processing for at least half an hour. His cheek will be swabbed for DNA. His fingerprints will be taken, and his photo. His dutiful wife will sit in the waiting room outside, like he's seen 1,000 wives, mothers, and hookers do. I've got more on them. She holds up 2 thin files. Interested? Very. They walk toward the squad room side by side, Dawes holding a file open. There is a symbiotic dynamic in the station, and everyone understands it. 2 homicide detectives working on a breaking case get the right of way, so uniforms step aside to let them pass, as if for a cruiser with its lights flashing on the interstate. Not much on the woman, Dawes says. She's a music teacher, has been for 6 years. Used to play piano professionally. Recorded 1 CD. Saw that. They reach their desks, barely 10 feet apart in the squad room. I don't have her full history yet, but check this out. The guy? Originally from Beverly Hills. Went to Princeton. Producer now. Nothing big. She stops and looks at him, grinning. Sounds like there's a but. Oh, there's a but, all right. There are actually some big buts. Fantastic. Nothing I like more than big butts. Dawes sighs. He loves the expression she makes when she's trying not to smile, the way her lips purse, making her cheekbones pop. He also loves that she perseveres without commenting. Not counting the $1 million+ they owe on the house in the hills, he's into the bank for over $400,000. There's an $80,000 second mortgage on the house, about $70,000 on credit cards. He also has a business loan for $200,000 with his partner Karen Burns of Vermont Films. Good can't decide if he's surprised or not. He remembers that house, the gleaming furniture, the happy photographs he didn't trust. I never would have guessed they were so broke. They looked so, I don't know, pink. They're not pink, she says. Not even close. I'm saving the biggest butt for last. You spoil me. She hands him another file. His eyebrows shoot up when he reads it. That's a big butt, all right. He senses their presence before he actually looks up, a sort of hesitant shadow in his peripheral vision. In the squad room, absolutely everyone moved with practiced authority. Nobody dawdled. Everyone had somewhere to go. But victims and criminals didn't enjoy being in a police squad room. The victims were confused and the criminals were nervous, so they both behaved the same way, like tourists without a map in a bad neighborhood, trying not to get mugged. Good luck, Dawes says, noticing them too. She wheels her chair back to her desk. Good waves, and they see him, both lifting their heads and smiling, as if meeting someone for a dinner reservation. They seem aware of the inappropriateness of their expressions, and their smiles fade as they walk over. Mr. and Mrs. Montgomery, he begins, back to the formalities. Thank you so much for coming. Of course, says Jay. Have you heard anything from her yet? Beth asks. I'm afraid not. Please, have a seat. They take 2 chairs across from his desk, and Good sits down too. He observes them without saying anything at first, crossing his fingers on his belly, leaning back, stretching out his legs. Don't speak unless you have something specific to ask them. Just let them talk, because sooner or later, if they were hiding something, they'd give themselves away. Guilty people always did. As the silence draws out, the awkwardness of the situation mushrooms before everyone. Jay looks back and forth between Good and his wife. Good just sits there, waiting. I told her, Jay says finally. About... Good lets his voice drag out. The guy didn't expect to have to be specific. It would seem too rude. But Good will make him be specific. He just sits there. About yesterday, Jay says. He clears his throat and sits up a little straighter, shifts his weight in the chair. It's an awful lot of fidgeting. Meanwhile, his wife sits with her back straight, her hands clutching the handle of the purse in her lap. You mean about you and Miss Ogilvy having intercourse? Good asks. Sometimes he can't believe his own nerve. He should have been a stand-up comic. He has no fear, no boundaries. He isn't proud of it. He can't help himself, which is why he's slightly remorseful when he sees the woman's eyes widen in shock. Clearly, she's trying to forget things. She may not know it yet, but she won't be able to forget. no matter how hard she wants to. I felt I had to tell her, Jay continues, especially after everything that's happened. Well, that's very big of you, Mr. Montgomery, Good says. He turns to Beth. And you're okay with all this? She cocks her head on an angle, as if considering it. That's not exactly the word I'd use, but... But we're gonna be okay, Jay interrupts. We're gonna work it out. Good looks briefly at Montgomery, then turns to the wife. That true? A moment passes, and she nods in resignation. Good sighs, then winds the conversation around. No use torturing them. He isn't a marriage counselor. He moves on, sliding the crime scene photos out of the way, opening another file. We ran a check on that number you said your friend dialed from your cell, he tells Beth. He sorts through the photographs, searching for the single sheet of paper he needs. He doesn't have to do this. He could have been prepared, but he wants to see their reaction, so he pushes the gory crime scene photos from Lawrence Heights back and forth across his desk. He notices them look down, then quickly up again, as if they were on the roof of a skyscraper, and the height might make them pass out. He slides a piece of paper over to Beth and circles a line on the page. 10:20 p.m. Tuesday night. Your friend didn't call a Lily or anyone else that night. She called a payphone at LAX that never picked up. She must have been listening to it ring. Why would she lie about that? Maybe you can tell me. She seems to think about it. Maybe this Lily friend of hers doesn't exist? That'd be my guess. What about the club in Monterey? She's not listed anywhere that we could find. She's not playing the jazz festival, that's for sure. So she lied about that too? Looks like. The woman lets out a breath, as if she's been holding it for years. She actually seems relieved. Speaking of phones, Good says, retrieving Jay's cell from his desk drawer. Still in an evidence bag, it's smeared with fingerprint powder, but the blood has been scraped off for analysis. He places it on the desk between them. Jay picks it up, handling it gingerly. The battery's dead, he says. Sorry about that. That's okay, he says, still happy to be reunited with his phone. Everyone is quiet for a moment before Dawes breaks the silence, right on cue. Got that info you asked for, she says, dropping a file in front of Good. Thanks. You two ever meet my partner? Michelle Dawes, she says, shaking their hands. Beth smiles weakly, but Jay barely looks up. I'm doing a coffee run. You guys want anything? They both shake their heads. Of course they don't want anything. They just want to get the hell out of here. Good says, Gatorade. What color? Surprise me. She leaves the three of them alone again. Good watches the couple for a moment. You like Gatorade? I don't know what it is about that stuff, but I can't stop drinking it. It's like I'm addicted or something. It's the electrolytes, Jay explains. The what? Electrolytes. I drink it sometimes myself, too. It's manufactured that way, so you keep drinking more. Helps replenish your fluids after workouts. So it's like you can never get enough, no matter how much you drink? Jay nods. Kinda, yeah. That explains it. There's another awkward silence. Good looks down at the file Dawes gave him, peruses it a moment, then takes a big breath as if he's not sure how to proceed. Mr. Montgomery, you have a criminal record? I'm sorry? Jay laughs. I don't have a record. He glances at his wife, who frowns at him. That's true, I guess you don't. The charge was expunged. Exactly, Jay says. What charge? Beth asks, frowning. What's he talking about? She doesn't know. Know what? She asks. It doesn't matter, Jay says. I think it does, Good says. This isn't the first time that you've been involved in a violent crime against a woman. Jay, what is he talking about? She turns to him, her cheeks reddening. I'm not involved in anything, he says. He rubs his eyes hard, clenching his jaw, then bunches his fists up on the arms of the chair. "What is going on?" she asks, looking back and forth between the men. "It was a mistake," Jay says. "A misunderstanding." "What is this about?" Beth demands, her voice rising. "Shh," Jay says. "Jesus, do we have to talk about this now?" "I can't imagine a better time," says Good. "Would you like me to tell her?" I will. I don't have a record, though, right?" He looks at Good challengingly. "I think that's unfair, saying I have a record. It was expunged." "That's true. I'm sorry to offend you." The woman seems baffled, blinking, her cheeks still flushed. "I'll explain it to her, okay? It has nothing to do with this. It was years ago. We can do this all in private." He stands up. "Now, I'm afraid I have a meeting, so if that's everything—" "Actually, it's not," Good says. "There's one more thing. We need your car." The guy sits down again. "Mine?" "Routine search, no big deal." He sighs loudly, turns to his wife. "Can I borrow yours? I have to be at the Ivy at 1. She nods, still preoccupied. He reaches in his pocket for his keys, handing them to Good. "It's a red Mustang." "License?" A needless question. JAYM1. "Cute," Good says. He twirls the keychain on his finger. "Shouldn't take long. Couple days at most. Thanks for coming by." They stand up quickly, but then hesitate, as if they've just given condolences to someone at a funeral and aren't certain if they've done enough and can leave now. Finally, they turn away. Good watches them walk to the elevator. Wait. Maybe they speak. Maybe they don't. But if they say anything, it isn't much. The elevator comes, they step inside, turn around. Neither of them looks at him as the doors close. Good stands up and goes to the window again, watching as they emerge from the lip of the building. They move quickly, straight toward the Audi. They're talking, he can tell, the way they tilt their heads toward each other. Jay tries to grab his wife's arm, but she pulls away from him. He's the one who goes to the driver's side. He talks over the roof of the car. No question about it now. He's not shutting up. They get inside. Good watches the car make quick, decisive moves out of the parking lot before disappearing into the steady, seeping stream of traffic.
Chapter 64. Beth. Friday morning. "Answer me," Beth says, glaring at her husband. "What was he talking about? What record?" "I don't have a record," Jay insists, swerving through traffic. "Then what did he mean?" "Never mind. We can talk about it later." "I don't want to talk about it later. I want to talk about it now." She can't believe any of this. It feels as if she's stepped into someone else's life. As if it wasn't bad enough waiting outside a place called the processing department before they met with Good. The shabby people who came and went, street bums, prostitutes, drug dealers. It terrified and humiliated her, and now Jay's a criminal too? It's too much. Jason! What was he talking about?
เขาจะได้อะไรถ้าเขาทำแบบนี้ทุกวัน เขาจะไม่ได้อะไรเลย ไม่ได้รวยขึ้น ไม่ได้ออกทีวี ไม่มีใครรู้จัก ไม่ได้มีชื่อเสียงที่มากขึ้นเพราะสิ่งที่เขาได้คือได้แค่ความรู้สึกได้เห็นความสุขได้เข้าใจได้ความรักได้ในสิ่งที่เงินซื้อไม่ได้ได้โลกที่สวยงามกว่าเดิมในชีวิตคุณอะไรคือสิ่งที่คุณต้องการมากที่สุด
ไทยประกันชีวิตเชื่อในความดี
Tell me. Jay's driving fast, aggressively, veering back and forth through traffic. It makes her want to throw up. In school, Jay says. Years ago. Something happened. In college? Yeah, this crazy party. Off campus. A girl, she was drunk. And so was I. He's still swerving and speeding. And it got a little rough. But I didn't do anything she didn't want me to do. I'm serious. He looks at her. We were both so drunk I barely remember any of it. But I know one thing. I didn't hurt her or anything. I didn't. Anyway, the next day she said... His voice trails off. She narrows her eyes on him. That you raped her? Date raped, okay? There's a difference. Are you kidding me, Jay? I can't believe you. There's no difference. He turns to her, adamant. Beth, you weren't there. Watch the road. Her heart is hammering. She was into it. You said you were drunk. How do you even know? Because there are snippets, memories. She puts her hands over her ears. I don't want to hear this. You said you wanted me to explain, so I am. She was into it. I'm telling you, she was into it. Stop! Her hands are still on her ears, but she can't drown him out. How was I supposed to know she'd call the cops the next day? Stupid bitch. She set me up. Oh my God, my God. She looks out the window at the baked palm trees, the sun-bleached buildings. My God. It was just a stupid misunderstanding, that's all. She was a liar. Beth looks at him, his chest heaving, his face blotched red. How did she know nothing about the man she married? Who the hell are you? She hisses at him. It was years ago. You're overreacting. It was nothing. Nothing? Are you kidding? How can I believe anything you say anymore? How am I supposed to believe you didn't go somewhere and hurt Cass too? Beth, stop! There's no way I'd... They're talking over each other. Maybe you had a plan to take that money or something. Jesus Christ, you're imagining things. You and Cass, maybe. And then you changed your mind. Did you do something to her? Tell me. Beth, you're acting crazy. I said no. Why should I believe you? You're a fucking liar! The emotions, the rage, the car careering back and forth, it makes her so dizzy. She feels sick. What the hell is happening to her life? She wants to vomit. She hasn't felt this way since she was pregnant. Could it be? No, it's impossible. They haven't had sex since the miscarriage. She doesn't even want his child anymore. She wants to get away from him. Forever. That's all she wants. He's still trying to explain. Nothing. She was drunk. She was into it. Years ago. She suddenly feels as if she's not in a car, but in a boat on a roiling ocean. There's no perspective. She can barely hear her husband's voice. When he pulls up in front of the academy, it startles her. She can't believe they're here already. The car idles. Normal. Remember? Everything normal. Jesus, Jay. Relax, he snaps. We can talk about it later. Everything's going to be fine. What do you usually do when you get to work? Beth can hardly think. She points to the Starbucks next door. I usually get a coffee. Then you're gonna get a coffee. She puts her hand on the door handle to get out, but stops. Jay, this just feels so wrong. Don't worry about it. Everything's gonna be fine. Just don't do anything out of the ordinary. Not until we know for sure what's going on. Call me when you're done, he says. I'll come get you. Okay, she says, feeling weak. What are you going to do? I'm meeting Camiso for lunch later, but right now I'm gonna do something just for fun. What's that? He cracks a wide grin, revving the engine a bit. I'm gonna go home and finish counting our money. Beth can't believe the smile on his face. He never seemed able to make that expression before. It's as if he's had some kind of stroke. He leans forward to kiss her, but she lurches away. She doesn't want him to touch her. She opens the door and the warm air wafts in. How strange it feels to be getting out of the passenger side. She slams the door closed. As she watches him drive away, there's a sharp tug low in her stomach. She hates seeing him behind the wheel of her car, because it's happened only twice before. On the way to the hospital when she started bleeding. And on the way back from the hospital when it was all over. She didn't even take the day off. She had students. She had to walk upstairs, into her studio, sit on the piano bench, bleed into the strange, bulky sanitary napkin they'd given her at the hospital after the miscarriage. She had to sit there and feel empty.
Chapter 65. Jay. Friday morning. Jay hurries into the house, his cheeks aching from smiling so much. What a break. His luck is changing. He can feel it, like a piston in his chest, gaining momentum. It takes guts to do what he's doing, but sometimes you have to push yourself. Sometimes you have to do things you never dreamed of doing to get ahead in life. To be successful in business, you have to be ruthless. That's what his dad always said. If you let an opportunity slip by, no matter how risky, you might as well just curl up and die on the spot because there's no guarantee another chance is going to come by anytime soon. You just have to have the courage to see it through. But how lame Good mentioned that bitch. He could tell the news had freaked Beth out. It pissed him off. He thought he was done with all that. Alistair said his record was expunged. Nobody would ever know. A mistake could happen to anyone. Yet the memory was so much like yesterday with Cassie. The pressure of his hands on her flesh. She wanted it. Cassie wanted it. The way that girl wanted it too. Beth wasn't like that, but some girls were. She wouldn't understand. None of this was even his fault. Cassie was just another random slut trying to bring him down. Well, she couldn't, could she? No matter how hard she tried, neither of them could. And now it was all going to be worth it. He pulls off his suit jacket and grabs a beer from the fridge, pops it open, and takes a long slug. It's early for a drink, but he has to calm his nerves. He hurries down the hall to the linen closet, grabs the blue gym bag from the shelf, and carries it back, setting it on the coffee table. He unzips the bag, astounded all over again by the sight of that cash. He dumps the bag onto the coffee table, where the money lands in a sliding mound of green, some of it falling onto the floor. It feels like winning the goddamn lottery. If you had asked him a week ago if he was capable of the plan he was pulling off now, he would have said, in another life, maybe. Yet now that it's happening, it all feels so natural. It invigorates him. It's the biggest rush he's ever had. It makes him feel like someone else, or maybe someone he's always been, if the people around him had only seen his potential from the beginning. Funny, he isn't even afraid of getting caught. Not really. He'd never been a fatalist before, but he's starting to believe that things happen for a reason. Seeing this money made him think that. Meeting Cassie made him think that. As horrible as it all was, as bad as he feels about everything, if Beth hadn't invited Cassie to stay with them, he never would have found this money. And now with Cassie gone, it's theirs. His. Things were rolling his way. Finally. He takes another slug of his beer and begins counting the cash. Every time he picks up a roll of money and unwraps the elastic, he flips through the stack quickly, like a blackjack dealer handling cards. After a while, he doesn't have to count each bill because he knows the pattern. 100 bills per roll. That's $10,000. 20 stacks. 30 stacks. 40. He uses the calculator on his laptop as if he's working on the film budget. When he looks up from the money, it's later than he thought. It's time to leave for his meeting. The crick in his neck is painful and his back is stiff, but at the same time, he feels elated. Pain is something different now. Like everything else, it seems to energize him. He zips the bag back up and shoves it onto the shelf of the linen closet. On his way out of the house, he texts Beth.
Chapter 66. Beth. Friday afternoon. Beth sits on the piano bench while one of her students murders the memory of Mozart. She feels her blazer pocket vibrate with a text. She pulls out her phone, checking the screen. She grits her teeth when she sees it. Over $1 million. Keep playing, she says, standing up, letting herself out of the studio, closing the door behind her. The hall is empty. She's alone. She rarely hears what the hall sounds like during a midday lesson. The din of instruments is bizarre and muffled, as if she's walked into an invisible circus. She can't tell if it's a happy sound or a depressing one, but it's monotonous. So many scales, up and down, pointlessly, endlessly. The same notes she'd played all her life, that they all played over and over again. The absurd but necessary practice of a language that made no sense. She checks the cell again, and an inward peal of anger rushes through her. How stupid can he be? He's telling her to try to be normal, and he's texting this kind of information? She can't believe it. She dials, and Jay picks up. Hey, babe, isn't that incredible? He's laughing. She can tell by his voice that he's in his car. We're millionaire. Jason, not on the phone, she hisses. Don't be stupid. She looks over her shoulder, making sure she's still alone. She is. So alone. She paces the hall, wondering when she became such an expert at how to handle all of this. Sorry, man. Sorry. Stupid, I know. I'm just so blown away. She rides out another wave of rage. Her head pounds. Blam! Blam! Like the metronome inside the room. All she wants to do is scream at him right now,
But she can't, because she's so angry she'd yell over the instruments, and everyone would hear. "Babe, you okay?" He doesn't call her babe much anymore. It drops her into a different time in her life, a year ago or more. Back then, their life wasn't perfect either. They had money problems, but not nearly as bad as now. Things were starting to heat up on Jay's film. He was so excited and confident about it. She hadn't gotten pregnant yet, but she was sure it would happen soon. Watching the little blue lines on the pregnancy tests, taking her folic acid, buying baby things on sale. It was all still potential. Their marriage was full of hope. But it had been such a bad year. "Beth?" He prods her again. "You okay?" "I'm having trouble concentrating." "Well, no kidding, so am I. But you're gonna have to try. Everything normal, remember? Nothing out of the ordinary." "Why did you text me at work then? You say act normal, but then you do this? When's the last time you even thought about me during the day, let alone—" "Beth, calm down, please." She takes a deep breath. "Have you had lunch?" he asks. "What?" "Lunch. Have you gone for lunch?" "I'm not hungry." "You're supposed to—" But he stops. He must know how ridiculous he sounds, because if he says act normal one more time, she'll throttle him. "Look, you need to eat," he insists. "Go grab a sandwich or something." "I said I'm not hungry." "Then go get some air. Get a coffee. You need to chill out." His tone of voice shocks her. Yes, she has to calm down, or this would all go wrong. She should go out for a coffee, get some fresh air, clear her head. "I'm serious," he continues, in an in-charge mood, the way he was last night when he hatched the plan. The way he used to be. As strange as it is, she misses that about him. He'd been so dashing when she'd met him, so confident. But he'd been floundering for so long that now she was floundering too. Both of them treading water, trying to reach a life raft that keeps floating away the harder they swim for it, unable to save themselves, losing strength, out of breath. They couldn't even help each other anymore. If they so much as linked hands, they'd pull each other under and drown. She kept telling herself, just be strong, just be patient, just keep going. She's a lotus flower. She'd been through worse than this. And there is an escape hatch now. That cash would help. They say money can't buy happiness, but neither do poverty or debt. She can vouch for that. He continues, the confident, charming Jay. "Beth, I know this is hard, and I'm sorry. I really am." She feels as if he's in a pitch meeting, the way he's acting so smooth. "I hate having to put you through this." "Why didn't you tell me about that girl?" "What was I going to tell you? That some slut tried to blackmail me in college?" "Jason!" "I'm serious. That's what happened. Just forget it, okay? We can talk about it later. We have to stay cool right now. We're on the same team, remember? Everything's gonna be okay. I promise. Look, I gotta go. I've gotta—" "Wait," she says. "Wait!" "What is it?" She holds her head, which aches so badly it feels as if her skull is crushing her. But she has to ask him. She has to know. "Have you ever done this before?" "Done this?" He laughs. "Of course not." "No, I mean, have you cheated on me before?" "What? Are you kidding, Beth? Are we really talking about this now?" "I don't mean Cassie. I mean before that. With Emily or Karen. Or someone else." There's a moment of silence on the phone. Nothing but the bizarre, muffled circus around her. "Beth, please, I told you to—" "I asked, have you ever slept with Emily or Karen?" "Beth, they're my friends." "So? You slept with my best friend. Why wouldn't you do it with yours?" "She's not your best friend." "Are you— just answer me." "Of course not," he barks. "It's just Cassie, then?" His voice is quieter, soothing. "Just— yes."
Of course. Look, I can't get into this now. I'm almost there. Let's talk about it. Did you fall for her? Who? Cassie. God, no. Her voice softens. Did you hurt her? Beth, please. Just tell me, Jay. I have to know. I told you already. No, goddammit. Just please try to relax, okay? I'm serious. I know I fucked up, but everything's gonna be all right. I promise. Everything's gonna be great. I'll see you after work. We can celebrate in style. And then he's gone. Beth looks at the screen. Call ended.
Chapter 67. Good. Friday afternoon. Good's line of work doesn't normally take him onto the palm-lined boulevards of Beverly Hills, but he has to talk to John Montgomery. It's been almost 72 hours since the shootings, and their only lead, Cassie Ogilvy, has vanished. If he doesn't find her, or some other connection to Squires' supplier, the task force will close in. The LAPD might be one of the largest police forces in the country, but it's still dwarfed by the feds. Which is why he wants to talk to Montgomery, to confirm the phone call from yesterday. Did he speak with Ogilvy? Did he see her? Does he know where she is? He also wants to learn more about the son. They say the acorn doesn't fall far from the tree. Are both men capable of violence? He follows the bends in the dark asphalt, staring out at the mansions. When he gets to the right address, there's a gate, but it's open, so he drives through. The big double door is white and carved. There's a doorbell and a knocker, but Good forgoes both. He likes to announce his arrival manually, pounding on the door with the side of his fist. Bang, 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 bang. A moment later, a short Latina woman opens it. She wears a pale blue uniform with an apron. Good thinks the getup is ridiculous and immediately feels sorry for her. Is Mr. John Montgomery in? No, sir, says the woman, smiling. She has a Spanish accent. She seems polite, but Good notices her gaze flit toward his car, then a furrow form between her dark brows. When she looks at him again, her eyes have narrowed, and she's not smiling anymore. Could you tell me where he is, please? I don't think so, sir, the woman says, starting to close the door. But at the same time, another voice joins in. A woman with silver hair emerges from the shadows above the maid's shoulder, a questioning look on her face. Who's there? When she sees him, a deflated sound comes out of her. Oh. Good can tell she distrusts him immediately. Mrs. Montgomery? He asks, taking a little bow. He crosses his hands in front of his crotch and plasters a big, fake smile on his face. Yes? She's so nervous, her voice stutters, and that one small word, yes, has about 6 syllables. My name is Detective Francis Good. I'm with the Los Angeles Police Department. He presents his badge, then gives her his card in a move so slick it's almost a magician's sleight of hand. She sees the word homicide, and her wrinkled throat jerks like a bobbing apple core as she swallows. She goes back to stuttering. Yes? I'd like to speak to your husband, please. I'm afraid he's not in. Do you know where he might be? He's golfing. It's very important that I speak with him as soon as possible. Do you know where he's golfing? At the club, she says. The Rosedale Park. Thank you kindly, he says, clicking his heels as he backs away. I appreciate your cooperation. Have a nice day. He feels her watching him as he walks back to his car. He could question her about Montgomery's whereabouts last night, but it would be too much of a tip-off. She might call and warn him Good was coming. She might do that anyway, but no use supplying the details of the case. As he gets behind the wheel, she's still standing in the doorway, staring at his card. He roars away, giving the gas a little extra kick so the tires squeal before he gets to the gate. The Rosedale Park Golf and Country Club appears out of the greenery, an elegant Georgian estate. Good glides up to the curb, where a valet is waiting for him, opening his door. Welcome to the Rosedale, sir, he says, smiling. Good has no idea how to navigate this situation. He's never interviewed anyone on a golf course before. He flaps open his badge. I'd like to speak with a member, please. Could you tell me how I might do that? Maybe you should talk to the concierge, sir, the young man says. She's inside. I'll do that, thanks. Good strides up a broad set of white steps, where another helpful lad smiles. Welcome to the Rosedale, sir, he says, opening the big double door. Thank you. That's very kind, Good says, surprised. He prepared himself for some resistance, maybe even a fight. He enters a large lobby featuring the kind of polished wood and high ceilings he associates with cathedrals. A pretty brunette sits at an antique partner's desk ahead of him. The girl smiles in such a welcoming way, he would have approached her even without the sign on her desk. Concierge, Ashley. May I help you, sir? She asks. She has the kind of face that was made to smile. Must be clothespins in her cheeks holding up her lips. Good introduces himself, shows his badge, mentions that he's got to talk to Mr. John Montgomery. The smile doesn't falter as the young woman picks up a phone and says she'll call the assistant manager. Mr. Sullivan? I have a guest here who'd like to speak to Mr. Montgomery. Thank you. She hangs up, still smiling. He'll be right out. Good nods, looking around at the polished furniture. Everything's so huge. Chairs, tables, mirrors. It's as if giants live here. There's a shop of golf clothes across the lobby, full of blues and yellows and ridiculous greens. Beyond the jungle of pastels and primary colors, another young woman is visible, like something camouflaged in the forest. She sits at a counter, flipping through a magazine. Less than a minute later, a blond man in his 40s, wearing a very crisp suit, appears from the hallway. If not for the fact that he wears a brass name tag that reads William B. Sullivan, M.A., Assistant Manager, Good would have thought he'd just come from a wedding, standing as someone's best man. May I help you, sir? He asks, smiling with perfect white teeth. Good goes through the routine. I'm sorry, sir, but we can't interrupt members while they're on the course, especially since the mayor is in the Montgomery foursome today. The mayor? Good asks. He's impressed. I'd be delighted to have you wait in the clubroom if you like. They probably won't be more than 45 minutes. That'll be fine. He nods goodbye to Ashley as the assistant manager takes him through yet another set of double doors into a large, dim room full of brass and glass and empty tables. A young man sits folding napkins in the corner, and another pretty girl is behind the bar, polishing glasses. Please have a seat, says the manager, pointing to the tables and chairs. Holly, get Mr. Good something to drink while he waits. Of course, she says, coming out from behind the bar. She's obviously gone to the same smiling tutor as Ashley. What can I get for you, sir? Got any Gatorade? Sure. What flavor would you like? He's surprised. Most restaurants don't stock Gatorade. Which ones do you have? All of them, she says. Like 21 of them? Well, maybe not that many, she laughs, but several. Surprise me then, he says with a grin. Of course. She turns and whisks back behind the bar. Good looks around, noticing a set of French doors leading outside. Despite the fact the restaurant is empty, the large veranda is full of guests at tables, various shades of silver, white, and dyed blonde heads bobbing and turning and nodding. Of course, everyone would be out there on a beautiful Friday afternoon. It's a little hard for him not to join them. He's a curious person, and he's never been to a private country club before. He crosses the portal from the dim room into the brilliant, bright outdoors. The plates are full of succulent burgers and salads and poached fish. The silver heads bob and smile. Some people look at him curiously, but not as many as he'd think. He finds an empty table and sits down, adjusts another chair and puts his foot up on it, leaning back. He surveys the domain. Rolling green grasses and manicured trees, tiny figures moving around at a relaxed pace. White golf carts seem to float like sailboats on an emerald sea. He's never seen anything like it. It's a secret paradise inside of Los Angeles. He grew up here, thought he knew every inch of the city, but this is totally new to him. How were they keeping this from him? From all of them? He always suspected that rich people had secret places like this, but it seemed more like a conspiracy theory than any possible truth. If it weren't so damned impressive, he'd cry. The girl named Holly comes over with a blue Gatorade. "How's this?" she asks. She sets down a glass and pours it for him. "That's just marvelous." "Enjoy." "I'm sure I will." His drink is half gone when he notices the assistant manager get into a red golf cart, the only red one Good can see, and roar toward the 18th hole. Good sits forward as Sullivan gets out and approaches men rolling up in 2 white carts. There is some discussion. All 4 heads turn in the direction of the clubhouse. Good still can't get over it. He better tread carefully. The mayor may have time to golf with the 1%ers, but he's also on the task force. The assistant manager collects him a few minutes later and brings him down a paneled hallway to his own office. "Mr. Montgomery will be here momentarily," he says, then bows away. Good waits. The office is imposing. Bankers' lamps, paintings of horses, lots of leather furniture and photographs of men and women posing for group shots. Ladies' championships. PGA tournaments. Fundraising balls. "Hello?" a man's voice.
That's all right. No, this is true.
The door clicked open. Someone was in my room, but unlike before, I had left the curtains parted. By the light of the moon, I could see a silhouette standing by the bed as it appeared to slough off its skin. Something soft hit the floor. The silhouette slipped under my covers. "What?" I began. A finger touched my lips. "Shh." It was Julia. Her mouth met mine, and an arm slipped around me. She was naked, her skin cool and soft. I pulled her closer, feeling how her body trembled, breath quickening as she kissed me harder, silky hair falling over my face, tickling me as she pushed herself up, manoeuvring me onto my back. She lay flat upon me, legs stretched out along mine, breasts pressed against my chest, one hand gripping mine against the sheets, skin against skin, lips against lips. Then she was sitting up, astride me, rocking slowly, palms flat on my chest, hair falling forward as her hips moved back, forth, back, forth. I sat up, kissing her deeply and pulling her against me as she nipped at my lips, raked her fingernails down my back. She pushed herself harder against me, and I could sense her frustration, the need for an orgasm, and I turned her over, withdrew, and put my head between her legs. I glanced up at her, across the glorious landscape of her flesh, the flush around her collarbone, the increasing rise and fall of her chest, and with my fingers and tongue I made her come. A moment later, I was inside her again, and I tried to fight it, to hold back, but she murmured, "It's okay," and I surrendered. A climax like a series of explosions rippling across my entire body. She lay with her head on my chest. We didn't speak. A little while later we started kissing again. We kissed for what felt like hours. It felt like a dream, like being outside myself. I know at some point we made each other come again. I remember hearing someone singing very faintly in the distance. "Un d'autri, mamin dali pri." I think I tried to remark on it, but my mouth was too tired, my tongue too heavy. The next thing I knew, it was light, and Julia was gone. I found her in the cottage. She had her hair pinned up and was sorting through some paperwork on the kitchen table. She looked up and smiled when she saw me. "Are you looking for breakfast? I'm afraid the schedule's gone to hell." No, of course not. Words failed me. I was as tongue-tied as a love-struck teenager. "Julia..." She got up from the table and pulled me into a hug, quietening me. It felt very much like a platonic hug. "Julia," I began again. "Lucas, let's not talk about it, okay? It was something I needed, that's all." "Oh." She laughed. "Please don't look so disappointed. I really don't want to have a long, awkward conversation about it. It felt like something you needed too. No more than that and no less. You don't want more than that, surely. I'm a mess, and I get the impression you're not ready to move on." Was she right? I didn't know. It had been 2 years since I lost Priya. I missed her. Of course I still missed her. But the pain, which used to be ever-present, the overriding emotion that darkened every hour of every day, had dimmed. Now I could go for hours without thinking about her, before being shocked out of forgetfulness by guilt. But I didn't feel guilty about sleeping with Julia, because I was still here, wasn't I? Still living, still in need of human warmth and pleasure, still trying to be happy. I was certain Priya, if she was watching me, wouldn't begrudge me that. I was sure, in fact, she'd be cheering me on. It was different for Julia, though. I understood that. It was more complex because of Lily. I could move on, but Julia was in limbo. She sat back down and I joined her at the table. She pulled the paperwork towards her, arranging it into a pile. "Do you want to talk about it?" she asked. "The person you lost? I assume it was a girlfriend?" "Yes." Yes, she was. And I told her what had happened. My panic when Priya didn't turn up at work, finding her body, the hit and run. The police found the guy who did it a week later. He was some high-ranking council official who'd been visiting his mistress before work. It was an accident. He was racing to get to the office before he was missed. And he panicked, thinking he'd lose his job and his wife and kids. I was there in court. He seemed genuinely ashamed, kept saying sorry, but I still hated him. If they told me he'd killed himself, I'd be happy. I looked up at Julia. That's terrible, isn't it? No, it's understandable. If someone took Lily, and if I ever find them... She didn't need to complete the sentence, but her eyes reflected the hatred I still harboured for the man who killed Priya. I was luckier than you, I said. I got closure, and Priya's death had an unexpected effect on me. I thought if anything like that ever happened to me, I would fall apart, that writing would be at the bottom of my priority list. But the opposite happened. Priya had been so enthusiastic about Sweetmeat, which was an embryonic idea at that point, that I became determined, absolutely driven to finish it, to make it soar for her. I guess the aftershock of my dad's death was mixed in with it too, the feeling that I'd never made him proud. So I put everything into that book, everything. For the first time in my life, it was easy, and I knew it was good. And when it was successful, did it make you feel better? Did you feel like you'd done Priya and your dad proud? Yeah, kind of. It was exciting, exhilarating, but it was also kind of scary. When there's been this thing you've wanted your whole life and you think, if this happens, everything will be perfect. I'll be happy at last. You convince yourself it will fix you. And then it happens. And it doesn't fix you. No. I wasn't any happier. It didn't make me any less cut up about losing Priya or my dad. Time was the only thing that could do that. She nodded, and I went on. I was a mess. I'm still a mess, but you know what? I feel different now, after what happened to me and Max, almost dying. It's a massive cliché, but it really fucking focuses the mind. This is my second chance, my chance to get my shit together and be happy. I was silent for a moment, and she waited for me to continue. Getting to know you, Julia, has made me realise I don't have any real problems. Nothing compared to what you've gone through. You're so strong. I'm not strong. No, you are. You really are. You're amazing. I know you don't want any more from me, but I just wanted you to know that I think you're amazing. I'm not... She broke off. Hang on. We've got company. It was Ursula. She burst into the cottage and came straight into the little kitchen. Her hair was sticking up, and there was a bed crease on the side of her face. She was pale, her expression flicking between anxiety and excitement. Are you all right? Julia asked, standing up. Ursula swiped at her ear as if a wasp was bothering her. Despite my antipathy towards her, I was concerned. There was clearly something wrong. My spirit guide, Phoebe, she said. She spoke to me during the night. My concern evaporated. It was just Ursula talking her usual nonsense. And what did she tell you? First, she told me where to find your phone. I glanced at Julia to see if she was as incredulous as I was. She mainly looked worried. Oh, I said. Where is it then? On the bookshelf, in the Thomas room. I asked my guide exactly where, and she sang to me an old children's nonsense rhyme. I stared at her. Wait here. I left the cottage and hurried over to the main house, going straight into the sitting room. I located the owl and the pussycat straight away and pulled it out. I couldn't see my phone, so I pulled out a few more books, revealing a gap at the back of the shelf. And there it was, my missing phone. On the way back to the cottage, I pressed the home button, but the phone was dead. I waved it as I re-entered the cottage kitchen. She was right. It was there. I addressed Ursula. You must have taken it, hidden it there. Don't be ridiculous. I searched my memory. Could I have put it there, on the shelf, the night Ursula arrived? I had a vague memory of going over to look at the books. It was possible. I could have rested it on the line of books, and it might have slipped down behind them. I didn't know what to think. Julia spoke up. Did your spirit guide come to you in the night just to tell you where to find Lucas's phone? Does she do that often? Tell you where to find lost things? Sometimes she does. She looked meaningfully at Julia. You should sit down, dear. I'm okay where I am. Very well. You might find this a little alarming, but I'm going to ask my guide to speak to you directly. You're kidding, I said. Julia, come on, let's go. But she wouldn't move. No, I want to see this. Ursula drew in a long, deep breath, spread her fingers out on the table and closed her eyes. She was silent for so long that I felt the urge to speak, to ask her what she was playing at. But then she started talking. Her voice was different, higher and younger. It was faintly absurd, but eerie too. She kept her eyes shut and tilted her head to one side as she spoke. Julia, your child is gone. Lily is gone. Julia put her hand to her mouth. Ursula tilted her head to the other side. But do not worry. She is safe. She is happy. She's in a better place, the best place. I've seen her and spoken to her. She wants you to know that she loves you. Her daddy is with her too, and they're happy together, even though they miss you. Julia, I said, but she shushed me. Ursula smiled, a ghastly smile that made her, with her white face and voluminous hair, look like a Victorian doll. Lily's safe now. You don't need to worry about her any more. You don't need to look for her. She's with Jesus. Part 3. Chapter 34. Ursula's eyes darted around the room as if she didn't know where she was. She clamped her hand over her mouth. Moving twice as fast as normal, she exited the room, dashing to the toilet. I heard retching, then the toilet flushing and a running tap. When she came back into the kitchen, she was as pale as bone, and beads of sweat clung to her brow and upper lip. She sat down. Would you mind fetching me a glass of water? Julia was frozen still, unable to take her eyes off Ursula. I found a glass, filled it from the tap, and handed it to Ursula. She gulped it down. I apologize, she said. This always happens when I channel. Would you mind leaving me for a minute until I get my strength back? I was glad to get out of that room, but Julia was more reluctant. She said, Lily's with Michael, Julia said. And Jesus. Ursula half smiled. Did she? I didn't hear what was said. I was in another place. Come on, Julia, I said, guiding her from the room. We left the cottage and stepped into the garden. Julia was in a daze. I tried to put my arm around her, but she pushed me away. Please, I want to be on my own for a minute. You can't believe that was real, surely. She knew where to find your phone, didn't she? I could feel all the warmth between us draining away. I was convinced what Ursula had done was an act. Perhaps she was insane and thought it was real, but the idea that someone could channel a spirit who could talk through them was nonsense. I knew Julia was desperate to believe it, but it was so frustrating. I was surrounded by superstition and irrational beliefs. What next? Was Ursula going to claim that a woodland spirit knocked Max and me over the head with a rock and chucked us in the river? She probably hid my phone in the first place so she could set this up. Next, she'll be asking you for money in exchange for messages from Lily. Julia started towards the house, but stopped and whirled round. She jabbed a finger towards me. You don't get it, do you? How it feels. She thumped her chest with a flat hand. You tell me I'm amazing. She made air quotes with her fingers. For what? Being strong? Holding it together? You have no idea. Ursula had come out of the cottage and was watching us. Julia ignored her. You don't know how much it hurts, Lucas. No idea how many times I've been down to that river and thought about throwing myself in, knowing I'd drown because I'm so weak I can't even swim. If someone showed me proof that Lily was dead, then maybe I'd do it. There'd be nothing to stop me anymore, no hope left to keep me alive. She waved an arm at the house. I thought, when I opened the retreat, it would give me some new purpose, a business to run, something for me. What a mistake. She began to laugh, on the edge of hysteria. I should have gone with my original idea and opened a boarding kennel. Dogs might be needy and difficult, but my God, they're not half as needy as you writers. She turned her attention to Ursula, who still loitered by the door of the cottage. So, what should I do, huh? You telling me Lily is dead, 100%? Should I give up hope? Should I go and throw myself in the river? Julia. She cut me dead with a glare, and took a step towards the cottage. "Come on, Ursula. What does your spirit guide say? Does Lily want me with her now?" Ursula clung to the doorframe. It was scary how much she'd aged almost overnight. "No, Julia, she doesn't want you to join her. I expect she wants you to find the person who did it to her, the person who killed her." Julia and I both stared at her. "And did your guide give you any clues?" Julia asked, her voice hard and cynical. At least I thought she doesn't seem to believe Ursula now. Her anger had burned away the belief. "Not yet," Ursula said. "Well, give me a call if she does. I want you to go. Pack your bag and go home." I couldn't help but smile until Julia whirled round to point at me. "You too, all of you." She gestured to Susie, who'd appeared by the front door of the house. She looked a mess, pale and shaky. She seemed almost relieved to be given her marching orders. She hung her head and went back inside. "The police told me I needed to stay nearby," I said, after Susie had gone, aware of how pathetic that sounded. "Get a room in town, then," Julia snapped. She stormed back to the house, leaving Ursula and I alone. "She doesn't mean it," Ursula said. "She'll calm down. She's had a shock, that's all." "Yeah. And whose fault is that?" I said, as she followed Julia into the house. I walked down to the fence and looked out at the surrounding countryside. I touched the bandage on the back of my head. A few hours ago, Julia and I had been in each other's arms. Now, she was kicking me out. Maybe, despite the police's instructions not to leave town, I should do as she asked. Go back to London. Forget about Julia and Lily and all the rest. Try to forget that someone had attempted to kill me. Finish my novel. Get on with my life. But I was in too deep now. My mobile rang in my pocket. It was Ollie. "Hey," he said. "You busy? Do you want to pop over?" I was confused. "To look at your dad's books?" "No, well, kind of. It's just I found something that's related to what we were talking about yesterday. I think you should come and take a look." Malcolm Jones had lived alone since his wife died, in a large stone house on the other side of town. It stood alone, halfway down a narrow lane. There was an empty pond out front, and vines snaked up the facade, all the way to the guttering on the roof. Ollie let me in. He had the air of someone who hadn't slept much, and the faint whiff of body odour emanated from him. He led me into the kitchen. Heleth turned around from the sink where she was washing up. She wore a white T-shirt, and her rose tattoo was on display again. She dried her hands on a tea towel and came over to me. Like Ollie, she seemed strained, nervous energy radiating from her. Grief. I recognised it well. "It was you who found my mum," she said. I nodded. "How are you?" Ollie put his arm around her shoulders. "We're supporting each other, aren't we?" "That's right." She touched a cross that hung around her neck, and I realised it was the necklace Shirley had worn. I looked from Heleth to Ollie and back. I was still certain both their parents had been murdered, and that I was partly responsible. I was groping for something to say. I was wondering if it would be insensitive to ask about the dog, when Ollie said, "Come on, mate, let me show you what I found." He led me up to Malcolm's study, leaving his girlfriend in the kitchen. The hallway was full of cardboard boxes where Ollie had begun to pack his father's belongings. I squeezed past them into an unexpectedly spacious room, dominated by an enormous desk and lined with sturdy bookshelves. There were hundreds, possibly thousands of books in the study, crammed into every space, ramming the shelves, stacked on the floor and the surface of the desk. A shiny iMac was incongruous among the many dusty volumes. "This is just the tip of the iceberg," Ollie said. "There are thousands more downstairs. You'd think he'd get sick of seeing books after spending his working day with them, but I think he was actually addicted to acquiring them. My mum was always moaning at him. 'You've got a 6-foot pile of books by our bed that you haven't read yet. Why do you need to buy more?' A section of books on a shelf to my left caught my eye. They were dedicated to folklore, fairy tales, and urban legends. One of them was Folk Tales and Urban Myths, the book that Lily had owned and that I'd also seen in Megan's house. It was clearly a bestseller around these parts. Beside that were a number of volumes about the history of North Wales and the local area. A Clean Slate, an oral history of quarrying and mining in Wales. Hardly the catchiest title. I leafed through it quickly, checking the index for Bed Mawr. wondering if there was anything about the former mine on which Julia's house stood. Yes, there it was. The mine had been at the heart of the local community, I read, until it closed in 1946. There were stories that the wife of a miner who was killed at work placed a curse on the town. I knew that already, and the book didn't offer any new information. "What did you want to show me?" I asked. He hesitated for a second. "Heleth said I shouldn't tell you, that she'd probably put it in a book or something. But I can trust you, right?" "Yes, of course." "Good, because it would be crap if you gave her the opportunity to say I told you so. There's some stuff about her in there, so she's a bit sensitive about it." I still wasn't sure what he was talking about, but said, "Okay." Ollie picked up a holdall from the desk chair. "Let's go downstairs. There's nowhere to sit here." Once we were seated in the living room, he said, "My dad kept a journal. There's one for each year, going back to 1965. They were all on a shelf, in date order. I started to look through them. There's all this stuff about how he met my mum, the early courtship, as he called it, their wedding, having me, loads of stuff about work, too, and his colleagues. Plus there are reviews of books he read and films he watched. Quite interesting, if only to me." He licked his dry lips. "But I noticed 1980 was missing. And that got me thinking about what he said to me the day he died, about keeping a terrible secret." 1980. I'd been 6 at the time. It was the year before we left this town and moved to Birmingham. My mum had mentioned 1980 when she told me about the little girl who'd gone missing from the children's home. Heleth came into the room carrying 2 mugs of coffee for us. She sat down next to Ollie. He went on, "You know, it looked like someone had been in there, in his study. The desk drawers were in a mess, like they'd been rifled through. There were books scattered all over the floor. Dad would never have done that. He was obsessed with things being filed correctly. So at first I thought someone must have been in there and taken 1980. Then I remembered." I was desperate for him to get to the end of the story. "Dad had a hidey hole. It's under the carpet in his bedroom, a loose floorboard. He didn't know that anyone knew about it, but I discovered it when I was a kid, after I peeped in on him once and saw him messing around with the carpet. He used to hide money in there. Other stuff, too. A girly mag." He laughed. "I found it when I was 9 or 10. I'll never forget it. Those bushes." Heleth rolled her eyes. "Anyway, it was in there. 1980. He held the book out to me. As I was about to take it, he pulled it back. "You're the first person who's seen this, apart from me. Even Heleth hasn't read it yet, though I've told her the important stuff. I'm only showing it to you because I think you'll be able to help us figure this out. Also, well, you'll see in a minute." He passed the journal to me, opened at a page near the back. I began to read. Chapter 35. "Something dreadful has happened," Malcolm wrote. The date was Thursday, the 8th of May, 1980. "It frightens me to put it down here, but I have to get it on paper. If the knowledge remains confined to my head for another moment, my skull might burst. I haven't written in here for a few days, so I need to recap. Let's go back to Monday, the 5th. The society met, as we always do on a Monday night. We met at the Miners' Arms. It was quiet, as usual, and we took our table in the back. Glyn had brought Shirley Roberts along to take notes. I have long suspected that Glyn is the father of Shirley's illegitimate daughter, Heleth. It was a minor scandal when Heleth was born. We don't do unmarried mothers around here, and people gossiped and whispered and called Shirley a slut, and many other names besides. I admire Shirley for holding her head high. The little girl is 6 now, and Shirley sometimes brings her into the library. A sweet little thing, who gravitates towards grown men as if searching for a father. If Glyn is her dad, then God help her." I glanced up at Heleth, wondering if Ollie had told her what his dad had written about her. It was awkward, to say the least, reading this speculation in her presence. I turned the page. "Glyn had an old newspaper with him, yellow and dog-eared. He explained he'd found it when laying a carpet in a house he was doing up. Old newspaper had been put down beneath the underlay. It was dated 1945, the local paper. There would be a copy in the library, stored on microfiche. Glyn laid it out for us all to see the headline. Police abandon search for missing girl aged 5 in Bedmore. The report told her the 5-year-old daughter of a couple who'd recently moved to the area had vanished 2 weeks before. She was out playing with friends who'd ridden off on their bikes, leaving her behind on the edge of the woods. Her name was Glenys Williams. A grainy photo accompanied the report. Little Glenys on a beach in Llandudno, licking an ice cream on her last family holiday. The police had carried out a search of the woods with dogs, but were unable to find her. "This is the interesting part," Glynn said. "Listen. Police reported that they'd received little help from locals who seemed resigned to what had happened. A local woman who refused to be named said that it was clear that little Glenys had been sacrificed to keep the other children of the town safe. Police believe the girl must have wandered towards the nearby River Dee and fallen in, although no body has been recovered." "I showed it to my mother," Glynn went on. "She remembered it happening, and guess what she told me? 35 years before, in 1910, the same thing had happened. She remembered because her own mother, my gran, told her about it. She said it happened every 35 years. A child had to be given to the Red Widow, or she would come and take one." Glynn went on to tell us that his mother told him the sacrificed child was always one who would be less missed in the community. The witch didn't like sick children. They taste bad. So the local people couldn't give up a child who was likely to die anyway. He said this as if this was a terrible shame. Instead, they chose a child who'd been orphaned, or whose parents were new to the area, or a bastard. The widow particularly liked children with sin in their blood. "It was not worth the risk," said Glynn's mother, "that the witch would come and take a child from an important family, a son and heir, a child whose death would rock the community." 35 years, Glynn said, looking around the table. 1945 was 35 years ago. As if we hadn't already worked that out. "It's lucky nobody believes in such superstitious nonsense anymore, isn't it?" I said. I looked around the table at the faces staring back at me. Glynn, Shirley, Albert, David. All of us in our mid-30s now, but we've known each other all our lives. We went to the same school. David and I were the studious ones. Albert somewhere near the bottom of the class. Shirley a nervous little thing who followed Glynn around like his pet lamb. Glynn, of course, was the class bully. Now, Glynn pointed at me. "How would you feel, Malcolm, if little Ollie was taken by the widow? Shirley, what if Heledd was taken? And you, David, what if the witch came and took away Lucas?" I gasped and stopped reading, looking up at Ollie. "My dad was there," I said. "That's why you wanted me to see this?" He nodded. My mouth was dry, fingers trembling as I turned the page. "I certainly wouldn't want to risk her coming for Wendy," Glynn said. I could hardly believe how serious they all looked, as if they believed Glynn and his crazy old mother, as if they actually believed a witch might come into the town in the dead of night and steal their precious children away. Only Albert, who didn't have any children, looked less afraid. I banged on the table, startling them from their stupor. "This is madness," I said. "Perhaps a long time ago this crime, the crime of taking children into the woods and leaving them to be taken by a non-existent being, happened. Maybe, just maybe, it happened in 1945 too, though I find that hard to believe. It's far more likely that Glenys got lost and fell into the river. An accident, that's all." "Except," Shirley said, speaking for the first time in that meeting, "all it would take was for one person to believe in the widow. One person willing to murder little Glenys so there was no risk of their own child being taken." I called an end to the meeting. I needed to get out of there, away from the atmosphere that hung over that table. The others lingered behind. I heard them murmuring. Glynn's booming laugh rang out as I left the pub. I glanced up at Ollie and Heledd. We'd each had a parent at that meeting, at least one, in Heled's case. It felt strange, like a reunion. Glynn's daughter Wendy was the only person missing. I read on. Malcolm's journal entry was broken in two. There was a space on the page before the next section began. "I've been staring at this page for 15 minutes, trying to decide what to write, how to tell the rest of this tale. A large part of me is shouting at me to leave it, that it's too dangerous to record, there will be repercussions. But I have to do it. Damn the consequences. How brave I sound within the pages of my journal. How brave the coward sounds. The facts. Last night, a 4-year-old girl went missing from St. Mary's Children's Home. The girl's name is Caris Driscoll. It's all over the radio and local news, and the police are combing the area trying to find her. Details are patchy, but rumours are running like wildfire through the town. It was all anyone could talk about at the library today, including a young woman who works at the home. She came in to return some books, then hung around, a group gathering as she told the tale. I loitered on the edge of the group, the blood in my veins turning to ice as I listened. Caris Driscoll was put into the care system after her mother, a heroin-addicted punk, died of an overdose when her daughter was 3. There's never been a father on the scene. Nobody knows who he is, and the grandparents wanted nothing to do with the child. They've been trying to place her in a foster home, or find someone to adopt her, but so far without luck. She was last seen at tea time, yesterday evening. Apparently the children were then allowed outside to play for a little while. A member of staff was supervising them, but one of the children hurt himself and had to be taken inside for first aid. Then the children were called inside. Nobody noticed Caris was not among them until this morning. The woman faced down the cries of incredulity in the library with excuses. "There are so many children," she said. "It was getting dark. Caris was so quiet, a little mouse, that she tended to shrink into the background. The staff are overworked and tired. None of the other children said anything. I'm sure heads will roll at St. Mary's Children's Home, but that won't help poor Caris." All I could think of was the conversation in the Miners' Arms on Monday night, the faces of my fellow society members around the table. I told my assistant I wasn't feeling well and left the library, leaving the gossips behind. I headed straight to Albert's house. Rhodri Wallace, another old classmate, was in the garden cutting the hedge. He was a likeable boy at school, good with his hands and popular with the girls. Now he was the most in-demand gardener and handyman in town. He raised a gloved hand when he saw me. His face was as pale and shocked as all the others I'd seen on the way over. I didn't stop to talk to Rhodri. Instead, I headed inside. Albert was as horrified by little Caris's disappearance as I was. "It has to be a coincidence," he said. "Do you really believe that?" said I. 2 days after our conversation? His eyes were wide, disbelieving. If he was acting, he was doing a very good job of it. But maybe it was fear of being exposed, or fear of Glynn. "You think one of the others took that child, took her into the woods to be sacrificed to the witch?" He paced the room. "What does the legend say the witch demanded? What did the townsfolk do in the stories?" I told him that the child was meant to be secured to a tree in the heart of the woods and left for the witch to take. Albert nodded. "You and I know there's no such thing as the widow. It was less than 24 hours ago, so if they did take her and tied her to a tree, she'd still be there. Are the police searching the woods?" "I don't know. I hear they're organising search parties now." He picked up his phone, and I asked him what he was doing. "Calling Glynn." "Are you mad? It could have been him." "It could have been you," he said to me. "It could have been any of us." "But you have less reason than the rest of us for doing it. You don't have children. That's why I came here." We stared at each other. "Do you believe in the widow?" he asked. "Of course not. Do you?" "No, I don't. But what did Shirley say? All it takes is for one person to believe. It could have been any of you. Any parent who was trying to protect their child." He was right. I knew it wasn't me. I didn't think it was David. He always seemed so rational. I'd even confessed to being an atheist, because he couldn't believe in something for which there was no scientific proof. Glynn was the obvious suspect. I knew he could be cruel, that he was unfaithful and unafraid of violence. I'd seen him square up to men in the pub. At school, he was a bully. And his mother, she undoubtedly believed in the old stories. Glynn seemed to believe in them too. His one redeeming feature was that he doted on his daughter, Wendy. But would he really take and sacrifice another child because he believed she might be in danger? "We should go to the police," Albert said. "Tell them about our meeting and what Glynn said." Wait, let me think. I imagined myself talking to the police, accusing my fellow society member of this terrible crime. The thought of falsely accusing someone filled me with horror. And there was another reason not to go to the police, of which I am deeply, deeply ashamed. If the police took us seriously, they would want us all to provide alibis, wouldn't they? I couldn't do it, because I was out yesterday evening visiting a friend, and if I was forced to give an alibi, Sylvia would find out. I read this part out to Ollie. He sighed. "His friend. He mentions her in other parts of the journal. The old bastard was cheating on my mum. Just like the man who killed Priya. Men with secrets, flinching from justice. My opinion of Malcolm plummeted. I read the final paragraphs of the entry. I persuaded Albert that we should keep quiet. The chances were, I said, none of the members of the society had taken that girl. It was a coincidence. He agreed. The girl had probably wandered off, he said. She would turn up in a day or two. But on the way home, I made an anonymous call to the police from a phone box, advising them to search the woods, to look for signs that Caris had been tied to a tree, just in case. Chapter 36. In the following entry, Malcolm described the next meeting of the Historical Society. All four of them were there, along with Shirley. We all sat in silence at first, nobody quite daring to speak, shifty eyes flitting around the table. Shirley kept clutching her cross. Albert gave me meaningful glances, and David looked green around the gills. The girl still hasn't turned up, though I heard the police had searched the woods and interviewed known sex offenders in the area. The detective in charge of the investigation was quoted in the paper, saying it wasn't helpful that local people kept telling him the girl was taken by the widow, chosen because no one had given her an offering. Glynn leaned forward and looked around the table at each of us in turn. "So," he stage-whispered, "which one of you did it?" There was a flurry of denials and accusations. It descended into a fierce argument. I couldn't work out if Glynn was acting, cleverly trying to lay the blame at someone's feet, creating a smokescreen of confusion. "How about you, Glyn?" I said. "Was it you?" He smiled. "Perhaps what people are saying is right. Perhaps the widow came into town and took her." Absurd. But I couldn't work out if he actually believed that. I examined each of my so-called friends in turn. Was one of them guilty? More than one, perhaps, working together. What if it was all of them? Before we wrapped up, Glyn said, "At least she won't be missed. The girl, I mean. At least the widow didn't take anyone important." The entry ended there. Ollie said, "I flicked ahead, seeing if there were any more references to it. All I know is the girl was never found." "What do you think?" I asked. "Do you think one of them did it?" He shrugged. "I have no idea. I know a bloody witch didn't come into town to grab her, but it's a hell of a coincidence, isn't it, if she did just wander off. Did your dad ever say anything about it?" I set the journal aside, placing it next to my empty coffee cup. "No, not that I remember. I mean, I must have heard about the disappearance and the rumours. I explained the similarities to my novel. We moved away in 1981, a year after this happened. Maybe that's why. Maybe my dad wanted to get away." Ollie's eyes were wide. "You think it might have been him?" The very thought made me sick. "I don't know. It goes against everything I know about him." "Did your mum ever mention Caris and what happened?" I asked Heleth. "No." She'd picked up the journal and was flicking through it, as if the answer to all of this might be contained in its pages. "At least, not in any detail. She always said this town wasn't safe for children, that if I ever gave her grandchildren she would worry herself sick about them. But she never elaborated." She was distracted by the journal. "No, I mean, she told me about the widow. Every kid around here knows about her, but that's it." I got up and went over to the window. The sun was struggling to come out from behind the clouds. "What are you thinking?" Ollie asked. "I'm thinking that 35 years after Caris went missing, history repeated itself. A child was taken. A newcomer to the town, a family that weren't integrated into the community." "You think they did it again? With Lily Marsh?" I paced around. It can't be a coincidence. And Glyn Collins is the obvious suspect. Back in 1980, he thought he was protecting Wendy, or, sorry, Heleth, but I have to say it, Wendy and you. She met my eye but didn't say anything. I had to ask, "Is Glyn your dad?" She didn't answer for a few long seconds. "I don't know. Mum never told me." She'd gone pale, and now I felt terrible. "Let's leave it, eh?" Ollie said, putting a protective hand on his girlfriend's shoulder. Okay, yes, I'm sorry, it doesn't matter. I mean, it doesn't make any difference to what we're talking about. Glyn could have been protecting Wendy, and maybe this time he was trying to protect his granddaughter Megan." Ollie gaped at me. "Glyn Collins," he said. "He's always scared me. Back when I was a kid, I mean." Heleth had set the journal aside and was deep in thought, tuned out of the conversation. "Glyn met Lily through his granddaughter Megan," I said. "She knew him. It would have been easy for him to lure her away. Maybe tell her she needed to go with him to see something. She would probably have trusted him. Now he's got it in for me, too. He knows I've been nosing around." The back of my head, where it was still bandaged, was beginning to throb again. "But he's got a rock-solid alibi for the night I was attacked." I thought about that. Was somebody helping him? If so, who? Ollie was agitated. "You know what I said about keeping all this secret? About protecting our dad's reputations? I think we're beyond that now, aren't we? We should go to the police. Show them the journal." "There's no point. Last time I talked to them, they dismissed me as a writer with an overactive imagination." "Let me do it," Heleth said. "I'm local, and I get on well with the policeman who was there when Mum died." I bet you did," Ollie muttered, which made Heleth roll her eyes. "I think it's a good idea," I said to Ollie. "They might listen to her." "I suppose so. Maybe I could come with you." She hesitated, and I thought I could tell what she was thinking, that the police would respond better to her solo. "Perhaps it's best if Heleth goes on her own? In the first instance, anyway," I said. Ollie grunted, and we lapsed into silence again. I parted the curtains and peeked out at the street, paranoid that someone was watching us, that Glyn would come here looking for Malcolm's missing journal. Hella's phone rang and she said, "Excuse me," before taking it out of the room. Ollie watched her go, then picked up the journal, flicked to the relevant entry, and tapped the page. "Something just struck me. Albert Patterson. You know, he lived at Ninth Bran." I nodded, even though it hurt to do so. "That's a weird bloody connection, isn't it? Lily Marsh disappearing after living in that house. If Albert hadn't died, 5 or 6 years ago, I'd say he was the prime suspect. Plus, he didn't have kids, did he? Like your dad said, he had no one to protect from the widow, so why would he do it? Did you ever meet him?" I thought about the photo I'd found hidden in the book at the retreat, the tall, skinny man and his stern-faced wife. "Yeah, I went to his house a couple of times when I was a kid. He was all right. Nice bloke, actually. He loved kids, even though he didn't have any of his own. Loved playing with us, keeping us entertained while the other adults stood in the kitchen and chatted about boring stuff." Heleth came back in. "That was the estate agent," she said to Ollie, who nodded. The pain in my head was getting worse. I stood up. "I should go." "What are you going to do?" Ollie asked, showing me to the door. "I don't know. This headache is making it hard to think straight. But I'll call you later." "All right. If you see Glyn, don't say anything to him, okay? Not yet." Heleth kissed my cheek as I left. "I'll let you know what the police say about the journal." "Thanks." They stood side by side, their faces pale with worry. "Be safe," I said. I drove back towards the retreat, a wall of white noise inside my head. Fortunately, the roads were quiet and I was able to drive on autopilot. Halfway back, my phone rang. It was that detective, D.C. Hawkins. I ignored the call. I didn't feel ready to talk to her yet. I stopped at a petrol station and bought a pack of extra-strong painkillers, ignoring the warning on the packet and gobbling 3. Then I pulled over by the side of the road, killed the engine, and closed my eyes. The silence was broken only by the occasional passing car and the gentle bleating of sheep in an adjacent field. I emptied my mind and waited for the paracetamol to kick in and rub away the sharp edges of my headache. By the time I reached the retreat, I was feeling better. As I went in, I saw Ursula coming down the stairs. She had a sheet of paper in her hand. She looked even more wild-eyed than she had earlier. "Have you seen Julia?" she demanded. "I've just got home." "Oh, you're no use." She stalked off into the kitchen. Susie appeared, carrying her suitcase down the stairs. "You're going?" I said. She didn't answer with words, but with a look of panic. She looked dreadful, washed out, her hair lank, and with rings around her eyes. "I saw her," she said. "What? Who?" "Lily. I went for a final walk in the woods to say goodbye, and I saw her." She hugged herself. "She was there, in the distance. And then she vanished." "What are you talking about?" Goose pimples rippled across my arms. It was like she was made of smoke or mist. She was dressed in red. Red, like blood. "I need to tell Julia." She started towards the kitchen. I grabbed her arm. Everyone here was going crazy, haunted by visions in the woods. It had to be group hysteria, a swirl of grief stirred up and encouraged by Ursula. "No, you're not going to tell Julia." "Tell me what?" Julia appeared at the top of the staircase. She came down towards us. "Oh, Julia, I saw her. I saw Lily." Susie shook me off. "I saw her ghost." I wanted to scream. Julia was staring at Susie, arms wrapped around herself. I took hold of Susie's arm again, more gently this time. "Come on, Susie. You're clearly in shock after what happened to Max. You should rest." Then Ursula came out of the kitchen and spotted Julia. "Ah, there you are." The wound on the back of my head pulsed. Ursula flapped the sheet of paper she was holding at Julia. Her eyes bulged. "My guide. She came to me again. She told me where to find proof that Lily has left this realm." I stepped between them. "Julia, don't listen to this. It's insane." Julia pushed me aside. "Shut up, Lucas." She grabbed the sheet of paper from Ursula's hand. Susie had slid down the wall onto the floor and sat there, hugging her knees, rocking back and forth. "What is this?" Julia asked. I moved behind her and looked over her shoulder, staring at the lines and curves, the crosses and squiggles on the sheet of paper. "It's a map," Ursula said. "I drew you a map." Chapter 37. Lily, 2014. Lily sat on her bed, cradling Big Cat in her arms. She held him against her cheek and screwed her eyes shut. Mum and Dad were fighting again. "When the hell were you going to tell me?" Mum shouted. She couldn't make out Dad's reply. "You're ruining us! Fucking ruining us!" Lily winced at the swear word. Mum never swore, except when she was yelling at Dad. Lily wasn't totally sure what he'd done wrong, something to do with money and lying and broken promises, the usual stuff they argued about. Lily wished her parents could be more like the ones she saw on TV, parents who cracked jokes and put their arms around each other. Mum swore again, and Lily searched the room for her headphones. Where were they? She remembered. They were in her bag in the closet downstairs. She crept out of the room and down the stairs, opening the closet and pulling out her bag. The headphone wires were tangled up. She tried to unknot them, Chesney sitting blinking at her as she grappled with the stupid things. She wanted to ask Mum or Dad to help, but they were still screeching at each other. She heard Mum say that name again, Lana. Hot tears of frustration burned Lily's cheeks, and she chucked the bag and the stupid headphones back into the closet. Chesney jumped down from the windowsill and dashed to the front door, meowing to be let out. Lily opened the door and watched him slink across the lawn. She wished she was free too. "I've had enough!" Mum yelled. So had Lily. Closing the door quietly behind her, she slipped out into the garden. She climbed over the fence into the overgrown meadow and entered the woods. It was still and quiet among the trees. Autumn leaves formed a carpet of red on the path. Lily imagined herself as a movie star, attending the premiere of her new film. Reporters asked her if she would ever forgive her parents, who deeply regretted how they'd behaved now she was a superstar. She was so engrossed in her fantasy that she wasn't sure if she was going in the right direction. Megan's house wasn't this way, was it? She paused, trying not to panic. Something moved in the trees. Lily went absolutely still. "It's just a bird," she thought. "A big bird, probably a magpie. There were loads of them around here." Crack. Lily tried to make her legs move, but it was as if her soles were superglued to the path. Her whole body had gone cold. "It's a crow, it's a crow," she told herself, staring into the thick tangle of branches where the noise had come from, praying that she'd see black feathers, the bird flapping towards the sky. Instead, she saw a face. Eyes, peering at her through a gap in the branches. Lily tore her feet from the path and ran blindly, realizing within seconds she was still heading away from her house, but unable to stop and turn. "It's the widow! The widow!" She crashed through long-hanging branches, leaves clawing at her hair, almost slipping over in a muddy puddle that sucked at her converse. Tears blurred her vision. She could hardly see where she was going. The path branched left and right, and she stopped, paralyzed, unable to work out which way to go. She could sense the witch behind her. She tensed her shoulders, convinced that at any moment cold, clawed hands would reach out from the bushes and grab her. In the picture book Megan's granddad had given her, the widow was a young woman, dressed in red rags. She had long black hair and was as slim as the women on the covers of Mum's workout DVDs. She would be beautiful if it weren't for her face. Her eyes were as black as Big Cat's fur, and her mouth gaped open like a shark's, with long needle-like teeth. Lily had discussed this with Megan. The widow would be old now, so old, and the girls imagined her skin would be as wrinkled as a crocodile's. Her lips would be stained with the blood of all the children she'd eaten. Her breath would smell like kids' bones, and there would be torn flesh beneath her fingernails. There was a rustle behind her, and Lily gulped down a scream. She ran, heading left along the path, trying not to slip or fall, leaping over a knotty tree root that tried to grab her toes like it was the witch's helper. Now she imagined the trees had faces, that they were watching her, laughing at her. Why had she left her house? It was all Mum and Dad's fault. Well, when the witch caught her and ate her up and her bones were never found, they'd be sorry, and they'd wish and wish they hadn't fought, that they'd spent their time loving their only daughter instead. It would almost be worth it. Just as she'd resigned herself to being caught, convinced the trees were closing in on her, forming a wooden cage around her, she saw a clearing up ahead, light entering the woods, buildings beyond. She sped up and, heart bursting with relief, flew out of the trees onto the estate where Megan lived. And there was Megan, standing outside her house. Jake was there too. They were playing a game of tag on the front lawn. Lily ran across the road to them. "What's the matter?" Megan asked. "You look like someone's chasing you." Lily panted. She couldn't speak for a moment. Her lungs burned, and her heart was going bang, bang, bang. "It's the widow," she said. "I saw her." Both Megan and Jake gawped at her. "What was that?" Lily spun round. It was Megan's granddad, coming out of the garage. There was another man with him, but he was concealed by shadows. "Lily saw the widow," Megan told him. "Do your mum and dad know you're here?" asked Mr. Collins, ignoring what Megan had said. Lily was surprised. He was acting like she'd said something silly and childish. She shook her head. "I ran away." "Really? Well, I'm glad you didn't go too far. Do you want to go home? I don't know how long you've been gone, but I'm sure they'll be worried about you." Lily tried to stop the tears coming, but she had no control over them. She could feel her face going bright red, too. She hated crying. She knew it made her look like an ugly red frog. Everyone was staring at her. "I tell you what," said Megan's granddad, handing her a clean handkerchief. His voice was kind. "You go inside and play with Megan for a little bit, and I'll call your parents. How does that sound?" This time, all she could do was nod. As soon as Megan shut her bedroom door, she said, "I can't believe you saw the widow. What did she look like?" Unbelievably, she sounded jealous. I don't want to talk about it." "Oh, come on, don't be a baby. Did she look like she does in the book?" Lily sat down on Megan's bed and pulled Megan's giant teddy bear towards her. Megan's granddad had bought it for her. It wore a little rosette that said, "World's Best Granddaughter." Lily stifled another sob. She didn't have any grandparents. Maybe if she did, she could go and live with them. "Tell me," Megan urged. She had found her copy of Folk Tales and Urban Myths, which fell open at the page they were always poring over. "Did she look like this?" "I only saw her eyes." Megan's voice dropped to an awed whisper. "Were they black?" I don't know." "What about her skin? Was it all wrinkly? Were her lips stained with blood?" "I didn't see." Megan made a disgusted noise. "Oh, you're useless." Anger pulsed at Lily's temples. She was not useless. "I was too busy running to take a proper look." "Yeah, a big scaredy cat. If it had been me, well, it wasn't you." Lily cut her off. It had been a terrible day, the worst day of her whole life. She felt a hot bubble of hatred expand inside her, an urge to lash out. "I didn't see her properly," Lily said, "but I heard her." Megan's eyes almost popped out of her head. "What did she say?" Lily pointed a finger at her best friend's face. "She said your name. She said, Megan." Later, remembering Megan's look of terror, the way she'd flinched, would make Lily feel bad, but in that moment it was delicious. "Lily?" It was Megan's granddad. "Your dad's here." Lily ran down the stairs and out the front door. Dad was talking to Mr. Collins, his hands on his hips. He noticed Lily and turned around. "Oh, sweetheart," he said, putting his arm around her. "What are we going to do with you?" She didn't respond. As Dad took her hand and led her to the car, the other man who'd been in the garage came out, wiping his oily hands on a rag. It was Mr. Wallace, the man who did work in their garden sometimes. "Hi, Rodri," Dad said, as he unlocked the car. Rodri Wallace waved as they drove away, but he wasn't smiling. It was weird. If Lily didn't know better, she'd swear he looked scared. Chapter 38. It was 5:30. Just 2 hours of daylight remained. I suggested to Julia that we wait until morning, but she wouldn't hear of it. I didn't even bother trying to persuade her that Ursula's map had to be a con or a fantasy, not after our argument that morning. Julia had to find out for herself. She grabbed a little rucksack and threw in 2 flashlights, along with a bottle of water and a small pair of shears, in case we need to cut our way through any overgrown vegetation. Ursula had gone back to her room, saying she was too tired to come along, leaving us with the map. It was crudely drawn, like a child's sketch of a pirate treasure map. The retreat was situated at the southern tip of this map. Beyond that were the woods where I'd gone walking that first day. Near the top was a large X, which, according to Ursula, indicated where we would find the proof. Despite my scepticism, it made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. It was impossible not to get sucked into Ursula's fantasy. The boy in me could not resist a map where X marked the spot. "Are you sure you want to do this?" I asked Julia a final time. "It might be more sensible to call the police and let them look." "I'm not waiting any longer, Lucas. I need to see. I need to know." "I'm coming with you. No arguments, okay?" She shrugged. Julia took a photo of the map with her phone, so we had a backup copy. Her hand trembled, and it took 2 attempts to stop the photo from blurring. 2 years of bouncing between despair and hope. 2 years of grieving with no body to say goodbye to. 2 years of believing that Lily was still out there, still alive. It was all there on her face, in the tension that vibrated through her bones. She took a deep breath, filling her lungs, and turned to me. "Let's go." Walking across the garden, I checked back over my shoulder. Ursula was watching from an upstairs window, her face inscrutable. She caught me looking and let the curtain fall back. The path was dry, cracks snaking through the mud. Blossom coated the branches of the trees near the perimeter of the woods. Catkins hung above our heads, and songbirds called out to one another. If it weren't for Julia's brisk pace and the grim determination on her face, this would have felt like a pleasant late-afternoon ramble. I wanted to talk to Julia, to tell her everything I'd learned from Malcolm's journal, but I needed all my breath to keep up with her. It could wait. I was certain we weren't going to find anything. We'd be home in an hour or two, and I could talk to her then. I also wanted to talk to Mum, ask her what she knew about the Historical Society. Surely Dad had said something during that time when Caris Driscoll went missing. An image came to me. Glyn Collins, 37 years younger, carrying a little girl into these woods, maybe heading along this very path. Was the story about the widow a smokescreen? A convenient tale for a paedophile to hide behind? What if seeing Lily playing with his granddaughter had stirred a sick desire in Glyn, a desire that had lain buried for a long time? She looked similar to Caris, though Lily was older. It was easy to imagine. He'd got away with it last time. He thought he could do so again. Before leaving the house, I'd sent Ollie a text explaining what was going on. He'd replied straight away, telling me Heleth was on her way to the police station with the journal. I was keen to hear about their response. "What are you thinking about?" Julia asked, slowing down as we approached the edge of the woods.